Australia 3-1 in the series. That's the one that got away.
Brook down the leg side. That's Pies. That's the game. The Barmy Army are going ballistic. Well done, England. Handshakes in the middle of the ground. England have at last won a test match in Australia after a break of 15 years.
Will Khawaja, Smith and Head step up and bat Australia to victory?
Head's on strike and he's driving again. That is a glorious shot. Here comes Tongue again as he bowls to Khawaja, who drives back past a non-striker down the ground. That is a superb shot.
As Tongue charges in and spits bowled him. Oh, the lashing of the Tongue continues. It's 4 for 51. Smith bowled all over the place for 9.
Hear the crack of the English bats.
Stark's on his way in again. Bowls to Brook, who walks at him and hammers it away over the offside. And Harry Brook has busted out a 6.
Keeper standing up here, and Crawley has smashed it back down the ground. And for 6.
This is our time, our soil, our summer.
Bowls him, gone straight through the gate. How many times?
Forward edge to second slip and gone. It's the end of Crawley.
Bowls to the right-handed Brook is in on the pad, appeal for leg before wicket. It looks a good shout and is given out.
To head over the wickets. And Head's bowled. Well, that's an important wicket for England.
Stark is on the charge. Here's Nick off the edge. He's out. A half charge through his bat at it.
Is there a twist?
Oh.
So come on, let's make our stadium shake. The SCG roar. The Ashes are here to stay. Go, you good thing. Well played, Aussies.
The Ashes, live across Australia.
Hi, I'm Travis Head. This is Test Cricket on ABC Sport.
Here comes Richardson. He bowls the ball. He hits him on the pad. How is that? Out!
Edged, it's gone to second slip and another catch taken.
Stokes bowls. Oh, it's another one. Oh, dear me. That has reared and hit him again.
Stark goes in. Stark is bowled. He's yoked him. He's out.
Tongue on his way in, delivers to Boland, who's thinking he's caught. Tongue's got Pfeiffer, and he ends the innings on a hat-trick.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the Ashes.
5th Test.
Australia versus England.
Live from the SCG on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Happy New Year, cricket fans. The end of the line for this year's Ashes series as 2025 turns to 2026. It doubles as the end of the line for Aussie trailblazer Usman Khawaja, and it triples now for the 18th consecutive year with a familiar splash of pink for the McGrath Foundation. It is the pink test, the New Year's test, here at the famed Sydney Cricket Ground. Australia versus England. The Aussies 3-1 up. What is the difference between 3-2 and 4-1? We'll debate that in the pre-game. We're about half an hour away from the first ball, which means the first thing we got to get to on the morning of day 1 of any test match is the toss of the coin, and Isha Guha has the 2 captains alongside her.
It's the New Year's test and the pink test here at the SCG. Bright sunshine, it is warm conditions. We've got Jeff Groh, the match referee, alongside the 2 captains. Steve Smith has got the coin. Please give it a spin. Tails is the call.
Tails it is.
Tails it is. Ben, what would you like to do? And the reasons for that?
It's obviously really, good conditions for batting here in Australia. And yeah, hopefully we can put a good score on the board.
You've had a look at the surface, 5 mil of grass left on there. How do you think it's going to play?
You're never quite sure until you see a bit of cricket played on it. But it looks a pretty good one. And I think as the game goes on, it might become a bit easier. But yeah, it's up to us now to go and put a good score on the board.
Team changes for you?
Matthew Potts coming for Gus Atkinson.
How close was Shoaib Bashir?
It was one of those where we wanted to give ourselves as much time as possible. You try your hardest to look at a pitch as it gets closer and closer to the game. But yeah, we felt, getting that extra seamer in there was important for us.
I'm sure he's excited to get the nod. What are we expecting from him this test?
Yeah, look, it's been, Potsy's been out here working, incredibly hard on everything, and he's a competitor. He's someone who's, been around the group for a long time now, and it's great to see him get an opportunity on the big stage here in the Ashes Test match. So yeah, really looking forward to seeing him go.
New year, new beginnings for your side, but you come off the back of a win. What do you want to see from your team this week?
Yeah, obviously the week we had in Melbourne was amazing. To get that win out here in Australia for the first time in a while was special, and hopefully we can continue that momentum into this game here in Sydney.
Enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Steve, come on in. You're bowling first. How do you feel about that?
I would have batted. Be nice to win one. I'm 0-4 this series, so Paddy can come back and toss. Yeah, not ideal, but no, we'll have a bowl on this. There's a little bit of moisture in it, so yeah, hopefully the new ball does a little bit.
You're pretty good at reading wickets. What do you think of this surface?
Not sure. I think there's a bit of grass on it. It's a little soft, so might be a little slow today. I think there's a few cracks under there that I reckon will open up, so they'll definitely come into play as the game goes on.
And team changes for you?
We got one. Bo Webster's in for Jai Richardson.
Was that a hard decision to leave Todd Murphy out?
Yep. Hate doing it, but I've said it. We keep producing wickets that we don't think is going to spin, and seam's going to play a big part, and cracks are going to play a big part. You kind of get pushed into a corner in a way, so yeah, that's the way we've gone.
The pink test is always a special test in the calendar, especially for Australians. What does it mean to you?
Yeah, it's a wonderful week. I love seeing all the people come out here in pink and support the McGrath Foundation. They do a wonderful job, and hopefully everyone's out here on day 3 in their pink and having a good time.
All the best this week.
Thank you.
News from the middle is that England have won the toss and elected to bat first.
Thanks, Isha. So just recapping there, England winning the toss and batting. Matt Potts comes in for Gus Atkinson, a like for like. No Shoaib Bashir for England. And for the home team, there's no Todd Murphy. So Webster in for Jai Richardson, the only change. Means the Aussie batting lineup, the top 6 familiar, obviously, with the opening pair with Weatherald and Head up top. Marnus Labuschagne at 3, Steve Smith at 4. Coming in at number 5 will be Usman Khawaja in his last test match, Carey at 6. And then how about this for a lower order? Green at 7, Webster at 8, and then Nisa, Stark and Boland, the makeup of the Australian team. Rick Finlay told me a short time ago the Aussies have not played. The last time they didn't play a frontline spinner here in Sydney was 88. Not 1988. 1888, the last time that Australia did not play a frontline spinner in Sydney, and that is the case this year for the pink test. Corbin Middlemass with you on Grandstand Cricket through ABC Sport. The whole gang's down here. Jason Gillespie and Stuart Clark, former Australian fast bowlers. Ellie Mitchell, world-renowned sports broadcaster alongside me. I'll let you go first, Stiz. Your initial response to that. The Aussies playing no spinner. England winning the toss and batting first. First of all, Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you, and g'day, guys, and hello to all our listeners. My overriding feeling, nonsense. How can we not be playing a spinner in Sydney? Andrew McDonald, a couple of days ago, said that Todd Murphy basically will be playing. So this is, make no mistake, this is a Steve Smith call. He's been captain this series, for the majority of this series. We haven't seen a spinner. When Pat Cummins was captain, funny enough, we had a spinner in the team, and Nathan Lyon had a big impact in Adelaide. This is a captain's call, make no mistake about that.
What do you reckon, Saf?
Yeah, morning everyone, and Happy New Year. Well, he sort of came out and said it. He said, look, he keeps seeing the wickets, he keeps seeing grass on the wickets, and even in his own words, he's pushed into a corner where he believes that the best way to take 20 wickets is to play seam or fast bowling friendly players. So he seems to be not a fan of Todd Murphy or Nathan Lyon. Well, he's not available, is he? So they've gone down a path of seam bowling. I suppose they've got the first chance. So interesting, though, in his comments, he was going to bat first, even though they've picked all seam bowlers.
And cracks are, he said it's a bit of moisture, but then cracks are going to play a big role in the game, which just cries out for spin. Yeah. I'm sorry. This is the silliest call I've seen for a long time.
So would they be making the same call if it was Nathan Lyon? I mean, they left Lyon out, twice in the previous 3 test matches leading into Adelaide, and then obviously he got hurt in Adelaide. He's not available. Do you think that Lyon would have been left out in Melbourne and Sydney the same way Murphy has been?
If Steve Smith's captain, yeah, absolutely. Because we've heard, even in the last few days, Andrew McDonald's come out and said, really don't like going into a test match without a spinner. Yet, when Steve Smith's captain, we don't play spin. That tells you all you need to know.
Hey, I don't know. I'm not sure. If Lyon's available, maybe we have a different opinion on this. He's got 563 test wickets or whatever it may be. Maybe there's a different way of doing it. But certainly doesn't appear they've got a lot of confidence in Todd Murphy in Australia.
You saw the pitch. What do you think?
Yeah, it looks pretty good. It's hard to get because they got that roped off, but it's a different surface to what it used to be when Dizzy, myself, and back in the glory years where there's brown and no grass and used to spin square and AB coming on. That's not the wicket anymore. So don't romanticise or fantasise about that type of stuff. It's got a different grass covering on it now and a different surface. So is it going to? It's going to bounce and carry? That's what we've seen in the Shield games. So I can't imagine it being anything different.
Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Ellie Mitchell, Jason Gillespie, Stuart Clark on the bench. Boundaries Edge. Upstairs, Jonathan Agnew and Phil Tufnell to kick us off. It'll be Darren Lehman alongside our chief statistician, Rick Finlay, and, of course, the voice of summer, Jim Maxwell, all part of our crew. Ellie, the difference between 4-1 and 3-2. Who's it more important to? Is it more important to Australia to try and collect some World Test Championship points, knowing that they've got South Africa and India with away tours to come in this cycle? Or is it more about saving a bit of face for England? Does 3-2 matter in the grand scheme of things?
It's got to matter to both teams. You know, you come here, the Ashes are lost. This is still an Ashes contest. Look at the occasion. It's the pink ball test. All the welcomes that we're about to have. This is a huge occasion, and England fans who have travelled here, and I was with a number of them last night, and they want to see another England win. And again, you have to go back to 2010-11, the last time England managed to string back-to-back Test match wins in Australia, so that will mean an awful lot. And also, yeah, World Test Championship, it's got to have meaning, and that's why it's there. Australia sit at the top at the moment, 85%. They've won 85% of the points available to them. England are languishing in 7th with only 35% of the points available to them at the moment. So, yeah, they want to try and climb the rankings. Will 3-2 temper some of the commentary around this England team? It shouldn't. Even if they go away 3-2. If you'd have said that at the start of the series, a 3-2 scoreline, you would have imagined, all right, one team wins 1-0 up, and then it's maybe 1-1, and you're going to Adelaide and it's all alive, and it looks very, very different. But when you know it's a 3-2 off the back of a 3-0, it needs to not mask the questions that still need to be asked about England here.
It'll be fascinating what happens here and what it means coming out, given the fact that World T20, as you said, is sort of just around the corner. So whether McCullum at least stays for that, and then there's a broader conversation to be had once they get back from the subcontinent. Just repeating the news here, England have won the toss and they've elected to bat first. There's no Shoaib Bashir. Potts comes in for Atkinson. And for the Aussies, Webster replaces Jai Richardson. So there's no frontline spinner there. Todd Murphy left out and the batting extended. Usman Khawaja announces his retirement, so 15th in the all-time run scorers list. He talked about his career being a career of two halves, where his first half was 44 matches, second half was exactly 44 matches. How will he be remembered, Stuart Clark, as a guy that scored 1600s? The only venue he scored multiple hundreds at, which shows the spread of where he's got them around the world, is here. And he's got 4 on this ground, and nice piece of symmetry where it all started back in 2011, so it ends again 15 years on.
Well, he'd be remembered as one of Australia's, well, in the top 15 run scorers for Australia, looking at the stats. But he'll probably be remembered for, his heritage, where he was born. First Australian player born in Pakistan overseas. He'll be remembered for all the other things. But I think what people will over time will forget is all of that stuff, and they'll remember him being as a great cricketer. And it's very topical at the moment, because after his press conference he announced his retirement, he made some comments about certain things which not everyone agrees with, and I'm one of them. But he remembered as being as a really good player that played for Australia and batted at the top. Yes, two different halves. And you remember the first half, he wasn't a great player of spin. And I remember when he played and I was still playing, and we thought, gee, spin, he's not great. Went away, found himself an opportunity on how to play spin and peeled off that 200 in Dubai, I think it was, against Pakistan, and then became one of our premier players against spin. So I think time will actually make him be remembered for his cricket as opposed to some of the other stuff.
Only 2 players have done that, scored hundreds in Sri Lanka, Pakistan and India. Alan Border's the other, and Usman Khawaja joins him on that list. What about you, Diz? I mean, the press conference is obviously a hot-button issue. What did you hear when you heard him speak and announce his retirement?
Well, I've been quoted publicly. He called out some former players, questioning, why he felt he was targeted, and I didn't agree with that. And the reason I didn't agree with that was because he had a back injury. He'd played golf 3 days in a row with a sore back and got injured. So naturally, you're going to be questioned. So, for me, don't bring up other stuff, because former players are there to just have an opinion and thought and question that. And I think it wouldn't matter who it was. If anyone else had done that and got injured, questions would have been asked. I mean, I think the media have actually been very consistent over this whole Ashes series. England have been copping it constantly about their preparation leading into this series, but what their best preparation was. So I don't see the difference there.
And I think that's, and alluded to that as well, that international cricket, you're under the microscope and you're in the spotlight, and this is the biggest series Australia and England play in. I appreciate India was out here last year and that's financially bigger, but your question, and England's preparation 4 years into this, Australia's preparation 4 years into winning the Ashes. So, everything you do is under the microscope. And you're right, Des. I said it last night on the BBL coverage, that you are under the microscope, and you are, whether you're, whatever your faith, religion, whatever it may be, people are looking at your performance and what you did in the lead-up. And I think Usman, whilst he made those comments, I certainly don't agree with him.
Yeah, I can understand why people disagree. I think the overall theme of the press conference, I mean, he spoke for 43 minutes. Yep. There were so many things you could pick out and dispute, and I know I probably tend to agree with you on a number of those, but came across to me as this frustrated, exhausted guy that had been an outsider his entire cricketing experience, and then he sort of feels like in that moment when he's retiring that there's a number of things, I mean, that's his chance to speak, and he wants to get a number of those shots off, for lack of a better term, and basically say his piece on the way out. But maybe it probably just gave me, when I zoomed out a little bit more, I thought maybe this is the toll that it's taken on him over a period of time, and it's coming out in that kind of form, even if, like you said, every single thing that he said didn't necessarily sort of pass the pub test.
Well, one thing to remember in life is that everybody has their own map of the world. And Uzi's lens in life is through all of his combined experiences from him first coming to Australia and copping what he said outrightly, racial vilification when he first came. He struggled to fit in, always felt different, he said. Even chose to tell people that he came from Saudi rather than Pakistan because of the backlash he feared. So it can be very difficult to put ourselves into the shoes of somebody who has felt that all of their lives. But I think one thing it probably did cause to do was for everybody in the media just to step back and say, like you said, Dizzy, has the commentary been consistent? Can I look at myself and say that it is honest, all views are faithfully held, fair comments, which is an absolute tenet of journalism. And I think as long as you as a journalist can say, yes, that was fair comment, and my comment would have been the same for any player, referring to the golf specifically, then you're on solid ground. It's not to take anything away out of the way Uzi has felt, because it's through his lens, and who are we to judge and say someone should or shouldn't feel in a certain way. So maybe that little bit of understanding around his lens and all his experiences.
Oh, without doubt, Ali, I think you're absolutely spot on. And I just feel it was a cause for celebration, and I felt that just sort of missed the mark a little bit. We wanted to celebrate his career, and it's been an unbelievable career. I think, Corby, you asked what he's going to be remembered for. I think resilience. He's been dropped and picked again many, many times, and he's been as resilient a player as Australia's ever had.
Death, taxes and rain in the Sydney Test match. And so
hang on, come on, mate.
The forecast today.
Facts. Come on, mate.
Between 2 and 4 p.m, of course, there are possible storms, and a shower or two is expected up to 7 mil. We're all in readiness for the pink test here. Just repeating the result from the toss. England have won that. They've elected to bat first. There's no frontline spinner for the Aussies. No Shoaib Bashir for England. The only change is Potts comes in for Atkinson. And meanwhile, for the Australians, the one change is that Webster comes in for Jai Richardson. Now, we're about to pay tribute to the first responders, of course, of the horrific events on Bondi Beach just before Christmas, of which 8 service organisations are going to be referenced and honoured as part of this. So we might pick it up with James Sherry, our Master of Ceremonies.
Security Group and Hatzullah.
So 8 service organisations make their way out to the middle. They have a guard of honour from both the Australian and the England players, and the service personnel includes everybody from the ambulance responders to the police, the Surf Life Saving Brigade, all in uniform in the 8 different areas represented, and they're going to stand looking at the famous Old Members Pavilion here at the MCG ahead of the Welcome to Country and the anthems, after receiving a guard of honour and a warm round of applause from a near full house in at the SCG just minutes before the first ball on day 1.
Sharing our gratitude for the incredible service that these individuals and many others provided. We thank you all for your continued care for our community in response to this tragedy. Thank you. As our first responders and community heroes step aside, we are joined on the field here today. We're joined by the match officials for the anthem ceremony, our field umpires, Mr. Chris Gaffney and Mr. Ahsan Raza, Mr. Samuel Noguski, our fourth umpire, and our match referee, Mr. Jeff Crow. Our third umpire for this test is Kumar Damasina. Cricket, as we all know, is a sport for all. We welcome all fans and participants, regardless of their identity, their background, their beliefs or choices. We provide a safe space for the whole community to connect, to come together, to feel respected, and we thank each and every one of you for playing your role. If you're able, please remain upstanding as we're joined by Gadigal Elder, Uncle Alan Madden, who will conduct the Welcome to Country, and Joshua Oxley will perform God Save the Queen, followed by Oscar Bridges with the Australian National Anthem.
Thank you. Once again, my name is Alan Madden, Gadigal Elder. For my first song, Australia, England, cricket side, welcome to Gadigal land, welcome to Gadigal country. As with all welcomes, firstly I'd like to acknowledge our First Nations and traditional owners of the lands that you may have come from or work upon, and pay my respects to all our Aboriginal elders, all elders past and present. Also pay my respects to all our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander brothers and sisters. From whatever Aboriginal or island nation you may have come from, welcome to Gadigal. And to all our non-Indigenous brothers and sisters here today, a very warm and sincere welcome to you to Gadigal. No matter where you've come from, whether it be across the seas, across the state or across town, once again, a very warm and sincere welcome to you to Gadigal. And as I've mentioned many times before, was, is and always will be Aboriginal land. Only three things short than that, coming, taxation and going. So once again, on behalf of the Gadigal mob of the Eora Nation, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you.
Australia, fair.
the anthem's done for the last time in the series. The fifth test is upon us. Just a couple of observations out of all of that. Usman Khawaja had both of his two daughters with him for the national anthem, holding one in his arm and had one at his feet. And Ahmed El Ahmed, who of course was the civilian hero who tackled the gunman in those tragic events in Bondi, was also out there as part of the first responders, still had his arm in a sling and received a rousing reception, as you can imagine, here at the SCG in front of a packed house. We're going to start on time despite some rain expected in the second session. We'll talk more about that, I'm sure, if and when it comes. The Aussies aren't playing a frontline spinner, just the two changes, one for each team. Potts in for Atkinson for England, and for Australia, it is Webster who comes in for Jai Richardson. Last word from each of you, Stuart Clark. Use yours wisely.
Well, last word. Look, I think it'll be an interesting first session. I think the ball might nip around. I think there's a little bit of life in this wicket. Let's see what happens, and hopefully both teams, well, they've got to get the ball in the right spot, right? And they've got to be able to let the ball go. But as always, you know what I'm going to say here.
Give it to us.
First hour, really important. Always is. Always first hour. Does he talk about the experience when you got 2 wickets in your first 2 balls and they dropped them? Don't have that again. We don't want that.
No, we don't want that. It was against Pakistan many years ago. 3rd ball of my first over, Nick to Warney at slip, dropped. 4th ball, Nick to Gilly, dropped. Didn't look like taking a wicket for the rest of the Test match.
We don't want that. That's not what we want.
But look, good toss to win for England. I think it's an absolute belter, and they should, if they tick off some good partnerships, they should put a decent score on the board.
Yeah, let's hope the openers and indeed Bethel at number 3 can navigate a moving ball and just get through the first hour or so and manage to settle in. And really interested to watch Jacob Bethel here as number 3, because of Melbourne, it was a particular pitch we know doing all sorts. So can he, bat through and show some pedigree, which is very much still untested at this level?
You're in overtime, Saf.
Atmospheric conditions. I reckon the ball will swing. It's very humid out here as we're all standing out here. But a bit like Brisbane, the ball may swing around for the first little bit and then it'll be hard to bat, I would have thought. So watch out. Look for an exciting session.
Ashan Raza and Chris Gaffney, the 2 officials there already in position. Here come the Australians, of course, led out by Steve Smith, their skipper, with the pink numbering and letters on the back, of course, a little nod to the McGrath Foundation for the pink test, and the England openers in Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett. More from Stuart Clark, Jason Gillespie, Alison Mitchell and myself, Corbin Middlemass, throughout the test. Phil Tufnell and Jonathan Agnew to join you as well. Ben Cameron's our executive producer, who you'll hear, I'm sure, in parts. Rick Finlay, our chief statistician. We got an unchanged 10 for the SCG test here on Grandstand Cricket. And to kick you off upstairs, or to kick it off upstairs, I should say, former Australian cricketer and coach Darren Lehman, alongside a man in his own backyard. He got married here. The voice of summer, Jim Maxwell at the SCG. Jim.
Thank you, Corbin. Hello, and welcome to the big show. It's a big show here today. All sorts of things going on. It's been ceremonial. I don't think I've ever seen it as ceremonial as it was in the lead-up, welcome to country, the national anthems, and seeing all those wonderful people who contributed so much to try and sort out what was going on at Bondi on that fateful day a couple of weeks ago. So yes, a tinge of sadness about a couple of things around that, and of course Usman Khawaja playing his last test on the ground where he played so much of his cricket for New South Wales, for Australia, made his debut here, and who knows who else when we look around the paddock here we will not see again playing a test match on this ground. A bit to think about. Australia almost in a state of transition, as they've shown in this series by winning it without their best team, and England not too sure where all that's going for them. But there's 3 slips in the gully, and the usual welcome to you all wherever you are around Australia. Hope you're enjoying the new year. The bloke has got the ball in his hand. He's been enjoying himself with 55 wickets in the calendar year. So he's about to start, and Darren Lehman is sitting alongside me. Hello, my boy. How are you?
Morning, Skipper. How are you? To all our listeners, Happy New Year. What a perfect day here at the SCG. They've turned on the weather today, Jim. Hopefully it stays that way. There's a chance of some thunderstorms later on.
You never know in Sydney.
Oh, it's beautiful today.
I hate to say that. I grew up watching Test cricket in the 50s, late 50s and 60s, and it never rained in Sydney. But we didn't play the Test match at this time. We played about a week later. I don't know whether that's the problem or the fact that, unfortunately, when you look at cricket records, Manchester kills everyone for wet grounds, but we're number 2 in Sydney.
Well, happy New Year to you, Jim,
and to
Jen,
you.
and to Jen.
Yes, she's in fine form.
She looked after us last night. We'll talk a bit more about that throughout the Test match, but
she did.
What an amazing New Year it's been, and we've got a great Test match here. Packed house. England won the toss and batted. Australia no spinner, which I'm sure we'll talk about. Skipper, unheard of at SCG, but
well, it's the death of spin bowling on both sides. It's hard to call Will Jacks a frontline spinner. Didn't bowl a ball in Melbourne.
No, he's part-time. He's part-time.
I mean, it's the death of spin bowling in Test cricket, it seems to me, unless you're playing in India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. So we're right now. The clock tick, tick, tick. We're ready to go. Number 56. Where are you? Here he comes. He runs in and Crawley lets it go. There you go. He let it go. Did you hear me? Yes, he let it go. A dot ball outside the off stump.
Are they going to play normal this game?
Well, Crawley's been playing a bit more normal lately, hasn't he?
He's played quite well, actually.
Yeah.
His figures are the best from an England point of view. I mean, he's got 256 runs at 32. I know that doesn't sound a lot with the average, but the way the wicket was in Melbourne, he's probably looked the most accomplished of all the England players this tour.
So bright, sunny, a little humid, and we should get 40 to 50,000 somewhere in there as we go. So the 3 slips and the gully. Stark's got the ball, he's on his way, and Crawley goes back and defends. Wants one, they go and they get there. No pace on the shot as it went very gently out there on the offside towards Weatherall coming in from cover. And they raced through. So lots of questions. How's this pitch going to play? Will it crack up and be a 3-4 day Test match? And is winning the toss and batting a huge advantage?
I would say not so much the way the wicket looks. Not like the old day where it spun square on day 3, day 4, obviously, where the toss was so important. This one looks like a good covering of grass. There may be some cracks underneath that. I mean, Australia have to bowl well this morning. They want to get 3 or 4 wickets in the first session to curtail a big score from England. And England, on the other hand, will try and get through that first session. Yes, they'll play shots, they'll be aggressive, but if they get through unscathed, for example, in the first session, then they're right on track to post a big score.
So just a ripple of applause and carry on in the crowd with the Barmy Army. And now Duckett ready to face Stark. Moves towards him. Duckett forward. He's beaten by a good one. It swung.
Well, it swung
right
late.
up in the block hole too.
Yeah, swung late, and that's how they got him in Melbourne, didn't they? But that swung late, so bit of movement. As Stuart Clark and Jason Gillespie said on the pre-game that they think it'll swing because it's a little bit humid. So if he gets that straight, he might get an LBW or bowled there. It's going to be a challenge for the first half hour, 40 minutes. Once you get into Sydney, and the wicket has changed. That's what Stuart Clark said. The wicket's changed its composition now. It's a bit more pace-friendly than spin-friendly.
It's changed a bit in the last decade or so since they regrassed it. Here comes Stark. He bowls and hits the edge of the bat into the gully. Thick edge. He just played the line. The ball swung thick edge down into the turf in front of Cameron Green, who's at Gully. Webster's third slip. Smith second, Khawaja first. The usual profile. No short leg. And just a quiet start here, but evidence with a bit of humidity, maybe a bit of moisture somewhere in that surface, that Stark is swinging it. Look out, folks, if he gets it in the right spot, it can be an absolute bomb. None for one, England, winning the toss and batting. Stark goes in again, and he leaves outside the off stump. Good leave. He saw the length and suspected it was going to swing, and it did.
Yes, good swing there. Good carry as well. So this wicket has certainly changed over the years, as you said, Jim, but not great for spin bowling.
Well, yes.
What was it, Rick? 1888 or something, the first Test match that they haven't played a spinner here at the SCG? Well, of course, Bo Webster comes in the side. He can bowl a few little off spinners.
So can Travis Head.
Travis Head, Marnus Labuschagne can bowl his leg spin. A few options, but not full-time out frontline spinner.
Stark again from this northern end. Pitches up and clipped away by Duckett around the corner. Out to deep backward square for 4 runs past Nisa. He just went with the line of a fully pitched ball and sent it flying out to the boundary in front of the old hill, the trumper stand there now. 5 runs from the first over of this test match. Duckett 4 and Crawley 1. No spinner. It's just sacrilegious. Call it anything you like, but it's not cricket. It's not cricket, is it?
It's different cricket these days, Skipper. That was a beautiful shot from Ben Duckett through the leg side in the air a little bit, but timed it beautifully back with a square. They almost need that forward square to be behind square in a catching position. You know, squaring right up. He hits a lot of balls in the area in the air there. Michael Ness will start at the Yabba end. What do you call that end, Jim?
It's Clive Churchill end, the southern end. It's been called the University of New South Wales end, the Sheridan stand end, and when I was here as a youth, the Randwick end. How many others would you like?
Yabba Hill?
Well, Yabba's down there, yes.
I'll go Yabba. Is that all right?
Yeah, well,
no.
Not really, no.
Okay. What do you want me to call it?
If you're going to be geographical, it's the Randwick end.
Okay, Randwick
and
end.
this is the Paddington end.
Paddington end, I know that.
Right?
No,
okay.
that part.
Yeah. It's had a number of other names, but they'll do. Historically, I think Randwick and Paddington. So Nisa moves in and Crawley decides to push away down the pitch towards mid-on. Again, 3 slips gully, point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. That's pretty much the standard field with the new ball these days. And a very good crowd. They've been milling here since 4 o'clock this morning. I know my young son was in the queue at 4.
Was he?
To get into the members, yeah.
Oh.
First in, best dressed, unless you have a reserved seat. So
fantastic crowd, you're right, though.
He probably saw the moon before he saw the sun. But a huge crowd. When I came down for the primary club breakfast, they were milling out there all the way around the ground. Here's Nisa bowling, and in line it's edged away through the gap in the slips for a lucky 4, a streaky 4. The ball moved, it bounced, but it didn't go to hand as it flew down through the slip cordon for 4.
Yes, good ball from Nessa there. He edged in the air in between the 2 bean poles.
Yep.
Between Webster and Green. So to get it through there, you had to get it right in the middle of them. And they did that. They're not far apart, and they've got great reach, those 2. They cover some ground, Webster and Green.
Yeah, Webster just shuffling around at third slip. He covers 2 people there. Nisa comes again at Crawley. Crawley forward on the stumps, defending it down towards mid-on. So England 2 4s to start with, none for 9 in the second over. Potts is playing in place of Atkinson, and Australia have got Webster playing in their side without the spinner. Richardson is the man left out from Melbourne. So hopefully both sides will improve their play. It was a very mediocre exhibition of batting in Melbourne. In goes Nisa again, tucked away on the onside out to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Travis Head. So we need a quality finish to this series. For all the crowds and the emotion that has been around the playing of this series, you'd have to admit that, frankly, this has been a very mediocre Ashes series. England haven't really turned up, and Australia have been at less than full strength. They still won, and forward goes Crawley off his pads. Whisks it away on the onside. Might be a leg by here. Yep, Hassan Razar's just tapping his leg. None for 10.
Well, you're exactly right. I mean, Brisbane and Adelaide were 2 good test matches, weren't they? They went pretty much the distance. Got good results both times from an Australian point of view. Perth was really on the back of Travis Head's heroics. That wicket wasn't a 2-day wicket, to be perfectly honest. I mean, Australia batted well in the second innings.
England well, Head batted well, yes.
Yeah, and they would have gone into the 3rd day, 3.5 days. But the Melbourne Test match was disappointing from both points of view, although England won their first Test match in, 14 years.
You'd have to say neither of these sides is number 1 in the world at the moment. Not the way they're going. Nisa bowls pushed away on the onside by Duckett around the corner to fine leg. I know Australia are up there near South Africa and India, but if you look at this side and the very uneven quality of the batting outside of Head, Carey and maybe Smith, they don't look like a champion team. None for 11 after 2 overs. Crawley is 5 and so's Duckett.
That's a fair call, actually, because if they were batting well, you'd think they'd be number 1 in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, they've won games. They've beaten England, who come here with all the bravado, haven't they, to actually win the Ashes for the first time in a long time. And they fell short. I mean, a lot of people said it could have been closer in Perth. Well, it wasn't. Australia got them 3 down, 4 down. Won easily in Perth in the end. And then dominated the next 2 test matches. And then Melbourne, England outplayed Australia. It was poor batting from Australia, mostly in the second innings.
Yeah.
And England snuck over the line, 6 down, didn't they? 6 down. 2-day test match was left us all feeling a bit short, didn't it? Short changed.
Horribly. And you have to a large extent, blame the players for the lack of conviction in part. Here's Stark pitching up and driven, pushed hard through mid-on. It's running up towards the boundary. It's being pursued by Boland, who collects. No, they won't go for the third just as well. That would have been dangerous as he speared his throw past the stumps in the end, and Crawley had to scramble back. So a couple of runs, Duckett 7, none for 13.
Well, it looks like a good batting service. Hasn't done swung, but hasn't done so much, has it? Hasn't not off the wicket.
Well, Shield cricket generally, not that you can say one pitch is the same as the other, depending where they are on the square, but Shield cricket, as a rule, batting first here is where most of the runs have come. Not always, but a fair bit. Stark charges in, and it's chopped away by Duckett out behind point.
The ground looks in magnificent condition.
Well, no one uses it, you know. They don't play much Shield here.
Yeah, I do
this is a football ground. This ground is kept for football. They don't play enough cricket here.
They should play more Shield cricket.
It's too expensive to play Shield cricket here. They go and play out with the Snakes at Silverwater. Or some other place.
Well, it's Cricket Central, isn't it?
Well, that's what they call it. Yeah. It's Snake Central. Yeah. No. This is the place. Historically, everything. The oldest Test cricket ground in Australia. Needs to be revered. In goes Stark and bowls it. Pitching up. Flicked away by Duckett. Around the corner down to fine leg. Nisa scrambles around, collects, and they get just 1 run. Duckett 8, none for 14. There are actually 2 very good publications out. We might get to talk about it. We had Phil Heads on the other day about the early history of this ground, when there was a rivalry between the New South Wales Cricket Association and the trust which ran the ground, out of it being the military ground in the 1860s. And yes, there was a little bit of conflict here and there about with how and with which and to whom, if I can coin a phrase. Yeah. They sorted it out, but they did have a few arguments, I think, and they probably still do. Not that the trust runs the place as they used to. It's Venues New South Wales, which has the overarching authority. In goes Stark, and back and across. Crawley pushes away square of the wicket on the offside. So welcome to you all, wherever you are, including Rick Finlay, who's made the long trip up from the Central Railway today. Otherwise, occasionally get planes out of Tasmania these days, don't you? Once a week? Twice a week?
At least, yes.
How are you?
Managed to get a direct one, yes. I'm very well, thank you.
Don't take any notice of the sledging, but you know it's coming.
I've got to ask you, on what basis do you say that Manchester is wetter than Sydney?
They've had more days of Test cricket washed out than any other cricket ground in the world.
Oh.
That's the basis. Is that fair? Is that accurate? You're going to correct me. I can see it coming. It's Stark. He charges in, and Crawley's forward. He's it on the pad. Yes, no, look out. You better run, and they do. They get through for what's an easy single in the end as Weatherall charged in from cover, and a leg by was what that was about. None for 14. What do you got there, Rick? Come on.
It currently stands Manchester 25 days washed out.
Right.
Sydney 26.
Is that right?
Yeah. Oh, I like that stat because I always say to you, Jim, rains in Sydney,
Their days washed out.
Complete days washed out, but there's no play.
Okay. You're saying hours, aren't you? You're trying to...
Well, no, it really goes back to the fact that Manchester's the only ground that has had 2 whole test matches lost to rain. Melbourne's the other one, I think. Maybe one Indian one somewhere. Anyway, this is a good point of discussion. Well done, Rick. Here we go. Stark runs in. Duckett is leaving wide of the off stump. None for 15. That's a good stat, though. Not very good people for people who live in Sydney, but we've been telling ourselves for some time that you can't run away from it. It's a lie if you do. This is Australia's wettest cricket ground in terms of days, hours washed out in Test cricket, isn't it?
Certainly days.
Yeah.
I don't like Manchester anyway. So I play for Yorkshire all the time, and Leeds United supporter. And then the problem you've got with Manchester, Red Rose, the War of the Roses, so it can rain as much as it likes over that side of the Pennines. But it does rain a lot here in Sydney, Jim. And maybe they've got to change the time of the year, the debate again.
The flowers die if they don't get watered. Come on.
Oh.
You know, you can't have firm tracks at Randwick all the time. You've got to put a bit of water on.
We got rain coming today, have we not?
Well, probably. Here comes Nisa, and back and across. He's hit amidships by one that cut back bounced, and Crawley sees it go away on the offside.
But I tell you what I have seen, the ground looks in magnificent condition, as I was saying before, and hardly a spare seat in the ground. All the way up to the top to the trumpet stand. Right up the top there, it'd be a beautiful view. All the way round, Bradman stand, they're full.
Now, in terms of history, you might remember, because you would have played here, when there was a Doug Walters stand up in the hill, right?
I did. That's many moons ago.
Yeah, Kansas stand, I think, but still, they had a drink. Here comes Nisa, and he's forward, and he's nursing it firmly down towards mid-off, and it's fielded there before they can take a single. I was going to say, they've just opened a bar in the trumpet stand.
Right.
Doug Walters bar.
Have you been there yet?
I've not been there.
Are you feeling all right? You would have been there. I thought you would have been there for the opening.
Well, I was with you last night, and I didn't have to go that far to have a glass of lemonade. But it's in that trumpet stand,
right,
and apparently it's quite something. So if you're floating around in that part of town, go and have a look. And happy birthday, Dougie, for your 80th. Nisa bowls just outside the off stump.
Does he get free lemonade there?
Oh, I don't think he looks for it.
We need to go. I need to go have a look at that. I might get Benny Cameron and see if we can go around there.
Your ambassador's pass from Brisbane work here?
No.
Oh, what a shame.
That's a shame.
We'll all follow you in, you know that.
Oh, no. Don't you have an ambassador's pass here?
No. I might be kind of fixture, but I'm not that, no. None for 15. Duckett, 8. Crawley, 5. England wearing black armbands for former England player and administrator Hugh Morris, yes. The good man from Glamorgan, and forward goes Crawley. It's hit on the pad, trying to whip it away through square. He missed it, and it'll be another leg by, but none for 16.
Yeah, sad day for the Morris family and England cricket. And great administrator and player, lovely man too. Lovely man.
And another chap here. Thank you for all we do, and especially for ABC Rapid, how Kincumber. And Darren Lehman's going to explain exactly what Rapid does.
I use that on the ABC Listen app. I had to use it when I was sick that day.
Okay.
Yes. I apparently got to bring a certificate in because Stuart Clark, the dumb fast bowler, said I got to bring one in. I mean, it's hard work being crook, Jim.
It's hard work getting one of those sometimes. As Nisa bowls, and it's tucked away by Duckett. And he finds a gap on the onside for another run. And the score ticks over to 16, yes. But now what's Rapid?
Well, you press a button. It's a green button across the screen on the Listen app. You'll see it.
Yeah.
You press the Rapid and it brings you up to speed. I used it the other day when I was crook listening to you and the boys. It was fantastic.
Did we sound better?
A lot better. Yeah. It's just fantastic. It's better than actually being here.
Well, this is what I'm told it's very useful for. If you're at the ground, you can hear.
Sync it up.
It's all synced to the game, yeah.
It's fantastic. It's a great.
Nisa bowls, left alone by Crawley outside the off stump. Overbowled. 4 overs gone, none for 17, and Corbin Middlemas is coming in to join us.
The Ashes Test Series.
Australia versus England.
5th Test.
Live from the SCG.
It's on your radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Jim. Morning, Buff.
Morning, mate. Sorry, we were just talking about the Listen app.
Yes, the ABC Rapid.
When I was Crook, yeah, it was fantastic. So get on it. Well, people on the ground will be listening to it, listening to us.
You match it to the TV.
Oh, it's fantastic. I did everything. Yep. You know, I was tinkering around. I was going, why is it not syncing up? And then I had to text Benny Cameron. He said, you know, scroll across, press the green button, Rapid, and it syncs all up, and you get to listen to it real time.
Walk to the ground?
I walked to the ground this morning, yes. Ooh. Big hill. Bit sweaty I was when I got here. I had to put some spray on out there again. But lovely walk.
Yeah, it is humid. Temperature high 20s, but the humidity high. Positive start here for Duckett and Crawley, so 17 without loss, 20 minutes into the morning.
Yeah, ball swung around a little bit. Not much off the deck, but certainly swung around.
How about this for a view? Mitchell Starc runs away from us, delivers to Duckett, swings it into his leg stump, and it's turned away beautifully on the onside, straight through mid-wicket for 4. It was a loose one and got the treatment, so Duckett into double digits. He's 13, 21 without loss. England, just recapping, the Poms winning the toss, chose to bat first, one change each. Potts in for Atkinson and Webster in for Jai Richardson.
Lovely shot there from Ben Duckett. He's timed it well through there. He's had every series so far. He's averaged 16 with the bat. He'd be disappointed with that because he's a better player than that. And it's one of the reasons Australia won, because they've kept him quiet throughout the series. You can score quickly.
3 slips, a gully. Duckett staring at Starc, who hits the crease and delivers, and a lifter outside the off stump, and Duckett flirted with it. Plain a miss through to Carey, takes it shoulder height behind the stumps. Sun's out.
Beautiful day, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And this famous old ground with the green roofed grandstands, and from where we get to sit in the Noble stand or the Bradman stand, we get the opportunity just to peer out to our right, and what a view.
Yeah, it's lovely. Those 2 old stands are beautiful. The rest of the ground can do with a change. Update a few of the other stands.
I think the Brawongal and the Churchill stands, which are about 45 years old, and the O'Reilly stand are the next on the redevelopment list.
Make it all one level would be a start.
Starc over the wicket on his way in to Duckett, who's driving straight back down the ground. That high bat left as he threw the hands at it and hammers it through the V for a boundary. Duckett to 17, he's second off the over. And this is a nice start for the tourists, 25 without loss.
Yeah, they're going
without loss, sorry.
Going at 5 and over again already, aren't they? So they want to get motoring. They want to drive this game. They certainly, I think Bazball, if they get a start, will come into its 4 because they don't want a draw here. They want to get it to 3-2. Some will say that's a fair result, or that's a good result for England. Well, it's not, because they were 3-0 down. I mean, they lost the Ashes in 11 days. But they certainly played better in Melbourne, although they just scraped over with 6 down. But they want a dominant performance somewhere. Maybe it's here.
Still no mid-off. Starc in again, and Duckett's driving back down the ground. A hand on it from Starc and took the pace off it, and Marnus comes around from cover to retrieve that. None for 25. Spoke a bit about this in the lead-up about, what does it matter, 4-1 versus 3-2. Andrew McDonald gave voice to it and basically said, look, the Ashes were retained at 3-zip. I was chatting on the podcast with Ed Cowan during the week, and he spoke about the fact that people remember what happens in the Sydney Test match. It's a holiday period, people are on leave, big crowds. And it was interesting. I was looking through the record of our analysts, obviously yourself included, Jason Gillespie, Stuart Clark, Phil Tufnell, and just even the test that you guys have played here. And the amount of moments that stick in the memory of stuff that's occurred in this particular Test match, whether the series has been alive or dead as it is here, as Duckett squirts one away on the leg side, just pressing forward and thick inside edge. The ball trickles away just in front of square for 1. So none for 26. And everything from Colin Miller with the blue hair and Courtney Walsh having a chuckle when he saw that happening. Steve Waugh, of course, famously the 100 before stumps on day 2 in 03. Sachin's unbeaten double 100 where he put the cover drive away. Phil Tufnell actually had a hat-trick ball dropped here by David Gower in SCG Test match. The Same test, Mike Atherton got that 100. You played in the game where Darren Gough got a hat-trick.
Yep.
And then, of course, in 07, where we had the 86-year first and the Ashes whitewash, Stuart Clark was actually man of the match in that particular game. I think Warner got 100 in the first session of a test against Pakistan, and there's been plenty of controversy chucked in over the years as well. Stark gets a look at Crawley, presses forward and plays and misses. End of the over, 9 from it. England none for 26 after 5 overs, winning the toss and batting first.
Yeah, you make a good point. There's always something happening in the SCG test, and conversely from there, like you've had a lot of people finish their careers here with Khawaja, but then you've had some one-test wonders. I mean, Scott Borthwick, we brought him up the other day, didn't we? And Mason Crane played for England when the series was out. That's probably the surprising thing for me, that England didn't play Bashir, to have a look and make a decision on him moving forward, because they haven't really done that, have they, throughout the series? And now they've won the toss and batted, they might need that spinner come day 4, day 5. If the wicket plays like we think it might do, it flatten out and be quite good for a couple of days, and then obviously might take some spin. If it takes spin, both sides have got it wrong, haven't they? So no spinner for Australia. Webster will bowl the odd over a spin, head, Labuschagne, etc. But they're all gone with pace attack. So it'll be interesting to see how the quicks go. But it hasn't done much. It's swung. It's played pretty well, the wicket.
Boland is going to bowl the 3rd over of the day from the Randwick Street end. So there's been from the Randwick end of the ground, there's been a bowling change. So Anisa bowled the first 2. Boland's on now, around the wicket to Duckett, who's playing away from the body, just wide of green in the gully. Picks out Weatherall to backward point. So that team news again, no Todd Murphy, no Shoaib Bashir. Potts for Atkinson, and Webster extends the batting. Comes in for Jai Richardson, the only change for the Aussies.
I've had my say on the spin, but you're a cricket nuffy like me. What do you think about no spinner?
I'm probably, whatever the list is for expertise in reading pitches, wherever it ends, put me after that. So I wouldn't know.
Don't sit on the fence. I'm sick and tired of that.
I would have liked to see him play, for whatever that's worth. As Boland delivers and Duckett defends back down the pitch.
Well, it's worth a lot. You've watched a lot of cricket.
I was at his debut, actually, Todd Murphy, when he got 7 for in Nagpur.
Oh, really?
Which was a nice experience. And I mean, it's an unusual start to a career, isn't it, where you play 7 test matches.
I'm actually looking forward to going back to India.
Yes. Just this time next year, really.
Well, our boss will be listening. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it, boss.
So he's played 7 tests, Murphy, none of them at home. With obviously appearances in England and Sri Lanka alongside his debut series in India. Duckett with a good start. He's 18 not out. He's pressing forward and the ball just nips away from him off the seam. And a plainer miss through to the keeper Carey. None for 26 England.
Spinners bowling averages at the SCG pre-2015, 32.43. Very respectable. Since then, 47.78. I think Jim made reference to the nature and the character of the pitch having changed in that time, so those statistics bear that out.
Can you give me someone like Shane Warne's leg spinning averages compared to off spinning averages? Is that possible?
Yep.
That'd be good for our listeners, because we obviously, Shane Warne was one of the greats, but you've got the off spinner versus the leg spinner.
Boland with the follow-up, tries again. Duckett drops it on the leg side, takes a sharp single, and head moves in from square leg. 1 taken, so Duckett to 19, none for 27. Of course, Stuart McGilbo and his leg spin had plenty of success here as well too, didn't he, over the years? I think he took over 10 in one game here at the SCG, and felt like he, particularly when they played together, he had a happy knack of picking up a number of victims. Humid start to the day, and some rain forecast in the second session. Tribute to the first responders, including Ahmed El Ahmed in the pre-game, who was out there, the civilian hero who tackled the gunman at Bondi. As Crawley tried to let one go, it nips back in towards him, struck him on the pads, stifled appeal from the court, and Smith's a little more interested now. And the conversation's on with no shot offered. Crawley hit on 5, none for 27, not out the soft call. And no review used by the Australians.
A bit high, but of course with no review you lose the outside the line, so had to come back enough, and maybe might have come back enough, but I think height. Crawley's a tall man. He's batting outside off stump. He's got caught in his pad as well, so it's not out call, rightly so. But when you're not playing a shot, you lose that right for outside the line.
Are you surprised Boland didn't open?
They've had Nessa open every time, haven't they?
He's on now. Nessa only bowled the 2 and forward and defending Crawley back to the bowler. It's the end of the over, so just one off Boland's first. 27 without loss. England, Crawley on 5, Duckett on 19. And we are half an hour into the day, the opening morning of the 5th test, the pink test, which is also, of course, Usman Khawaja's last in test cricket, his 88th and final game. A message from Andrew, ABC Rapid, yeah. How good's that? Finally have the commentary in sync with the TV.
That's my brother-in-law. He's actually done something right for once. Well done, bro.
It's very easy to use, isn't it? You're a great advocate for it. ABC Rapid, you can find it through the ABC Listen app and match the commentary up to your television. Rick Finlay.
Since 1990, finger spin 48.06, wrist spin 33.87.
So what was leg spin?
Leg spin is 33.87.
And off spin?
48.
48. Yep.
Yeah.
So 15.
It's a big difference. It's a big difference, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, and in Australia, the interesting thing for me, leg spin has been very effective in Australia, full stop. Obviously, we had the great late Shane Warne and, as you said, McGill and Benno and all those, and then, you know, Lyon's been the finger spinner. You had Mallet, Tim May, those sort of guys.
Third slips out, by the way, 5-4 field. So 5 on the offside, 2 slips and a gully. Here comes Stark on his way in, and he beats him straight through Duckett, pressing forward, a play and a miss. And good carry to Carey as he takes it around shoulder height. So 2 slips, a gully. There's a man at backward point. It's in an interesting position there, and mid-off so wide he's almost a cover. And there's mid-on, square leg, backward square, and fine leg for Ben Duckett.
I'll tell you what's happening here. Well, Tuffers finally turns up. He just lives, beats to his own drum whenever he wants. It's unbelievable. Just turns up. Mind you, at least he does turn up, I suppose.
Yeah,
he's been very funny all summer. I've enjoyed him.
Running down the corridor from the BBC box to the ABC box. As Duckett gets a wild one down the leg side and just watches it fly through to Carey, who's sprawled out on the turf taking it.
I have enjoyed Tuffers all summer. He's a very nice man. The Duchess, his wife's a lot better than him, though.
Stories. He's been busy, Tuffers. He went to the zoo in Melbourne, I saw. He's seen plenty of the
cat.
sights. Only 13 days of cricket, and he's had lots of time to sightsee. And
he has had a lot of time to sightsee. Everyone has here that have come to this Ashes series, barring Test 2 and 3, where it was, 4 days, 5 days. It was, these ones. Whew.
How long will this go? Over, under 3.5 days?
Oh, looking at the wicket, I'm saying it's definitely 4.
Okay.
And possibly 5. Looks like a good track.
Stark bounds in again, hits the crease over the wicket to Duckett, who throws the hands at it and laces it away through cover and away for 4 to a boundary, and that'll be plucked out in front of the ladies' pavilion. And Duckett is trading in them at the moment. He's 23 not out.
And that sums up, it's a good wicket. It's come on nicely. He's square driven that, no risk at all. On the up, threw his hands at it, hit it late as well. He's been getting in trouble because he's been going too hard at the ball here in front of himself. That one he let it come and hit it a lot squarer. Very good shot from Ben Duckett. Looks in good nick. Too late though. Needed that first test, second test. It's now the 5th test and he looks really good today.
Top score of only 34. He's averaging 16 in the series. Duckett, the diminutive opener, awaits Stark. He's squared up, popped up on the leg side, and the ball will land safely and bounce away for 4. Living dangerously with 2 back behind square on the leg side, but Duckett with 4 more moves to 27. None for 35.
Well, you need a man there all the time for him. He needs to be up to start with and then back like that. That's almost gone straight to Travis Head out there. If he moved a bit quicker, he might have got there, but timed it well enough to pierce the gap and go for 4. See it, 6 boundaries?
Yep, 6 fours. 27 at better than a run of ball. And England 35 without loss after winning the toss and batting first. No frontline spinner for the Aussies. Duckett awaits Stark. He's nicking. He's caught. He's out now. Duckett goes for 27 and Stark gets him again. The 5th time in the series that Stark packs up Duckett. England 1 for 35.
Good piece of bowling. Mitchell Stark, he played at 1. He probably could have left. Good bowling. Swung away a little bit. Good catch from, was it Carey? Alex Carey take the catch? Very good catch diving across first slip. Good good swing as well. It hasn't really seemed a lot, but that swung. It did a little nip away. He could have let it go. Good catch from Alex Carey. First wicket for England falls after 6 boundaries for Ben Duckett. And that's the wicket they desperately needed, Australia. 1 for 35.
And that is the 8th time overall in Test cricket that Stark's got Duckett. 5 in the series, averaging only 13 against him. And despite a few boundaries for Ben Duckett, he falls short of 30 again, out for 27. And England 1 for 35 in the 7th over as former England tweaker Phil Tufnell sits back down with us for the 5th time in as many tests. Great to have you again on ABC Sport, Tuffers.
Thank you, mate. Lovely to be here. Enjoying this. Beautiful day. Beautiful crowd. Not so beautiful for Ben Duckett there, but a good ball from Mitchell Stark just outside off stump, and that swing and just that decision that could have perhaps left it, perhaps, but it's just good bowling. And this is going to be interesting now. Jacob Bethel, good pitch, sun's out. Can you put together a sort of a test match innings? Saw him get that good 40, but circumstances sort of helped him play that game at Melbourne, didn't he? Sort of chanced his arm and what have you. You know, can you set up this platform for England? By the way, sorry I was late, but I was talking to Jim.
No sweat at all.
Jim caught me in the corridor and we was having a chat.
Yeah, no sweat at all. Welcome back to the SCG. I love to look back through your little history of the Australian venues and what you've done over the years. So you played in 2 draws here in 91 and 95, and I've been reading through a number of the scorecards from back then, and the 91 performance in particular stands out. You got a 5 in the second innings, listed as narrowly missing a hat-trick after David Gower dropped War at Silly Point.
What a hat-trick that would have been. Honestly, I don't think you could get a better hat-trick. It would have been Alan Border, Dean Jones and Steve Waugh. I don't think there's a better hat-trick out there, is there?
Was it a dolly? Was that a tough chance?
Tough chance. Got a hand to it.
Forgiving man. All right, Bethel will face the music. Stark to him now, and Bethel just draws the bat inside as it flashes past his outside edge. And that's a good ball to end the over. 1 for 35. It's a successful over for the Aussies. England won the toss, batted first. 1 for 35 after 7 overs. Duckett the man out. He departs, nicking through to the keeper Carey off the bowling of Stark. He's out for 27. England 1 down.
I mean, it's riches for England, though. I reckon that's our best opening stand, isn't it, of the whole summer? It must be, I reckon. No wicket in the first over. I reckon that's pretty good. So at least we've got some sort of platform. Ben Duckett will kick it himself again, though, won't he? Just hasn't managed to get going.
Second. So you're
second.
Pretty close. Yep, the last 2 have been the best 2. So 51 in Melbourne in the second innings, and then 35 here.
Yeah.
There his 2 best scores, Duckett, and what's been a lean series. 34 second innings in Melbourne and 27 here. As Boland begins a new over. Almost caught me napping, and Crawley lets it go as it passes over the top of his off stump.
Well, he won't do anything different on this pitch. I think it was a good toss to win. Pretty decent. There is a few cracks I've been reliably informed are out there. So it might deteriorate. The odd one might go underground a bit as the game goes on. But at the moment, it's pretty good for batting. Even though Scott Boland just gets so much sort of action on the ball off the surface.
3 slips, a gully. Crawley 5 off 18. Boland hits the crease, delivers to him, and Crawley drives, picks out mid-off. It's fielded low down by Marnus Labuschagne. You're sad to see no frontline spinner in the Aussie team. First time since 1888.
1888.
It's insane, isn't it?
No
40 something years since we have no frontline spinner in the Aussie team in a test here.
Well, that is a shame. Wow. That just goes to show about pitches and attitudes and test cricket for my money. You've got to be careful. Love spin.
The tall Crawley awaits Boland. He's driving back through the legs of the non-striker Bethel and straight down the ground for 4. And that's a superb on drive. 1 for 39. Crawley to 9.
Yeah, thumping shot. Thumping shot from Zach Crawley there. Just a little bit straighter, a little bit fuller. Didn't try to overhit it. Just waited for it and hit it back through mid-on. I reckon his batting Oh, that's a good shot.
Yep.
I reckon he's batting slightly more on off stumps, that Crawley. I reckon he's just moved his stance across a little bit to off stump. He always used to bat about sort of like middle and leg. I reckon that is just because he's trying to line that right eye up to leave it.
Standing right in front of his stumps as he awaits Boland and chops down on a ball, plays out to point, picked up by Weatherall.
Yeah, it might just be a little tactical, little technique change there. And that beautiful on drive was it. You come a little bit straighter and you're in that position just to really sort of bunt it down. Good bit of time in 4 runs. Yeah, no, good catch down here as well, Michael Slater.
Yes.
What a catch that was.
91 test here at the SCG. It's been a ground that's tells so many stories over the years. This famous old venue with the beautiful old grandstands as Crawley turns the ball off his rib cage straight to square leg, picked up by Travis Head.
And I love it down there as well. Where is the players' sort of viewing area?
Yeah.
You're right in amongst it, aren't you? Yeah.
Did you ever interact much when you were on the players' pavilion there?
I can remember when Graham Hick was on 98 and that was called him.
Declared.
It'd taken him a while to get. I think he played 2 maidens out, and all the members were turning around to us going, "What's going on? You know what I mean?" It was kicking off.
That was a moment. As Boland to Crawley, he whips the ball off leg stump, and the chase is on for Stark, who's almost at deep backward square. Round to a more traditional fine leg, and Crawley gets back for 2 to complete the over. He's into double digits. He's 11 not out. England are 1 for 41 after winning the toss and batting first. I'm going to leave you toughers. Your mate Aggers is on the way in for the first time today.
Lovely.
The Ashes.
Australia versus England.
It's on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Good morning, Toughers.
Morning.
And Happy New Year. And, of course, to everyone listening as well, what a wonderful sight this is. They've got an open window in this box.
Oh, it's gorgeous in here.
We're in a shoebox down there.
I know, it's a bit tight.
Wow. All sealed in, but this is amazing. The window open. You can really feel the atmosphere. It's fantastic. A wonderful place. The SCG, the history to the right, new stuff to the left with that enormous screen that's there. And then goes Stark and he bowls, and that's Bethel on the back foot, just feeling the ball away to backward point. And I'm looking forward to this. This is our first proper look at, I'm talking about England here, the future. And Jacob Bethel with a chance at number 3. I mean, he played the innings that he had to play last week at the MCG.
Situation.
Bit of a T20, but now he's got a perfect chance. 1 for 41.
Sun shining.
Yep.
Blue skies.
Decent pitch. Let's see what he's got. And so this is, from an English perspective, really interesting. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and then way in the distance, there's a long leg. Bethel's over his bat. And we're looking right over Mitchell Stark. Tall, dark-haired, rather menacing approach. He's on his way now. Left arm over the wicket and bowls to Bethel, who comes shuffling forward and plays that back to the bowler again. Beautiful day, and we might escape a thunderstorm this afternoon, hoping so. It's a sort of it was a 30% according to the airport. So let's see. But that would be nice. But after this, it's going to be a bit warm, tough as you'll be in your shorts.
Yeah, oh lovely. Yes. Haven't really got them on much since I've been here. Sort of poor weather's followed us about a bit, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Not poor weather, but
my wife's gone to Palm Beach now.
Oh, lovely. Bit of lunch.
I know. Yeah. In goes Stark. Bowls, and Bethel on the front foot plays that nicely.
I did see from Bethel, though, in that 40, that one thing that I picked up on the England batsmen over here is that they haven't been getting right out to the ball or right back. He did seem to be getting good strides right forward, right back, and knocking it down to sort of behind point as well. So it did show a little bit. It wasn't just a sort of a slog.
No, it wasn't. But it was not the sort of innings you'd normally expect a number 3 to play in Test cricket, is it? So we'll have a look. I was watched him fielding yesterday. Took some blinding catches at slip. I mean, I know it's only practice. But he's got some good hands. So he's a very exciting young prospect, but with not much cricket behind him.
No.
And he's up against the wily Stark, He moves in, bowls to him outside the off stump, a tempter, and Bethel let it go by. Loved the fireworks.
Oh, yes, good.
Terrific evening.
Yes, we were on a boat.
Were you on a boat?
Yes. Got a boat out in the harbour.
Did you?
Yes.
Good view.
Oh, it was a good view. Bit of dancing.
Oh.
Some canapes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was all right.
It's a very special evening, isn't it?
It is. It is. I felt very lucky to be sat bobbing about on Sydney Harbour. A long way from home, admittedly.
Yeah.
But,
well, I choose my friends very carefully, and I tend to try and select friends in Sydney whose gardens look down over the harbour.
Oh, very smart.
Yes. Right. So I was in Cremorne, looking right down. It was fantastic. In goes Stark, bowls, and that's played by Bethel out to mid-on this time, still playing quite straight. And there is no run. The lovely thing about that is that you saw the whole city fireworks. So it wasn't just looking at the bridge.
No.
There's a lot more going on all over the place.
Yeah.
Stuff shooting up off the skyscrapers. You could see the fireworks at Bondi going up, and all that. You've got the whole sort of panorama of it, which is great. And some very good oysters.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
You like the big ones, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. At the same time, oysters watching the fireworks was pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, very lucky.
Very lucky people living here, I would say. But, there we go. It's a bit chilly at home at the moment. I think it's -6 at home. In goes Stark over the wicket, bowls down the leg side. Bethel tries to flick it away and misses. And it's the end of that over. So Carey cleans up. It's 1 for 41 with Duckett out, caught behind off Mitchell Stark, who's having a terrific series. That's 27 wickets now in this series that he's taken, which I think is a career best for him. I love the old members' stands there too, Tuffers, don't you? I mean, it's quite unusual in that both teams, their balcony as such, it's not really a balcony, is it? It's sort of a sitting area.
Yeah.
Is just like a sort of part of the spectators. You're right in amongst the members, aren't you?
Yeah, I was just saying to Corbyn that you're right in amongst it.
Yes.
But then also, if you open the door to the dressing room, you're right in the pub. You're right in the bar.
Yes. Yes, you are. It's very unusual. Boland from the far end is coming in and bowling to Zach Crawley, who gets a little inside edge on this. The ball runs away down to fine leg for a single.
Yeah,
I think it was in that bar.
Yes.
And Ian, actually there's two Ians. I think that was the bar in which Ian Chappell and Ian Botham had their slight disagreement, wasn't it?
Oh, is it?
Well, I think so. Am I right, Rick? I think, well, this is the sort of stat you should know. It's all about batting averages, you know.
It's not on my score sheet.
Well, I know, but you might be able to Google it. I think.
Happy New Year, Rick, by the way.
Yes.
Nice to see you, mate.
You too, Phil.
No, I think it was. I think it was.
Had a little roll around.
Well, I think. Some descriptions of what took place that evening vary.
I don't know. I'd have any money on there.
1 for 42. Here's Boland, and it's felt away by Bethel down to Gully. One of the two towering figures there. It's green this time, Fields. He's got Bo Webster alongside him. You won't get a ball through there.
I reckon they're about the same size.
Oh, he's in the Hilton Hotel in Melbourne. I'm completely wrong.
Oh, are you?
Oh,
well, there you go.
Thank you very much. Oh, well, hang on a minute. Now it's got a car park in here. So perhaps there's more than one.
It might have lasted quite some time.
Prized apart, it says there. Not sure who'd prize those two apart.
Oh, blimey.
I know. In comes Boland, and that's a nice shot from Jacob Bethel, tucking the ball up to mid-on.
One thing that has struck me, just in this very short time, a little bit of composure from Bethel.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, just nice leave, nice clip.
Yeah. He's not hit off the mark. It doesn't look bothered that he is.
No, he just sort of scratching his mark and wanders off. You pick up little things, don't you?
Yeah.
You could do with getting off the mark, though.
3 slips, Gully waiting. Boland's way in the distance. Turns round now. It's a beautiful sunny morning. Round the wicket he comes and bowls. Played at that one. I thought I heard a little noise actually, but it must have been a click of something else. But a definite play and miss there from young Bethel.
So good to left-handers, isn't he, Boland? Yep. That round the wicket angle. And then just stands it up. I mean, that's a belter. You can't really leave that. That's a full ball. You're having to play forward, and he just stands the
lovely ball.
Yeah.
Lovely ball.
good delivery. Little bit in it. There is a little bit in it, but I don't mind that. First morning, you want the seamers to have a bit of encouragement.
Oh, he's just robotic.
Yeah.
Here he comes again. Bethel takes a pace down the pitch. The ball thumps into his pad. And rolls away to backward square leg. Is that his first run? No, umpire Raza braces himself for a leg by. There we go. In fact, he's so proud of it, he does it a second time. And in fact, he's doing it 3 times. There must be 2 sets of scorers up here, there. So he did a little pirouette there. And did another leg by tap out to the Bramongal stand. So Bethel still not yet off the mark. Pink stumps, pink adverts, pink boundary edging around the ground, all preparing for the 3rd day, really. There's Boland, and that's comes cutting back a long way, and Carey flung himself to his left there behind the stumps to gather that. Crawley didn't play a shot at it, and taken tidily by the keeper. 1 for 43. All the scorecards on the screens, they're in pink, of course.
Yeah. Have you got your little number ready?
I tell you what, I am prepared. Last year we were in Pakistan,
right,
where you get some brilliant suits and shirts.
A suit?
Well, no, I haven't got not pink.
No.
But thinking ahead, I said to Khalid, who's a chap who looks after us in Pakistan, he's been a bit lively there. You've got to have someone looking after you a bit.
Yeah.
So right, I said, Khalid, I need a proper pink shirt for the McGrath Day next year. So he says, yes, off we go.
Yeah.
He selected a name of a tailor's that I was a little bit worried about.
Yeah.
It was called Dandy Design.
Oh, nice.
So I said, Khalid, look, I'd like to, set a bit of a trend, but you couldn't call me a dandy. I mean, you can't. Anyway, in we went. The master tailor was summoned. It's like a sort of a fanfare. The door opens and the master tailor comes out. It's a bit like the Lord High Executioner in the Mikado. Out he comes, measures you up. So I did have a couple of suits, but I've got a proper pink.
Yeah.
Proper pink shirt.
Cerise.
It's been in the hotel laundry.
And it's survived.
She's ready to go. Actually, I'll be honest with you, the first time I put it in the laundry at home, all the buttons fell off. So I've got new buttons on it. Then goes Stark. Over the wicket, bowls. Bethel again shuffles into that defensive shot and plays the ball back up the pitch. It's picked up by the bowler. Yeah, every button fell off.
Oh, right, okay.
I thought that's not great.
No.
But as long as it survives this big outing on Tuesday, I'll be happy. But
this is why it was purchased, was it?
Dandy Designs. It's not, you wouldn't call me a dandy, would you?
Well, some occasions.
No, I don't think so. Anyway, it was great fun. And I got a message from the other day saying we've kept your measurements.
Oh, okay.
We're doing a special offer. Made-to-measure suits, $120. That's US dollars.
Right.
Not far off what the Australian is, it? I'm not sure what the exchange rate is. Here in goes Stark again. Bowls. Oh, it's a nasty bouncer. What a brute of a ball. And that had Bethel rocking a bit. It was like a boxer on the ropes. And he just, he swung out of the way a bit awkwardly. I mean, it was actually very well played. It was a horrible delivery. It wasn't that short. It dug in hard.
It was corker.
Reared up over Bethel's shoulder.
Yeah. Well directed.
Brilliant bouncer.
43 Ks.
No, that's a proper bouncer.
Yeah, and that's the surprise as well.
Yeah.
So looking to pitch him up and nick him off. That's what Bethel will be thinking, and then slip him that one. Beautiful bowling.
Welcome to Test cricket, Jacob Bethel. Stark again runs up. Is there any bowls very full this time? Bethel's in position to play it. Up towards mid-off, though, and the ball rolls up towards mid-ons. That's his 14th ball.
Yeah, just squeezing him a bit here, aren't they? Just putting the pressure on him.
Terrific cricket.
Yeah.
Young man desperate to get away.
Yeah.
14 balls, not yet off the mark.
No. Temperament.
Yeah. Now a deep square leg goes out.
Put that in your mind, yeah.
Just playing with him a bit here, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, that's fair enough, young man. Come and make your way in the game. There's some seasoned old pros out there. Know how to tick the boxes.
Well, even Bo Webster, you think, I haven't seen much of him. He hosts 7 tests. He's 32. I mean, there's, Australia, it's not a young side. Stark. You already see his footprints there on the outfield. Runs up, bowls to Bethel on the back foot. There he is, away. Carving him away through point and down to the boundary, and he'll feel a whole lot better as Stark there just dropped a little bit short, bit wide. And that was nicely put away by Bethel. He's off and running.
Yeah, nice shot. Wasn't that short. It's just sort of pressed forward and then rocked back.
Yeah.
And as you said, it's good feet, that is. That's good sort of weight transference from Bethel. He would have just been feeling the pinch there. 12 or 13 balls. Got that one away nicely for 4 behind point.
He's over his bat again. Stark. He'll be cross-eyed bowled that ball, I reckon. Runs in, bowls wide this time, and Bethel tries to drive off the front foot, but rather drags the ball only a few feet, and Stark wanders through and picks it up. So there's no run. Wonderful atmosphere. There's blue sky virtually all around. A little bit of cloud puffing up, but a nice day to be on Palm Beach, I'd reckon.
Oh, right, yeah.
Have you been up there?
Where's that near?
Well, it's right up.
Oh, is it right up?
Well, right up the sort of bit of coast. Yeah.
Hour away?
Yeah. No. It's where Home and Away was filmed.
Oh.
Yeah, we're all running down the beach, you know, with their looking rather fitter than we might do at the moment. 1 for 47, in goes Stark. Bowls full, Bethel inside edge into pad this time. Ball picked up by Webster at third slip, and there's no run there. 1 for 47. No, it's very nice. It's a lovely spot up there. I think I'm right in saying Kerry Packer had a house on the hill looking down over Palm Beach. Very select properties up there.
Oh, right, okay. Home and away, eh?
Yeah. Can't say I was an avid viewer, but I think it's kind of what Palm Beach is
known for.
Isn't it, Rick? Is that right?
I'm from Hobart.
You can look it up on your Google. You got your Google up. I've already looked up Ian Chappell and Ian Botham. I know you're from Hobart. Do they have nice beaches down there?
Out of Hobart, yes. Up the east coast, wonderful beaches.
Yeah, good. Never quite been the weather to go on the beach at Hobart when I've been. I mean, it can be lovely, clear, bright, can't it? It's a bit cool. A bit cooler than here.
Perfect this time of the year, temperature-wise.
Nice. Rick always bats for Hobart. Quite right, too. Now, we've got Nisa back again, bowling. That's an edge. And diving save there by Green prevents a run down to third man. So a change down there, which is a bit surprising because I thought Bogan was bowling rather nicely, actually.
Well,
he's shuffling them around. He's only bowled a couple of overs in his first spell.
Yeah. Well, this is what a little bit of application does, isn't it?
Yeah.
A little bit of sort of, getting partnerships building, and instead of just thrashing away outside off stump, with nicks coming all the time, you have to start thinking and rotating your bowlers a bit.
Yeah.
It's what the art of batting's about as well.
Nisa bustles in, right arm over the wicket, outside the off stump this one. And Crawley has nothing to do with that. So the far end of the ground bathed in sunshine. There are some flags up. I think there was a bit of an issue at the MCG.
Ebenezer.
with the Barmies flags, because they were sort of draping them over the advertising hoardings.
There's a few.
Well, there are a few, but they're not over they've put them on the railings, haven't they? So I think they're being much more careful now. I'll be told, I think you can't drape them over the hoardings. That's right. I mean, the adverts pay for the cricket, don't they? So there's a lot of money spent on those. There's Nisa bowling short, and Crawley's pulled in for 4.
Cool. It's a shot.
Not a great ball to someone who's a pretty good hooker, actually. Nisa's not really got the pace for that. He's scuffing up the footholes at the far end as if he just slipped a little bit. But, nice stroke. 1 for 51.
Ooh, 50 up.
Over, yeah.
50 up.
Oh, also uncharted territory. This only 1 wicket down.
Oh, I know.
Especially at Melbourne.
It's like Nick Giddy, yeah. Halfway through the third innings we were there.
Nisa bowls, and the right-handed Crawley's in on the pad, appeal for leg before wicket. They're up, they go, the finger goes up as well. I think Crawley sensed it was coming. He planted his front foot right in front of his stumps, played around it. It looked very straight from here, and Crawley's turned his back on the umpire as if he was just not wanting to look. He's going to review this. The best he can hope for, I'd have thought, is he's going to miss the leg stump, but it looked pretty straight from here, I'll be honest.
Thumped into
Team umpire director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is given out. I have checked both feet, fair delivery, front on place.
Umpire Damasceno, I mean, I think this is out, but we haven't seen any technology yet. He certainly didn't edge it.
Yeah, he didn't. He looked
guilty.
Yeah, he looked guilty.
Nice and slow.
Let's have a look at the...
I can see clear gap between bat and the ball. You can go to the ball tracking when it's ready.
Well,
knee roll.
Knee roll. It's not hitting the bat. Very crooked face of the bat.
On-field decision is given out.
Back.
Impact in line. And wickets umpire's call.
Oh, it's only umpire's call, my dude.
Call out. Hassan, you're on the screen.
Looked pretty good though, didn't it?
It did. And Crawley is out. So England actually won't lose a review because it was umpire's call. But England lose their second wicket. The first hour comes to an end. Ground staff are racing on. It's 2 for 51. And they're going to take a drink here. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
Get more from your garden all year with a subscription to our magazines. Gardening Australia delivers expert advice for each season, and in Organic Gardener, live green and eat well. Subscribe now at abcmagazines.com.au.
The Ashes live across Australia.
Australia versus England.
Duckett, diminutive opener awaits Stark. He's squared up, popped up on the leg side, and the ball will land safely and bounce away for 4. Living dangerously with 2 back behind square on the leg side, but Duckett with 4 more moves to 27. Duckett awaits Stark. He's nicking. He's caught. He's out now. Duckett goes for 27, and Stark gets him again. The 5th time in the series that Stark packs up Duckett. England 1 for 35.
Nisa bowls and the right-handed Crawley's in on the pad, appeal for leg before wicket. They're up, they go, the finger goes up as well. I think Crawley sensed it was coming. He planted his front foot right in front of his stumps, played around it. It looked very straight from here, and Crawley's turned his back on the umpire as if he was just not wanting to look.
The Ashes live across Australia.
Australia versus England.
It's on your radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
So there we go, the highlights so far. 2 for 51, drinks break coming towards an end. Stuart Clark sitting beside me. I'm glad you're sitting beside me, Stewie, because Darren Lehman last night. I mean, this is out of order. Nice few drinks at Jim's house.
Yeah.
Very nice indeed. Little gathering.
What, do you do, a nudie run or something?
No, it wasn't quite as bad as that. But I took my wife along to meet my new friends on ABC Radio. And I must admit, I took a deep breath when I introduced Darren. We all know what Darren could be like. And he looked at her, and he looked at me, and he looked back at her and said, "Is your eyesight like Stevie Wonder's?" I mean, how harsh is that? And I didn't know what he was talking about to start with. She did.
Did she find it amusing?
Well, she said, obviously. So anyway, there we go. Nice to see you.
That's why we love him. That's why we love him.
I know. He's a very unsubtle man, is our friend Buff. Now, I'm a bit tied up here. I've got to try and let Jim...
Yeah, you jump out.
Jim, come in. Jim, you come in here.
Jump in there. Michael Nisa will continue. 2 for 51 after 11.4. And the Australians, well, they'll be happy. They've picked up 2 wickets after being asked to bowl first, and the English taking the opportunity to bat on what looks like a pretty good surface. And now lost 2 wickets. So, all in all, I think the Australians, if they can pick up another wicket in this next hour of play, I think they'll be on top in this match. Morning, Jim.
Stu, good morning. Hello and welcome to everyone who's turning on to find out what's happening in the Test match. Well, Joe Root's out there because Crawley's just been given out LBW for 16 to Nisa. He's down at the Randwick end in the sunshine. Here he comes, and Root drives. He's almost out first ball. Oh, dear.
Jeez, he went after that, didn't he? First ball, that's a very, very odd shot by Joe Root. First, that's probably nerves more there. That's full and wide, swinging away. And Joe Root, there's a big gap at cover. Ooh. 4 runs, yes. Nicking at the second slip. No, Joey.
Beautifully bowled by Nessa, you got to say.
Yeah, well...
He got it up on a length, and he's tempted him, and surprising, but he plated it.
It's amazing pitching it up and swinging it away. It's always been a good plan, Jim. Fast outswingers usually work.
But this... To put him back on was very interesting. His Nisa goes in now. That's straight on the stumps, and he defends it down the pitch. And that's the end of the over. Nisa bowled 2 overs, then was replaced by Boland. He's been brought back, and he's got the wicket of Crawley LBW on the umpire's call, but it was hitting the top of the leg stump, so you had to say that's out.
Well, it was the old nipper backer, wasn't it, from Michael Nisa, a couple away and nip back in. Scotty Boland's going to take the ball from down at the members' end of the ground. Better end to bowl from. You feel like you're running downhill here. Scotty Boland, I think you watched him bowl a few overs from down at the Clive Churchill stand end, and it looked like, you just feel like you're running up the hill at that end because of the slope or the gradient that runs away down to that part of the ground. Up here from the members, and you feel like you're running downhill. So Scotty Boland, he's a better rhythm from this, you'd imagine, and those little off-cutters he bowls or pitch and just seam, he'll be hard work from this end.
So
he'll probably go around the wicket here, I think, Jim, just looking at
it. It's talking about the sort of concave surface of the ground. How
it's like an upside-down dish.
Up, but it was much more pronounced before they dug it up a long while ago. Well, if you went down and sat on the fence and looked over the fence at the fence on the other side, you couldn't see it.
Right, so it was that concave back in the day?
Much more concave.
What era are we talking about?
In the 60s.
60s, right.
Around the wicket, Boland's in. He beats the edge of the bat. But that was the first reincarnation. They did it again in more recent times.
It's always been... But when they built the new Victor Trumper stand, the Barongal and Churchill stand has been there for a long time, but the ground, they sort of lifted that part of the ground, but they haven't lifted down the Barongal stand end of that side of the ground. So it's sort of, when you watch the ball go down that way, it rolls quickly, and it's a bit like, it's not Lords-esque, where it's a big slope, but the ball does run quickly down that way, part of the ground.
Yeah, I wonder if the drainage has something to do with that, but Boland's in now, and he's driving at this, and Bethel gets it away. Out through square cover. Chases for one. Wetherell's around to collect 2 runs to Bethel. Good news for him. Took about 15 balls to get off the mark. He's 6. Root yet to score. Again, England's batting under the squeeze at the moment.
Well, it looks good in periods, and then, well, they just find a way to get out. You know. Crawley looked really good there for that part. And just got one that nipped back and playing across it around his front pad. Hit plumb in front. Yes, it was only hitting the top of leg stump, but it was still hitting leg stump.
So Boland 3 slips in the gully around the wicket, bowls to Bethel. Bethel forward, and that's a good clip wide of mid-on, and it's racing out past Stark and down to the boundary at wide mid-on in front of the Dally Messenger stand and the scoreboard. 4 runs to Bethel. Neat timing. He's 10.
That's lovely timing. If he misses it, he's out, but player of his quality, any good test player, this is a full delivery. He's going to hit the stumps if he misses it, but he's not missing it. He's hitting it right out of the middle of the bat, and that's going nicely away for 4. He looks like a good player, this Bethel, and they might stick with him at the top of the order here. He's certainly in better nick than Ollie Pope was.
Yeah. Boland's to him now, and he's forward, defending down towards mid-on. And there's no addition to the score. So Duckett, the man out. I wish the old scoreboard was here, then you could read the scoreboard, couldn't you? You can't with this one. Duckett caught Kerry Bolt Stark 27, Crawley LBW Nisa 16. So they're the dismissals. So you can look anywhere around the ground. Maybe they're hiding from me, but there's no actual, even Melbourne has that up on a board somewhere.
You got to get the board at the right time, don't you?
Yes, it's all timing, you're right. And he plays back and across, gets into a bit of a tangle and plays the ball gently away down towards mid-on. So you've probably been into this already. No spinner?
Yeah, we were
Good
talking...
call, bad call?
I don't know, I like having a spinner.
A line call? No line, no spinner?
Yeah, I think it's more a reflection on no line, and you know, does Steve Smith and the selection panel have enough confidence in Todd Murphy, who, you know, obviously has improved. Listening to Andrew McDonald talk during the lead up to this Test match, but they don't have the same confidence they do in Nathan Lyon. I think if Lyon's available, he plays. Unfortunately, they don't believe that Murphy's a suitable replacement.
Boland bowls, and he's caught behind. He pushed at that. It went across his bows, going back over the wicket. And he just played the line, and Boland, you could hear the little in the background. And the 3rd wicket goes down. Bethel out for 10. Caught by Carey from Boland. And England 3 for 57.
That was a good delivery by Boland. Back of a length, just seemed across him, and he just played the line. But quite frankly, he doesn't need to play at that ball. And It's typical Scott Boland, pitch and seam across the left-hander. We just gave him a wrap. There was a little nick on that. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And Carey took a pretty simple catch. England lose their third wicket, 3 for 57 on what looks like a fairly good batting surface, Jim. I see no gremlins in this wicket. I don't know what... I'm just seeing guys playing at balls they probably shouldn't.
It's the story of the series.
Well, Duckett shouldn't have played at his.
Story of the series. The batting on both sides has been, for the most part, very mediocre.
Yeah, well, Duckett's ball was a wide ball swinging away, and he played at it. Should have let it go.
Yep.
That ball there, just on length, like a player of yesteryear would have probably left that ball on length.
Can you see John Edrich nicking the one Duckett got? No way.
No, he would have...
Even maybe that one, but they play more out in front.
But even come on, blokes like Mark Taylor or... Even of that era, they would have let that ball go. David Warner, different style. He would have probably tried to hit it, but he wouldn't have just fended at it. That's for sure.
Some nice questions coming in. We're in the sunshine. There's no rain. There's a gentle breeze fluttering. It's quite humid. But, yes, this afternoon we may well get some rain.
There's a big storm predicted, isn't there not, Jim?
Oh.
There was a big fierce storm yesterday afternoon. Did you get it at your place when you were...
We were
sipping
carousing
on the Beaujolais yesterday? Or?
We were carousing, but no, it came fairly late, I think, in the evening.
Did you look after the guys or what? Did you treat them well?
Well, you should have been there.
I had to comment. I was working.
You were doing the bashing.
I was giving my guts for the ABC.
Very good. And you got a entertaining bash.
We've got a good game, actually.
Warner and Mattinson.
Mattinson, yeah.
Did he retire hurt or something?
No, they retired him to get Daniel Sams in.
Ah, right. I see.
They hooked him. He got the hook. First time I've seen that happen, actually. He got the hook. Michael Neser will continue from down at the Churchill end. As Jim, are you back with us? You okay?
Got a
frog.
Something up my nose. Here he goes, off the pads. It's Root getting a couple of runs, pushing the ball wide through mid-wicket towards the old Dougie Walters stand, which is no longer there.
Geez, that was a rough stand, the old Dougie Walters stand back in the day.
Skin cancer stand.
It was a skin cancer.
They've just opened the bar in the trumpet stand.
Right.
Doug Walters bar.
Yeah, whereabouts though?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't been around to see it, but I mean, it was, recognition of Doug. And
I'm sneaking over a bit later to the Cricket New South Wales suite to say hello.
Yeah, well, give it a bit of a charge. When Doug turned 80 the other day.
I saw. I did a corporate event with Dougie pre the Ashes beginning, and he was in fine fettle.
Now here's Root leaving the ball alone outside the off stump.
He's a bit
Root's
slower.
two.
He's a bit slower than he used to be, Doug.
Is he?
He's a little bit slower on his feet, but he was still very, very funny. Still a very good
I
speaker.
reckon he could still pull and cut.
Whatever.
There he strokes. Wow. Annihilated spin bowling.
Yeah, he wasn't a big fan of spin, was he?
No, he didn't think off spinners could bowl.
Mark Waugh
did not think they could bowl. Underwood he respected, but he was different.
He was left arm off.
But anyone who looked like they were turning a knob, bang.
6 down the ground.
Gone. Here comes Neser forward. Root drives it down towards mid-on. So
I think the Australian captain, the current Australian captain, doesn't rate off spin either.
No.
I think he's
the main reason Murphy's not playing.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I heard Jason Gillespie say that earlier as well. I just think he looks at the surface and goes, spin's not going to get me out on this, so why are we playing spin? Sometimes he may forget he's got 10,000 runs and he's averaging 56 in Test cricket or something like that.
But this pitch, if it does go up and down, which it tends to do, Neser runs in, back and across, edging to backward point. Weatherall dives and saves it from going away for some runs. So, yes.
Joe Root averages 39. Sorry, not Joe Root. Nathan Lyon averages 39 with the ball here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have a great record here, Nathan Lyon. So other than Warne and McGill in recent times, no spinners had a great record here. I know Lyon's played predominantly most of the games here in the last 10 years, but we had Michael Beer there for a little while and he didn't do much.
It's a while since the spinners have. And he runs in again and drives him handsomely away. A beautiful cover drive from Joe Root. Just a conservative pickup, and then the foot moved, his bat followed, his head was over it, and it flew off the middle of the bat towards the Ruwongle stand at square cover for 4.
Geez, that was a nice shot. It was a long half volley, but Root, he climbed into that. That was a Root special. Interesting field they've got for Root, both because he likes to run the ball with that open face of the bat down through third. Man, you've got the biggest third slip in the world in Bo Webster and the biggest gully in the world in Cameron Green. The ball can't go through there.
Root forward, tucks the ball down to mid-wicket, and it's collected out there by Head to complete the over. So England a bit wobbly, 3 for 63. Root 6. Brook is out there. What will we get today? From 14 overs in this test match, England winning the toss and batting 3 for 63.
3 for 63. They'd want to post 300 here, England. They want to score that many. I think anything less than that is probably under par. Looking at their batter, or the two men at the crease, Stokes to calm. Smith we know he can score quickly. Jacks can hang about. But I think if a score of under 300 here will be disappointing for the English team, because I think the wicket, it's not doing a lot. Yeah, it seemed a little bit with the new ball, sure, but the wicket is allowed to seam, and bowlers are allowed to bowl well. It seems to be that that's not allowed anymore in the world of cricket. You've got to be able to, it's dead flat, old ball, and if it's not that, well, it's no good. And I don't like that. Interesting field straight away here. Deep point straight in and deep long off. So we know Harry Brook, he loves to run down the wicket early on and get his innings going. Well, they've said, well, you can't play that shot today. Man there. I don't know if it'll stop him. He'll probably hit it over cover here.
First ball.
No,
Boland comes in towards him and he leaves it outside the off stump.
He did come down the wicket. He shuffled himself down the wicket a couple of times.
Yeah, so we've got 2 slips and about a 4th slip, sort of back and behind. That deep backward point on the line, extra cover, wideish long off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And great atmosphere. And there was a lot of ceremony at the start. And a lot of black armbands out there with the English players as well. Boland is in. And he's driving at this. He was lucky he didn't play that on. He got a thick inside edge. And it's gone down to fine leg for a streaky single. Ooh. To that, it bounced. Did it move a bit?
It's the Boland off cutter. We'll call it that for want of a better term. He just pitches the ball and it just goes in. If you can see the seam, it's pointing a little bit towards fine leg as it comes out, and bang, off cutter, big drive. Probably not a ball. Again, not a ball he should be driving at. There's nowhere. It's almost like a back of the length ball that he should let go. He should let go more than anything else.
Yeah, you do have to question the technique of some of these players when the ball's doing anything. They're clearly, in the eyes of a lot of the fans, they're fine on the flat tracks and the ball's not doing much. But when it's doing a bit, you just got to pull your game together a little. And he was lucky that he didn't edge that into his stumps. Root's on strike. Boland comes in towards him and he's driving and miscuing. He got a bit of an edge into the pad there as Boland hits that length. And that's not good for the batsman who likes to be cover driving and square driving, because a lot of the time the ball's not quite there, is it?
Again, it's probably a defensive shot. He's trying to drive a ball that's not there to drive and drive on the up. And Boland, we know, when you do your pre-match preparation, you sit around, Stark swings the ball away from the left-hander into the right-hander, Nisa away from Boland bowls off cutters. Be careful of driving.
He bowls again and Root decides to leave it alone wide of the off stump.
Be careful of driving when the ball's not there. Be a bit more selective. That's got to be the tip sheet, you would have thought.
Just tell me, Boland in this series, because he's had some influence.
17 wickets, I think, has he got? Rick's there. Rick's just feverishly typing into the computer. You need AI that you can just talk into, and it just spits out the answer. Rick.
You had a piece of paper here with it all on.
Trouble is, it's usually wrong.
What have we got? We'll get there. Boland in again to Root. And Root is forward. Hit on the pad and appeal. How's that? That's close. No, not out.
Oh, that's close. They're going to review this.
Gaffney walks away after having a studious look.
Smith thinks
Smith loves the review, but he's going to ask his mates.
Do I?
No, they're not going for it.
Smith then said, you could see Smith was doing the hand signal, so he was, we'll have a look at the replay here.
Yeah.
Or it's close. Geez, I'll tell you what, he's a long way down the wicket, so it's probably missing.
Missing leg, over leg.
Yeah, if anything, it's clipping the top of the stump, so it would be umpire's call.
Here we go.
Missing.
Yeah, missing by a couple of
bailed widths.
Yeah.
Oldham 17 wickets at 23 this season.
17,
That's a bit disappointing given his record. Usually he gets 17 at about 8.
So it's the Stark Boland show as he's in again and roots forward. Yes, and gets a single just in front of cover, who's darting in to stop it. He can't. Roots now 7. Brooks 1. It's 3 for 66. The end of the over, and Ali Mitchell's going to come in and join Stuart Clark.
The Ashes Test Series
Is on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Good morning, Stuart. Morning, Rick. Morning to you all, wherever you're listening to us from.
Ali Pally, how are you?
I'm all right, Stewie. Louis.
I was just looking. When you came in, I thought Ali Pally, and I thought, I wonder who won the darts. And I just flicked on that Luke Littler,
Yeah.
the teen phenom,
Yes.
has absolutely flogged. I think Van Bean or something like that. He beat last night.
Always a big occasion at the Ali Pally.
Ali Pally. What about the fun they have at the darts? Have you ever been?
I've never been, actually. A good friend of mine presents the darts, and it is raucous.
You need
2
to go.
slips and a gully. Rushing in here is Nisa, and Brooke covers up. Nisa picking up in his follow-through.
Nothing's going to make me happier when I flick on late at night and I'm at home and I'm watching TV and I flick it on and there's Alison Mitchell presenting the darts and there's only one. I want to hear that. Ali Mitchell.
180. That wouldn't be my job.
Honestly, you would get a text message from me going, my day's mate, I'm going to bed now, good night.
Well, I do commentate on the dogs, and I don't mean the greyhounds.
The dogs?
On the old Best in Show.
Oh, Best in Show, do you?
Crufts, yes. Yeah,
really?
I do.
Wasn't that a movie, Best in Show? I think they made
It is, yeah, very funny as well. 3 for 66. Forward comes Brooke to Nisa. Easing them out towards the covers, and there is no run.
Yes.
Yep, no, so I had to know the poodles from the schnauzers.
Talk me through my ignorance here, but how do you get roped into doing that? Do you have an agent that goes, listen, I've got a gig for you, dog show, you want to commentate, and do you go, yeah, or do you go, I don't know about that one?
Well, no, this one was them deciding they wanted a professional, if you like, broadcaster commentator to sit in the hot seat because it had lots of dog people, breeders call the action, and they wanted to have that sort of lead commentary person. As Nisa is in again, forward comes Brooke. That's out through extra cover, finds wide, long off in the deep, and a single is taken. But actually, the production company that produces Crufts in the UK is Sunset and Vine, who for many, many years produced Channel 4 cricket and Channel 5 cricket. So I'd worked with them before. So when they're looking around thinking, well, what we need, we want a broadcaster that can anchor, that can turn her hand to anything.
Yeah, right, cool.
I get a text message flicked to me in January several years ago, just going, Ali, when are you back from Australia, and do you like dogs?
Yeah, right, okay.
And that was a simple, it's a bit like Ben Stokes messages Moeen Ali and just says, Ashes, lol.
Yeah, right.
That could have been dogs, lol, to me.
Okay.
Nisa moves in here and let that go outside the off stump through to Carey.
I'd imagine, like cricket, if we just got the old punter that's sitting in the pink shirt to come up here and have a lash at commentating, and he's talking about the game and this is what used to happen, people are going, and who's this bloke? I'd imagine the same. You've got to be a little bit careful and you've got to do research and you've got to be prepared because you can't just turn up and just make it up. Oh, yeah, look, I'll go with the grey-looking one. Like, people are going to go, hang on.
the fluffy one.
The fluffy, that's cute, that one. That ain't going to work, is it?
Fair to say, the first year I did it, I spent more days researching than I actually did working on the event. But then, years go by. Carey's now standing up to the stumps here, to Nisa. 2 balls left in this over. Still 3 slips and the gully, the backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. 3 for 67. Root on 6 facing up. Brooke at the other end on 3. Nisa rushes in here then. So Carey standing up and retreating is Root. He's pulled away. And that's going to be very annoying for Nisa because he's come through the crease and he's going to have to go all the way back to the end of his mark and go again.
I think old mate sitting up and I can see behind the side screen was moving around, so Brooke, they've used this ploy very effectively to Brooke and Root for that to keep them in the crease because we know they like to come down and try and get to the pitch of the ball, take the seam and the movement out of play, but Carey, geez, it's been a gutsy series for him, standing up the stumps. Nissa's bowling 135 kilometres an hour. He's not bowling 110s.
Nissa hurtles towards Root, who defends. The ball runs off the outer edge of the bat into the ground and out towards backward point, where it is safely fielded, and there is no run. Yeah, just to come back to that point though about commentating, so I think it is a skill that once you do it, you can turn your hand to whatever the subject matter and whatever the sport, whatever the event. Because a lot of sports commentators actually commentate on some national events of significance, like royal weddings, royal funerals, state occasions.
Yeah.
The BBC often turn to the sports commentators to actually commentate, because we're used to simply describing and saying what is unfolding in front of us and telling a story. Nissa in again to Root. He lets that one go. Thuds into the gloves of Carey, standing up to end the over. 3 for 67.
So did you do the funeral, the Queen's funeral?
No, I would love to do a state occasion, actually. It's one thing I haven't done in my career. But yeah, I've done craft, done Olympic Games, Commonwealth Games. Artistic gymnastics was my Olympic sport for 3 Olympic cycles. So
is that the ribbon? Is that the ribbony one?
Well, that's rhythmic. So we did a bit of that at Commonwealth Games. No, artistic is the beam, the high bar, the rings, parallel bars, pommel horse.
Are you in the? I'm going to say you're a bit like Roy and HG. Hopefully not, because those are very
Those
funny.
voices are ringing in your ears when you're doing some commentary of certain events. So as was the case with Best in Show, if anybody's ever seen that film and the scene where the bloodhound comes out.
It's Eugene Levy, isn't it? Is he? I think it's
Yes,
the guy from American Pie.
Yeah. New over, Boland. Settling over his bat is Brook. He's on 3. England are 3 for 67. Boland is in, and he comes forward and he defends with the head right over the ball. Back up the pitch, Boland picks up.
You know, it's very off-putting when you commentate. I turned around and looked. There's about 3 guys I used to play cricket with standing in the back here that are guests of Cricket Australia, I'm assuming. One's a high-fluting real estate agent making squadrillions of dollars flogging houses to people at ridiculous commissions.
He's not disputing that.
The other bloke standing down the back got me out with the world's best slower ball in the game, and I'm looking at him thinking, go away, I don't want to see you ever again. But they must have paid big cash to be in here. They're all loaded, these blokes. They've got so much money. I don't know what to do with it. I'm just a battler cricketer, these blokes.
Boland's turning, he's running in up past the umpire now into Brook. He's forward inside edge. It scuttles away past the stumps, fractionally behind square, enables Brook to go through for 1. Came off the bat, 3 for 68. Brook on to 4.
The surface looked pretty good though. Like, if you looking at the ground, the SCG wicket's not what it used to be, but a lot of conjecture after Melbourne, grass, 6 mils, 10 mils, 25 mils. Saw Adam Lewis this morning, spoke to him.
How many mils?
6. He was nervous. Let's be honest. There was no more nervous person, forget about the players, than Adam, because there's been so much conjecture around the wicket. He couldn't have it. Imagine if it was 5 for 20.
Boland moves in past Roots. He defends, 3 slips in the gully standing behind him. Jogs through for 1.
You can't say any of the wickets have been pitch, just something done. Okay, it's good bowling and it's seaming around, but it is day 1 of a test match. So the wicket, in my opinion, looks really good. So it's carried through nicely. There's a little bit on offer for the bowling, but you get your length wrong, and as we've seen with Root and a few of the others, the ball's flying away to the boundary.
Stark finding the edge of Duckett's bat. Good catch by Carey. Diving was full stretch to his left.
Should have let the ball go. That was a leave.
So it's coming back more. Yes, there is grass on this, a grassy surface, but this is again more coming back to batters not applying themselves in the right way and for long enough. Boland, and again, that one's left alone by Brook. Follows it through to Carey. And Bethel, it was a change of angle, wasn't it, from Boland? He'd been going around the wicket, and he'd been defending like barn door sort of defence, proper middle of the bat. He'd scythed one away, crisply cut away for 4, but change of angle over the wicket. First ball, nick to Carey.
Good bowl, just pitched. He should have left it on length if he was, a player of yesteryear. And I sound like a dinosaur again, but they would have left that ball on length just because Boland bowls seaming across you. Got to be a little bit careful playing down the line and nicking it.
Here's Boland running in again, past the umpire in his white Panama hats. Well, he's gone to whip it away, leg side, and it's flown off the top edge over the slips for 4.
Wow.
Well, Brook with very fast hands, but he was looking to absolutely smash this over mid-wicket.
Well, it was short, and the ball was there. It just bounced probably a little bit more than he thought. Top edged it away over the top of, I think it's Bo Webster. Is it Bo Webster standing at first slip?
Yes.
Yeah. He was probably fractionally late on it, to be fair. And it flew away, 1 bounce 4. But it's almost carried all the way for
Almost went for 6,
Yeah,
didn't
it did, yeah. He certainly swung hard. He was not leaving anything in the shed with that ball.
Almost swung himself off his feet. So he's facing up again now. Boland moves in outside the off stump, plays it fractionally late to steer it away to deep backward point. Picked up inside the boundary rope, and Brook is back for a second as the throw comes in. Carey moving away from the stumps to take it at shoulder height. End of the over then from Boland. England 3 for 75, 17 overs into this pink test. Roots on 7, Brook on 10, and the men out. Duckett's 7th over of the innings was caught behind. Carey diving to his left off Stark, a ball that seemed away. He was gone for 27 off 24. Crawley worked his way to 16 before playing around one from Nisa to be out LBW. He reviewed it, but turned to be umpire's call, clipping the top of the stumps, and then Bethel, Boland changing his angle to go over the wicket, was caught behind by Carey for 10. So Carey's got 24 catches in the series now. Stark 27 wickets, and Jason Gillespie alongside me. Morning to you, Dizzy. Afternoon now, actually. We've just gone past 12.
Hello, Ali. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
And hello to all our listeners.
We're having a change of bowling as well. Yep. So timely for you to come in. Cameron Green from the far end. A big test match for him in many ways, this one.
Yep.
2 slips, gap to gully now as Green moves in here to Root. He's defending pretty solidly up to the offside, so mid-off, no run. What would you like to see from Cameron Green on this surface?
I want to see a bit more of that first delivery. That was a forward defensive shot from Joe Root, top of the off stump. Just want to see more of that. Just be consistent with that. He's only got the 3 wickets in the series at 52. Hasn't been required to bowl a lot. I think he's got 30 odd overs, I think, over the 4 test matches. So he hasn't had much of a workload, but it is a good opportunity for him here.
Green moves in. There's protection. Deep square. Some width there for Root. He sort of went for a half, almost indecision whether to pull or whether that was a cut, and in the end sort of almost flat batted it back towards Green, down into the ground. So a little bit of indecision.
Short and wide, just missed time that, Joe Root. Normally he'd hit that for 4 every day of the week.
It would have disappeared away, wouldn't it? Well, does that speak to the situation? 3 down early, still nearly another half an hour till lunch?
I just think it probably just held up in the surface a little bit. Just didn't get his timing right.
Here's Green, running in past the umpire, right arm over to Root. It's a full delivery, clips it away behind square along the ground, goes through for 1. Fielded inside the rope, throw comes back into Carey. Another one for the England score, 3 for 76. It's not going to be another fast forward test, is it, Dizzy? 3 wickets gone down already inside this first hour and a half.
Well, we hope not. We want to see a good contest between bat and ball. Like the game to go a bit longer than 2 days at least, Ali.
And Stokes said all the right things in the lead up about, we won't be, it's been a long 7 weeks, 8 weeks, however long they've been in Australia for, some of them longer in New Zealand. He said we won't be eyeing up that aeroplane. There's Green's in again, deflects into the ground off the outer edge, quickly running for the single here is Brook as it runs behind point, and they're comfortably 3 for 1. So
for him
we won't
to say
be
that,
posting this.
For him to say that suggests to me they're probably thinking it.
Suggested to me he probably thinks that we're all thinking it might be. Whether they are, how's the reverse psychology of that?
I mean, the tours are a lot shorter these days. I remember Ashes tours going for months. We'd go to England, we'd play 2 county games between each test match. I remember Matty Hayden in 1993 scored 1,000 first-class runs without playing a test match on tour.
Green moves in. Root drops it up towards backward point. Thought of a single, but thought better of it.
I appreciate times are very different now, and that's fine.
What date was the first, Rick can look up the first of the one-day games in New Zealand, just for an idea of when some of these players did leave home. So they would have been in New Zealand for a little bit before then, but cricket doesn't sleep, does it? Doesn't sleep, doesn't rest. Particularly if you're an all-format player. T20 World Cup
absolutely.
Coming up after this, not long after.
Just so much cricket, isn't it?
3 for 77. A wicket each for Nisa, Stark and Boland. Green moves in. Full, looking to drive Root, but the ball the inside half of the bat up towards Stark at mid-on to end that over. First over from Green. Any thoughts, Dizzy? Just the 2 runs coming from it.
Yeah, I thought he bowled nicely. Good lines, good lengths, good pace. He can bowl quite quick. And because of his height, he gets that bounce, and you hear the term heavy ball. I mean, all that basically means for our listeners is that the ball hits the bat a bit harder than the batsmen expect, or a bit earlier than they expect. And a lot of bowlers who are tall and get that extra bounce and it hits the top of the bat near the splice, that's kind of an explanation of what a heavy ball is. And he has the capacity to do that, Cameron Green, being the tall man that he is, and the pace he bowls.
Boland, new over, 2 slips and the gully here. Forward comes Roots, Brooke rather. Not altogether timing that shot up to mid-on, starts there to pick up.
You had a nice New Year's?
I did, thank you.
What did you get up to?
I went horse riding on New Year's Eve. Yeah,
did you?
I stayed in Melbourne until just a couple of nights ago.
Okay.
And drove out towards the Otway National Park. And there's a section, I guess it's almost closest to Melbourne, they call it the Anglesey Heath.
Right.
And there's a stables there that I've been to a few times. So took out a horse with a instructor.
Right.
And had a lovely time through the bush and a bit of cantering and lovely way to
bring in the new year.
Exactly, running into 2026. Boland in it past the umpire. Forward again, not timing it right. Brooke up to Stark again at mid-on. How about you? You in Adelaide?
Yeah.
Did you do Strikers?
New Year's Eve game. Strikers versus the Heat. The mighty Adelaide Strikers had a win, which was nice. They had a few losses over the last few years on New Year's Eve. And they restricted the Heat to 5 for 21 at one point. So that was a good bowling effort, and then Chris Lynn came in and smacked a few against his old team. It was a nice New Year's Eve.
How's the fireworks? A good show?
Yeah, it was a decent show, yeah.
Boland in again to Brooke outside the off stump. And holds his shape there with the bat poised, allows it to go through to Carey. No run, 3 for 77. Brooke stays on 11, Root on 8.
But I actually didn't stay for the fireworks. I saw them. I was in a car on the way home. I got a lift home. Just before midnight, I got to a point where, because there was a lot of people in this function, and I just get a little bit anxious around big crowds and stuff, so I sort of did the invisible man and just snuck away.
Slid out the door.
The old Puerto Rican fade.
Sometimes got to do what you got to do. Brooke awaits, later shouldering of arms this time. It fizzes through to Carey. He held his bat well aloft, slightly tighter line from Boland. Maybe getting Harry Brooke thinking about it a little bit more. 3 for 77.
Harry Brooke's had a lot of starts this trip, Ali, hasn't he? He's got that 50 in the first innings of Perth, and he's got a number of starts. I think in Adelaide he got 45 and 30. Got a couple of starts in Melbourne. Just hasn't gone on and got that big score that England desperately need. I mean, the talent's there, we can see it. He's clearly a superb player.
Sort of the story of the top 6, really, hasn't it? Boland is in again, tighter line, gets some bat on it, into the onside, goes through for 1. Fielded by Khawaja at mid-wicket. Yeah, I mean, look at Joe Root's series, and other than the 100 at Brisbane, which was an amazing moment, a wonderful moment for him to cherish, albeit in a losing cause in terms of the match. But yeah, outside of that, his next highest score is 39. And so far below the contributions that he would have wanted to make. And Zach Crawley, having begun with a pair, has now scored, I think with his 16 today, more is a stat for you, more runs than any other batter in a series after starting with a pair. As Boland moves in, looking to drive, and does comfortably out through extra cover. Now 3 slips and a gully waiting behind, so left open a gap here for Joe Root. Picked up in the deep though. Back for 2 to end the over from Boland. 3 for 80 as Root's into double figures.
So after getting a pair first test, no one has scored more runs in a series than
apparently not.
Zach Crawley.
No, we brought some stats up on the TV a minute ago. Alex Stewart was top of that list actually for, what series was that? Ashes series. Was it a series? I think it was all series, wasn't just Ashes. I have to get Rick to double check my stats. Never good for me to give stats off the top of my head. Should have learned this a long time ago.
He's actually looked pretty good, Zach Crawley, this series.
But again, yeah, it's just
that
compiling of a big partnership of building an innings. And 3 down early again. Said it's not really it's not a pitch which is darting around all over the place. No, it's there for good bowling to exploit. As always should be in the first 10 overs of a test match.
Absolutely. You basically give the first session to the bowling team in a test match. Day 1, session 1, or at least the first hour, it's the bowlers. You just navigate through, find a way.
Brooks on 12 from the 17 balls he's faced, and he looks down the pitch and sees Green approach, full driven by Brook. One bounce and then into the hands of extra cover. Shane is there, no run. Itching to try and get the ball away. I mean, he came out and played in if you like, true Harry Brooks style in Melbourne, and Steve Smith's sort of response to that was actually we all should have batted a bit more like Harry Brook. The feeling from that, I know there's two ways of looking at it, isn't there? The Steve Smith way, which is saying we should have done what England did and just gone harder and taken our chances, and it may or may not have come off. Or there's the way of thinking, no, just bat with real intent and wear the ball down. Greenton again, that's a good bouncer. Through to Carey it goes, and had Brooks swaying out of the way, the ball fizzing past him at chest height.
Yeah, I found those comments really interesting from Steve Smith. The reason I say that is you can play with intent. You can play with freedom. That's fine. But you've still got to take responsibility for your performance. And ultimately, you've got to execute your skill. To say, oh, we should have gone harder, I don't know. I think that's a bit of a cop-out. I think the bowlers are allowed to bowl good balls.
Yep, and Green comes in again here. Left alone outside the off stump by Brook. Through to Carey it goes. And Steve Smith himself hasn't had the best returns. I mean, the hundreds we've had have been swashbuckling hundreds from Travis Head. Yeah. 100 from Carey in Adelaide, magic moments. But Steve Smith for an Ashes series has been sort of kept unusually quiet.
People will look at the reasons for that and think it's a bowler-dominated series, but I just think some of the batting has left a little bit to be desired, to be perfectly blunt.
Here's Green. In up past the umpire, bowls to Brook, plays at that. The ball maybe just coming in a fraction towards him. Eased away behind point. Jake Weatherald is there in front of the green corrugated iron turret roofs of the pavilion.
Make no mistake, I know we've talked about this a lot. The surface in Melbourne offered some seam movement, maybe a bit too much, but at the same time, I didn't see many players get bowled out on that surface. Maybe Travis Head in the second innings, Pride and Cast, one pitched sort of middle hit off stump. That's a good ball.
Lots of catches.
Lots of poor decisions, run-outs,
Green in, forward route, driving up towards mid-off.
So I think it's just a bit unfair to lay the blame squarely on the surface when there's some pretty ordinary decision-making with the bat in hand by both sides. Sometimes you've just got to take some responsibility with the bat in hand and accept that when you go out to bat in a test match, you're not going to have the conditions that you want all the time. That's why it's called a test match. It tests you physically, it tests your technique, challenges you to strategise, problem solve. And we didn't see that at all.
The last ball of Green's over, sits up for root, and he just sways back and guides it away for 4 towards the pavilion. Played close to his body, deflects away, and a little hum of "ooh" that was from the England supporters.
Your initial thought, you think it's booing, don't you?
No, England flags, they were flying, many of them strung up around, I reckon, a whole quarter of the ground here at the SCG. England are now 3 for 85 with Brook on 13, Root on 14, and I'm going to change out the seat here. Dizzy, Corbin Middlemass is coming in.
ABC Sports coverage of the Ashes. Australia versus England.
Live from the SCG. It's on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Ellie. Afternoon, Diz.
Afternoon, Corby.
3 for 85. So Root 14, Brook 13, and Michael Neser, after bowling a couple of overs up front from the Randwick end, has been swung around. So he's now bowling from the Paddington end of the SCG. He's on for a roll here just before lunch on day 1. He's on his way in and delivers on the pegs and kept out by Brook as he defends out on the offside. Story of the day so far. Buff, so Australia not playing a frontline spinner for the first time since... did I say Buff? Sorry,
yeah,
Dizzy.
You did. We look similar.
From the same state, and that's where it ends.
He's got no hair. I've got a massive nose.
From first time since... I've just been shouting to Buff at the back. 1888, the last time the Aussies played no frontline spinner at the SCG.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Amazing. England had a positive start as Nisa fall and driven by Brook down the ground, and with deep extra covered back, it'll just be a single. So Duckett, quickfire 27, but then when he was out, essentially England lost 3 for 22, and it came undone in the middle there. So Duckett out for 27, nicking through to the keeper off the bowling of Stark. And then Crawley went for 16 LBW. Nisa was given out. A review went up, but the on-field decision was upheld. And then Bethel was also out, caught by the keeper off the bowling of Scott Boland for 10. So starts for the 3 that have been dismissed so far, and so it is again here into double digits. Root and Brook. And Nisa's on his way in. Delivers to Root, who turns the ball away along the ground out to mid-wicket. And Boland works around from mid-on to retrieve it. A couple of Yorkshire lads at the crease. You would have coached both of them at Yorkshire.
Harry Brook was in the academy in the last year I was at Yorkshire. But yeah, Coach Joe, I remember when I knew he was going to play for England. It was the year 2012.
2 slips in a gully, keepers up, Nisa 2 Root, and he takes it on the full and just keeps it along the ground out to Khawaja at mid-wicket.
And we played a game against Hampshire at Southampton, and Joe was opening the batting for Yorkshire at the time. So his whole junior career, everything, he was an opening batter, Joe Root.
Yep.
And he made an unbeaten 220 odd we made 350, 370, something like that at Southampton. And I remember Andy Flower, who was coach of England at the time, was actually there at the game. And I think that innings was the one that convinced him that this kid could play. And he ended up getting picked for the Indian tour, batting at 6.
Nisa on his way in, bowls to Root, who plays off the back foot, out the point, bounces away to Weatherald, and they get a single to him. So Root turns the strike over, moves to 15, 3 for 87. Did you see it in him? Did you at an early age?
Yeah. Look, you could tell. Certainly when I got to Yorkshire, and I learnt a lot from him as a coach, because I remember him coming up to me one day and said, "Coach, I just need one thing from you. Please tell me what you think I need to hear, not what you think I want to hear."
Wow.
And I thought, for a young player, that was really profound. He was just a kid. He wanted honest feedback. He didn't want anything sugar-coated.
Nisa on his way in, bowls to Brook, who defends late out on the offside to Labuschagne. That's the end of the over. 3 for 87, Root 15, Brook 14.
And what I found in my time coaching at Yorkshire, like Joe, was every single session he trained so hard, so specifically, trying to get better. And like every session, it's about getting better, improving. A great role model in that space. And a lot of young Yorkshire players that come through have emulated him.
Yeah.
Harry Brook, I know he's had a big influence on Harry Brook as a player, and he's had a big influence on a number of Yorkshire players and no doubt English players around the counties as well. Fine role model.
Cam Green's on his way in again, delivers from the Randwick end to Root, who plays off the back foot and just dabs it into the ground, fielded in the gully by Webster, who's the inclusion for Jai Richardson, the only change in the Aussie team, and Potts comes in for Atkinson. Not all that common a trait. I mean, you obviously went on and then coached in other parts of the world. You came back home and obviously coached South Australia and obviously the strikers with great success. But seeking feedback, young players in particular, that sort of honest feedback?
There are a number of players who do that, but it was just really noticeable with Joe for some reason. He was just very specific with what he wanted to hear.
Green on his way in, bowls to Root, who plays a late cut, and that's a nice shot. Pass backward point, downhill, away for 4. In front of the members' pavilion, and there's that iconic chant again from the Barmy Army. Joe Root moves to 19, 3 for 91.
That shot that you described, Corby, just highlights that this surface is pretty good to bat on. Joe Root's just let that come to him off the back foot. He's just played it with a horizontal bat and just allowed it to hit the bat. He didn't try to overhit it. He just timed it, placed it. This is a good surface. And I maintain it's a good toss to win. And Steve Smith referenced that. He said he was going to have a hit too. if he won the toss.
6-3 field. Green over the wicket to Root. Gets a short one. He pulls it away along the ground out to deep square leg for 1. So Root to 20, 3 for 92. He turned 35, Joe Root, on what would have been day 5 in Melbourne. So celebrated a birthday late in 2025. I think the obvious question, I actually put this to him when we chatted at the end of the Melbourne Test match. Will we see him again? Will he come back as a near 39-year-old in 4 years' time and tour down here?
That's a really good question. I'm going to say no. I think he'll finish in England.
A green, short one to Brook, who just ducks underneath it, and a wide signal. Ballooned well over the helmet of Harry Brook, so 3 for 93.
Well, I think he'll most likely would have finished his Test career in the UK. So whether it's a 2027 Ashes or a series beyond that, I don't know. But yeah, I'd be surprised if he's back out here as a 39-year-old.
Yeah.
I'm certainly not ruling it out by any stretch. You know, he's still hungry. He's still got that thirst for playing and getting in the contest.
Here comes Green again as he bowls to Brook, who just rocks on the back foot and tucks it away backward a point. Out to the man in the deep, Weatherald for a single. Comes in off the boundary in front of the ladies' pavilion. So Brook to 15, 3 for 94 as we tick towards lunch on day 1. Corbin Middlemass and Jason Gillespie, grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. A beautiful day in Sydney. It's humid this morning, but barely a cloud in the sky. There was some rain forecast earlier. We went through the app on Rick Finlay's phone and flicked through it and worked out that there was a little bit of weather about between 2 and 4. I know Darren Lehman was just doing the same exercise and might have just fined up a little bit. So a little bit of optimism that hopefully we get through the day without a delay.
Hopefully.
Joe was pretty quick to point out to me that I think there's a game next year, obviously the 150th anniversary.
Oh, yes,
so
yes.
I'm sure we'll see him then. But
yeah, we will see him then.
Yeah,
no doubt.
It's an interesting time for all the greats of that era. So obviously Root's 1. He's the younger of these 3. Virat has obviously already finished in Test cricket. As Green's on his way in again, bowls full and Root drives to mid-off. Slight misfield from Stark doesn't cost them any extra runs.
Yep. Kane Williamson is basically taking it series by series at the moment, isn't he? He's got a young family at home to juggle those responsibilities.
And then the last of the big 4, in our own Steve Smith.
Steve Smith.
Answering a bunch of questions yesterday about, is there an outside chance this could be your last test? He was pretty quick to say no.
No, he'll be going around for a while, I think, Steve Smith.
Root's on 20, Green's on his way in. Delivers, Root drives up his safe. Out through cover point. Just bisects the 2 fielders there at backward point and cover point, and I'll get a couple for it as Marnus runs back and retrieves it in front of the ladies' stand. So 2 more for Joe Root, moves to 22. 3 for 96, 7 minutes before lunch on day 1. And Mike Baird, the Cricket Australia chair, is going to be my guest at the lunch break.
Nice. It's always funny when we commentate and we always use players' last names. Except Marnus.
Yeah. So people ask me about this all the time. They say, why don't you say Labuschagne or Labuschagne?
Yep.
So his surname is Labuschagne.
That's right. That's the Afrikaans pronunciation.
Yep. And Marnus has always been very clear that, look, he's happy to be Labuschagne. He's happy for people to call him that. And so you've got the real version of his name, which is how it's said in his family surname. And then you've got this version where he's basically told all the press and the commentators to say it that way. If I say Labuschagne, the text message machine lights up, how come you're not calling him Labuschagne? And then if you say the other one, people think, well, how come you're not saying what the player's wishes is to say his name?
You're saying you're in a lose-lose situation, Cool.
This is the thing that I go through. This bounces around in my brain. As Nisa to Brook ducks one back into him and hits him on the pad, rolls away on the offside. So I would argue that the single name icons in sport, that's where you want to get to. Like if you're Michael, like Michael Jordan. LeBron, like that's Tiger status where you want to get to. So for Marnus, I feel like he skipped ahead. The fact that we call him by his single first name it's a badge, it's an honour. But
I don't disagree with that. I like it. Marnus it is.
There's only one Marnus. Here comes Nisa down the leg side and bounces off Carey as he doesn't glove that clean. That's a tough one for him to take there. Trickles away, got something on it to take the pace off the ball, and they scamper through for 1 bye down the leg side with the keeper up. 3 for 97. Big test match for him too, isn't it? Labuschagne, speaking of Marnie.
It really is. It really is. I mean, it's a big test match for a number of players. I think Cameron Green, it's another. Jake Weatherall.
Yep. Bo Webster earns himself a recall at number 8. In for Jai Richardson. This is Nisa over the wicket. And just defending back down the track, Joe Root on the back foot.
I find that a really interesting decision. And the reason I say that is because if someone's been picked to bat at 8, they're being picked for their bowling, not being picked for their batting. So one could argue, and I'm sure it's not the case, but one could argue that, okay, well, he's been picked as a bowler, so he's one of the best 4 bowlers in the country. Now, I'm pretty confident, as much as I love Bo Webster, that he's not the best 4 bowlers in the country.
Nisa's on his way in, delivers again. Root turns it away off his thigh pad, backward a square. It races away along the SCG outfield, and Stark will save the boundary, working to his left from fine leg. 2 more for Root, 3 for 99.
I mean, I'm pretty sure in the pre-show, Corb, you were left and our listeners were left in no doubt my thoughts on the selections. I still can't get my head around it.
And your feeling was it's very much a captain's pick. So how much... I mean, obviously the squad comes together and the selectors are involved in that. But the captain does have a fair bit to say over what 11 is rolled out.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll explain after this ball.
Yeah, here comes Nisa, still with the keeper up, on his way in, again at the thigh pad, and bounces off the hip of Joe Root, rolls away on the leg side, 3 for 99.
So my understanding, Steve Smith is a captain. He wants to look around his field and see what options he's got. And on a surface that he thinks favours seam, he's looking around and he sees a spinner standing at mid-off with that. He's thinking, that's not an option for me. Whereas I look at things slightly differently. As a test match, part of the match conditions is you've got to bowl 90 overs in a day.
Nisa on his way in, bowls to Root. He's nicking, it's just wide of the diving gully fieldsman in Cam Green, and will run away down towards the third man rope, pulled in by Marnus Labuschagne, and they get back for a couple. So Root living dangerously, but moves to 26, and 100's up for England on the stroke of lunch on day 1, 3 for 101.
So we're now going full name.
Yeah, you've got in my head about it.
I've messed with your head, haven't I?
I'm going back to Marnus.
So just to finish my point regarding Steve Smith, and look, Test cricket, the part of the playing conditions is you need to satisfy the criteria of bowling 90 overs in a day. So you have to structure up, strategise what your bowling attack looks like in order to be able to satisfy that part of the criteria of a test match.
So this is an insight that clearly the modern player doesn't.
No, and they don't see that because, I mean, quite clearly the ICC don't care about over 8s either.
Yeah.
And players clearly don't. I've heard Ben Stokes and Steve Smith both reference, as long as there's a result, who cares, over 8s. But
Green last over before lunch starts, bowls to Brook, who's on the back foot and just dabs it down to deep backward point for 1. 3 for 102, Brook to 16, and Weatherall the fieldsman.
I just believe, and look, I may well be in the minority here, and that's cool, but I think part of the strategy of a test match is being able to satisfy the playing conditions, which one of them is we bowl average 15 overs an hour to get those overs in for the day. And if you can't bowl that, I mean, the first hour today, 11.3.
Yeah.
I mean, it's disgusting.
Change in the field, 5-4 field, leg gully or leg slip comes in. Khawaja in Root's back pocket as Root plays a late cut past Green in the gully, down to the rope for 4. Nice shot, a late cut from Joe Root, and he moves to 30. 3 for 106, partnership up to 49.
Yeah, Cameron Green, the only way Joe Root can play a late cut is the length. So you're not playing that off a good length ball or a fuller delivery. So it clearly shows Cameron Green's bowling too short. He's had opportunities to adjust because he's been hit for these late cuts a number of times now. He's not learning. He's got to bowl a bit fuller and encourage Joe Root to get onto the front foot.
A 3 for 106. Here comes Green with the follow-up. Delivers to Root, who again, he's rocking back and just, it's a chopper. Cutting the ball again out towards backward point for 1. Picked up by Labuschagne. 3 for 107.
He's bowling with some good petrol here, Cameron Green, to be honest. That's 138. Coming from 6'8". So it gets that extra bounce, but I'd like to see him get that extra bounce from that slightly fuller delivery, Corb, as I think he can create some indecision and create opportunities behind the wicket for Carey and the cordon.
50 partnership up too. Brooks 16 not out, and Root's got the lion's share of those. He's on 31. 3 for 107. Green gets a look at Brook, who drives through the gap, through extra cover and away for 4. And that's a sweet stroke. As Green just over pitches a fraction, Brook leans forward and finds the boundary.
He's overcorrected. Might have been listening. Just overcorrected. He's been short deliveries. Looks over pitched there. As you said, Corby, it was a beautiful shot through the offside by Harry Brook. He is a sweet timer of the ball. He's a beautiful driver of the ball on the front foot through the offside. Again, highlighting just how good this surface here at the SCG is.
Played Sydney grade cricket for UNSW, University of New South Wales, Harry Brook. There's Green, a short one outside the off stump and a play and a miss.
How did he go, do you know?
Not too bad. Over 1,000 runs at 50. That's a pretty good return.
Excellent.
High score of 100 not. Played with Matt Gilks.
Yep, nice.
Also played a couple of games in Tasmanian grade cricket with Newtown, where he had a little stint with the Hobart Hurricanes, and sort of in between games he
had a stinker with the Hurricanes. We tried to actually get him, the Adelaide Strikers, that season, and I mean, he's a fine player. He's just finding his feet. I mean, I'd love to see him in the BBL in the future. He'd be fantastic, I reckon.
He's Green again as he bowls at the stumps, and clipped away by Brook just wide of mid-on, and the chase is on for Boland out towards the boundary. This pair looking well settled at the moment, as Brook is going to cross through for a couple. In fact, he's going to make it through for 3. So that is the last ball before lunch, and that means the bails come off at the lunch break with Brook 23 not out, Root 31. England, after the opening session of the 5th Test, 3 for 114. So 3 for 114 at lunch, with the 3 wickets falling in quick succession, really in the space of 6 overs. When the first man went, that was Duckett for 27, caught nicking through to the keeper off the bowling of Stark. And then Crawley, he was trapped in front, LBW off Neese's bowling for 16 in Neese's second spell. And then an over later, Jacob Bethel, who came in at first drop, caught as well by the keeper off the bowling of Scott Boland for 10. So the 3 frontline quicks, Neese, Boland and Stark, all with 1 each. The lunch break 3 for 114.
Just a quick one, 22 runs off Cameron Green's last 2 overs. Including 13 off the last.
It's expensive. 22 off the last couple against Cam Green. Rick, I was meant to come to you at some stage latter part of that session. Obviously the age demographic of these teams. So if you look at obviously the Aussie team, they're going to get a little bit younger with the 39-year-old Khawaja obviously playing his final test match. But what have you noticed, I guess, around the demographic of these sides?
Well, after the First World War, Australian teams were very old. There was no development period during the war, of course, so they had to rely on players who played before the war. So there were 10 teams in the 1920s whose average age was just under 34 up to just under 36. The Perth team this year was the next oldest, the 11th oldest, at 33.86 years. And the one today for Sydney, 33.80. So this is the 12th oldest Australian team to represent our country.
But the second since what?
Since the 1920s, correct.
Wow, okay. There you go. Second oldest team since the 1920s that the Aussies have put out behind only the side in Perth. So he's the best in the business. Rick Fenway is all over it. What was your take, Dizzy, on that opening session? England 3 for 114 at lunch.
Well, I think it just highlighted that it's a good surface, good toss to win. England will rue the fact that they've lost 1 or 2 more wickets than they would have liked. The surface is playing quite nicely. A couple of balls moved off the straight, but it looks a pretty even pace pitch. The groundsman should be very happy with that. This is a good surface. England will want to capitalise on this 50-run plus partnership that is developing between Root and Brook. 3 for 114. They're well placed to put a decent score together.
We love these questions, sort of how long's a piece of string, but what you've seen, what's a good first inning score here?
England will want to get well in excess of 350 plus. They'll feel satisfied with that. They should be aiming for 400 plus, to be perfectly honest. I think this is a good surface. It's only going to get better.
And Adam Lewis, he's been an interesting figure, obviously, in the lead up to this test match. The curator here, he was sitting in the box with us yesterday on Summer Grandstand. Would he be happy with that opening session? I mean, I'm sure his heart would have skipped a beat when the Aussies put their team sheet in and there's no frontline spinner for the first time since the late 1800s. But would he be happy with what he's seen?
Yeah, he would be. And I was fortunate enough to meet him yesterday at a function just next door. And, I asked him about the surface. He said he's delighted with how it is. I suspect he'd be a bit surprised that there's no spinner playing. He just felt that the preparation's been really, really good, and I don't know what he said to you. I didn't catch it yesterday, but yeah, he was delighted with how the prep's gone. So it'd be interesting to see how it plays out.
I'll catch you after lunch.
Yes, mate.
Jason Gillespie with us on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Grandstand at lunch coming up in just a moment. Mike Baird, the former New South Wales Premier and the current chairman of Cricket Australia, is going to be my feature guest. So we'll catch you up with what you've missed in this morning session, the first session of the 5th and final test match of this year's Ashes series, or this season's Ashes series, of course, with the Aussies 3-1 up. They'll be getting the earn at the end of it, but will the scoreline read 3-1, 4-1 or 3-2? Perhaps it could read 3-1, depending on if we go the full 5 days and weather plays its part. All of that coming up. 3 for 114 England at the lunch break on day one.
I'm here at the SCG, where some wonderful tests have been played. And Stuart Broad was saying that this morning at the primary club breakfast, he said one of the great things about coming here, as you would know, you go into dressing rooms that may not be as modern as some around the world, but it just reeks with history. Yes. This is where W.G. Grace sat, or this is where Bradman sat.
It is fantastic. They're quite small and they're sort of a rabbit warren in there, but the history's unbelievable.
So a bit more history about to unfold, because Stark's got the ball and he's running in towards Root, and Root is forward defending out there on the offside. So Brook 23, Root 31. Yeah, Brook's on strike. And they've doubled the score from 3 for 57 to 114. Look, it's the most beautiful day in Sydney, and I just hope we don't get the rain that's creeping up the coast, I think. So it's a few hours away, and you wouldn't think of it at the moment. But when it gets a bit humid in Sydney and the breeze picks up from the south-southwest, you worry. You worry. 2 slips and a gully for Stark. He bowls now, and Brooks forward and gets runs here through the onside. He squirted it past square leg. It's running out to the boundary, and it's just tucked back inside the boundary out there by Khawaja doing the chasing. And they run 4. Yep, I think they ran 4, didn't they, Rick? Yep.
They ran 4. That's unbelievable. Big dive from Usman Khawaja in his last test match, Jim, and they ran 4 anyway.
That's another thing to add to the CV. For Khawaja, he chased a ball that was an all-run 4 in his last test, but people might say, well, he slowed up a bit. Not really. It's the longest boundary. He had a long way to go, and they ran very cheerfully, energetically, and they got 4. And by the time he recovered after tucking it back from the Toblerone, they were on their way. Stark tries again, and Brook chases this and hits it square of the wicket, just behind square out to Weatherald, behind point on the boundary, and they get another run. 3 for 119.
Just a note about Mitchell Stark, Jim. This is his 4th test series that he's played, where he's played all 5.
Right.
But on the other 3, he's never made 20 wickets. He's never taken 20 wickets in the 5 tests he's played. He's made 27 wickets so far this one, so this is his best performance in a 5 test series. The other 2 are 2 18s and a 19.
Faster, fitter, stronger. And cheeky, 35 to 36 this year. Stark goes in, Brooks forward, and says yes, gallops off for a run out there on the offside, or Root rather on the offside, just pushing it in front of cover. So this is a good combination if they can continue to build partnership. Now worth 63. They were 3 for 57. So this is what England need. And what sort of title's going to be serious in the first innings of this game, given that the wicket has a sort of predilection of cracking. Yes. Stark runs in and bowls to Brook. Brook slides it away behind point. Down to Weatherall, another run.
Sorry, Skipper, what was that word you just used?
Predilection.
Yeah. What does that mean?
Something you really like.
Okay.
The
predilection.
Favouring it, yeah. Yeah.
I haven't got my dictionary with me.
You've got to get that thesaurus back.
It's in England.
Yeah, but what's it doing in a drawer?
No, it's on my desk.
On your desk?
Yeah.
So someone else is probably reading
I'm
it.
teaching the players as well.
I see your mate, Mr. Hoffman, was it?
Mr. Hoffman? Gary
Got a
Hoffman.
CBE.
Yeah, he did. That's right.
Yeah, in the Queen's Birthday Honours. That's quite a recognition. That's getting close to a knighthood. As Stark runs in and bowls a ball that's pushed away on the offside. There's a man up at point stopping the single. And you heard the loud call of no. 3 for 121. So he's the boss of Northants cricket.
He's the chairman, yep.
Yeah, yeah.
So
what's his claim to fame other than being a nice bloke?
Well, he was the boss of Barclaycard.
Okay.
And English Premier League, chairman of the English Premier League.
Okay.
Now he looks after our county, does a fantastic job, him and his board, and all the people involved in a small county, they just love the game. And
so how will Northants survive the next 10 years without falling in around Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire, Derbyshire into one team?
They've just had that injection of money from the 100, obviously, so they're a bit conservative, our county, which is great to make sure they survive for the longevity of the game in the county. They're actually infrastructure based and looking to, secure, funding and making sure that they don't overspend their means, which is exactly what you've got to try and do in this day and age to keep the game strong in the county.
Boland's bowling, and one that bounces. They get a quick single as it's poked away on the offside. A shot at the stumps. Just missed. I think an underarmer, but he may have been through. But when Labuschagne's involved, there's always a chance of something happening. He just poked that bouncy ball away, called Root through for a single. The throw, well, I think he would have been in anyway. He's very quick, Joe Root.
Very close to direct hit, that.
Yeah.
That's past the stumps, though.
I think he would have been home.
Yeah, probably. Anyway, quick signal.
Well
running.
Yep. Now Root just checks his guard, gives himself a bit of a knee bend as everything settles back where it should be, and now Boland is into Root, who's driving nicely through the offside, through extra cover. That's racing away towards the boundary, and that's where it goes for 4. Travis Head gives it up. Root 36. This is more like it. This will please the English supporters. There are many of them in the ground, of course, as they've been throughout the series, and this is developing stylishly.
Yeah, and a lovely shot there from Joe Root. Looks in good form. Plenty of shot. Not a bad ball, but a beautiful cover drive. Textbook.
Boland again. He's on the shuffle forward. Dinks it back down the pitch. But Root looking to take the ball on here, hoping that it's not going to be going off the seam or going off something in or out at him, because when it does, the English batting looks a bit vulnerable.
Yeah, they'll be hoping to get a couple of quick wickets here, Australia, if they do that. Stokes and Smith. Stokes obviously very good players, but Smith struggled on this tour. Made a good 50 in Adelaide, but outside of that he has struggled.
3 in the slips. Boland away from the Randwick end. Comes up Root forward. He's caught behind. I think there's a big shout, not out. Carey, it must be said, wasn't enthusiastic. The slip cordon was. Smith's looking around. I need some help, boys. We're going to go DRS? Yes? No? No. We're not going there. He's taken a very quick vote. Well, there was something happening there, it appeared, but Carey wasn't all that excited, was he?
He wasn't, was he? It just flicked the top of the pad. I thought they were more excited by the caught behind, but he's missed it and it's gone too high. It's a good call from Alex Carey. He's had a good summer behind the stumps, hasn't he?
Yeah. Very good.
And one of the better summers I've seen, full stop, from the keeper.
Yes.
With Willow and keeping up the stumps to the quicks, and hasn't had much spin to keep to.
And he's flicked the top of the pad on his way through. Boland comes into Root. Root back. Cuts. Take 4. No one down. Oh, yes, there's a bloke down there. He came out of nowhere. And they get 2 runs down to Weatherall. I wonder why they were so relaxed as it pierced the field. Root 38. 3 for 128. And Brook is on 30.
We've got a couple of texts coming through. Skipper, Dan and Kat from Jervis Bay, Melbourne. Just got smashed by a massive storm with Hull outside Goulburn. So how far is that away?
Goulburn?
Yeah.
2.5 hours.
Oh, so it's a fair long way away.
No, not far. No.
Okay,
if it's coming, look out, folks. Boland bowls forward, goes Root and plays it down towards mid-on to end the over. Spot on, Buff and Dizzy. Thought Webster deserves his spot in a tussle with Green for the one genuine all-rounders spot. To pick him at 8 smacks of insurance coverage for too many top-order frailties. And normally when you do that, as we saw in Melbourne when Green came in at 8, you make 132.
Yeah, good SMS, David. Yeah, it's a tough one. We're picking 8 batters, aren't we? This test match.
Yep.
I mean, that's a lot. That says to me that they want to. They think it's going to be flat. It's going to do a little bit at stages. Spin's not going to play a big part. We don't want to lose the test match. We want to draw it. England's bowling attack, if this wicket's true and good, will be a really good test of their bowling attack, because I don't think they've got much damage in there. You know, Australia should be scoring a lot of runs against this attack.
Josh Tongue.
He's very good.
Very good. Stark comes in. He bowls a ball that's driven attractively down to deep mid-off, where Travis Head is fielding. Another run for Brook, who's 31. 3 for 129. England rolling along pleasantly, and I hope you are too, wherever you may be. Sitting here at the famous old SCG, out there at a picnic or down at the beach, or just hovering over another little bit of chicken and champagne at lunch. Even a glass of beer. What a nice day for it. Just luxuriating and listening to what's going on at the SCG. It's Mitchell Starc, 27 wickets in the series. He runs in now towards Root. Is back and he cuts. He cuts well. There's a man deep behind point. They only get a single out to Weatherall, who's in front of the trumper stand down there, square of the wicket. 3 for 130. Brook 31. Root 39.
They're scoring at will today, aren't they? They just keep putting pressure on the Australian bowlers, and they can't bowl any maidens at all. I think there's been one maiden for the day at the moment, I reckon. At best, probably.
It's a very hot day for maidens. Now Starc turns at the top of his run. He's running in towards Brook. And Brook forward, nudges away out on the onside towards mid-wicket. But he doesn't get through the field. Yes, lovely day to be contemplating tomorrow and making New Year resolution. Rick's made one. He's going to spend more than half the year at Bicheno. Is that for tax reasons? What are you doing that for? I reckon the sand will be blue if you spend 6 months there. I've always told him it's blue. He denies it. It was when I was 10 years old. Starc flies in again, and he's back and across and defending down the onside of the pitch. Sarkis has done a bit of work today. 8 overs, 1 for 38, almost. 3 for 130. So where do you go to, my lovely, is the old song, when it goes to winter? Do you just wait for the Sharon to turn up in the middle of town at the new stadium, or do you do something fishing? What do you do, Rick?
Well, I spend a bit of time pursuing my other pastime, I suppose, which is barbershop singing with
barbershop singing.
Yeah.
Can you give us a solo in between balls here?
No, you need 4.
Need 4.
Barbershop singing.
Yep.
Can't you do?
Well, maybe we get Stuart Clark, myself, us 4 here. We can get on. We can help you out.
What's the #1 hit in the barbershop? There are 2 men deep on the onside at the moment as Starc runs in and bowls the ball. It's a bouncer, and he lets it go through to the keeper. What's the number one barbershop sing? Top of the Pops. Please help me. What do you got?
I think we sing stuff that's probably not in the last 10 years, but more common songs that people know.
Bye Bye American Pie or what? Like
I like the older ones, actually. I mean,
we blue skies over the white cliffs of Dover.
He's up, skipper.
Here we go. Starts in again, and he's back, and he's over the line of the ball and pokes it out on the offside. Well, give us a little reverie there, Rick. I'm going to make way. Darren might want to chip in, say you'll have a duet. And who's coming in here? Oh, he's not here. I'll stay here then.
Well, we've got some rain coming, Jim, I think. They're saying, Pete, the piston, I'm in the gong. Big black clouds heading north, storm brewing.
Raindrops keep falling on my head. Come on.
We need to have a rehearsal, I think, before we do this.
What have you got there, Mr. Buff?
Oh, it is
thundering in the gong. Getting closer. Well, it is getting closer.
How far away is that?
Oh, an hour's drive.
Oh, okay, so
50 k's down
don't
there.
Want that. It does. There's some storm, but the problem with thunder and the lightning and that, they go off, don't they? As well these days.
Well, they do, yes.
Well, obviously for good reasons, for safety and protection, but if it's not that far away, it's going to be hard.
Now you got to lip read this. What's Joe Root saying to umpire Gaffney? I couldn't work that out.
Well, something's catching his eye, a reflection maybe.
Oh, the storm, the gong, that's what's caught his eye. Now, here's Quollen, and Root defends right across his stumps. It certainly has a green tinge, this pitch, and if the rain arrives and descends quickly, we might get a little bit of binding up of a cracking pitch.
It still looks a good track though, doesn't it?
Oh, very.
Yeah.
Now, it's always good here for a day and a half to 2 days.
I mean, what surprised me this series so far is England normally bowl first. They haven't. Every chance they've had an opportunity to bat, they've done it, haven't they?
Well, the New Year's resolution. Is bowling forward. He's beating the edge just about. Did he get the ball square of the wicket on the offside? He was trying to play out to cover. It bounced, and he got it high on the bat and poked it out to point.
Well, my prediction, Jim, at the start of the series is 3-1.
Yep.
With rain in Sydney. So I'm right on the money. I got the victory wrong in one of the cases, but 3-1. But I didn't think.
So you're going for a draw?
Well, I have to, don't I? With my prediction of 3-1. I thought it'd be a draw here.
It's a 4-letter word in cricket. Bolander's in. Short, cut, hard, through point. It's going past Weathall, that towards the boundary there, and it slides away for a 4 in line with the ladies' stand at deep point. Well hit. It was a bit long hoppish compared to most of his deliveries, and Root's 43, Brooks 31, and it's 3 for 134.
Yeah, good shot there from Joe Root. He's been a little bit deeper in his crease this innings, not coming out too far. It's a good area for him to hit. When he tries to run it down, sometimes he gets caught behind. That's what happens on these quicker wickets, but he's played a lot better through that area today.
Boland's in, forward Root. Pushes away towards mid-wicket, but not through the field on the onside. Root's looking pretty complete here, and this could be one of the defining moments of his distinguished career. But I won't say any more because you know where I'm going with this, and it's called the kiss. So shut up. Now there's a helmet coming out for Carey. He's going to stand up over the stumps.
Not a bad move, getting back deep in the crease.
We're talking about draws. In 2025, there were 42 test matches. There were only 3 draws.
Yes.
53 matches last year for the same result, 3 draws. 1965, going back, 25 tests, 15 draws. How times have changed.
Yeah. Attitudes changed. Boland is in, Root's back, and he guides the ball away towards point. And it's another dot in your scorebook, Rick.
Well, that's the invent of a lot of things. Maybe the wickets. Some pitches have been more result-driven. But certainly T20.
Attitude?
Yeah. Yes. Techniques. T20 cricket. Game moving fast forward all the time.
Yeah, and that's better than a lot of the stodgy cricket played in the 60s, where teams just seemed a lot of the time to sit back and wait for things to happen rather than make them happen. 2 slips and a gully. And it's Boland again who comes in and leaving outside the off stump. And overbowled. So it's 3 for 134. Corbin Middlemass is going to join Darren Lehman, and he's got lots of New Year's resolutions to tell you about.
The Ashes 2026, live across Australia.
The Ashes is on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Jim. 3 for 134, so partnership now worth 77. Harry Brook on 31, Joe Root on 43. It's pretty muggy, isn't it?
No.
No. Just what came in from the main sort of media area room. I thought, gee, it's humid and a bit sticky in here. Here comes Stark on his way in, wide of the stumps and throwing the hands out at Brook as he square drives out to deep point for 1, so moves to 32. 3 for 135. Whatever I said then, you would have disagreed with.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're just talking on air. Well, Jim wanted Rick to sing.
Yeah.
Because Rick's pastime is one of his favourite things to do is barbershop choir.
Yeah, barbershop quartet.
Yep. So that's what he likes to do. But we've both said we shouldn't because, one, I can't sing, Rick can. So we try to knock that on the head. And then we're worried about some weather heading from the north, the Wollongong, and watching England bat very well at the moment, Corby.
3 for 135. Root is driving just wide of Head, who fields it mid-off, and a single taken, so Root to 44. Brook to 32, 3 for 136. Mike Baird, former Premier of New South Wales, who's just done the deal to extend the timing of this Test match at the SCG for another 7 years with the current New South Wales Premier Chris Minns, who basically he mentioned as part of that negotiation and chat that Minns had promised that wouldn't rain in the 7 years. So Mike Baird was basically saying, oh, we'll hold him to that promise. So he might be a little nervous with those that rain on the way. Diane, big storm building here at Camden, 45 minutes south of the city. Skies becoming very dark and hearing thunder. Not good news. Stark to Brook, who just drops it back down the pitch and fields on his follow-through. Stark.
That's not normally good news for us either in here, is it? Because that means our listeners, we've got to pick a subject and then the subject is whatever it may be, and we're going to talk about it for 2 or 3 hours. So we'd like to talk about the cricket and what's happening on the ground, and I can tell you that England are batting very well post-lunch. Not too many risky shots. Wickets hasn't done too much. Bowlers have been okay. Crowd's excellent. We've pushed 44,000, which is fantastic effort today. And pretty subdued crowd, though, isn't it? Not the loud English crowd, Barmy Army, that we've had in the first 3. It's very, what's the word I'm looking for?
Subdued, that's the way to go. I think you've nailed that. Brook on 32, 3 down England. Stark a short one and Brook weaves out of the way. So the field at the moment, 2 slips a gully. There's a man at deep backward point. Cover point. Mid-off's a little deeper than your regulation position. 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Mid-on's quite wide, almost at mid-wicket. And then deep backward square, fine leg.
Good crowd, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Actually, all the crowds have been excellent. First, was just a problem is we haven't got to a third day in a couple of Test matches, but every day of every Test match has been extremely well supported.
Yeah, missable pink accent around the place, including the Aussie shirts. The numbers and the lettering all in pink and the logo on the front. And Stark charges in again, and a square drive here from Harry Brook as he just dabs it away out through point for 1. So 3 for 137, Brook to 33. Partnership grows. Worth just shy of 80 now for this 4th wicket. The 3 men that fell in the morning session, all in the space of about 6 overs. Duckett nicked behind to Carey off the bowling of Stark for 27. Crawley, LBW, Nisa for 16. And Bethel was out and caught behind as well by the keeper Carey off Scott Boland for 10.
You got your show tonight? You and Tedro?
We do, yeah. Thanks for the plug. ABC Cricket Podcast, Monday and Friday, and after every day's play.
Oh, fantastic.
So we'll be
Saw
on.
him in before. I just noticed he was in before.
You got a shout out this week on the show? 2, actually.
I did hear that, actually.
Start to Root, who drives back down the ground, can't break the infield, and Head does the fielding. It's the end of the over. 3 for 137. Root's 44. Brooks 33. The partnership's worth 80 unbroken for the 4th wicket.
What do you have for us?
We're talking about players exiting the game, and essentially, it's very broad terms about gripes that they might have when they exit playing. And essentially, Ed said, "Well, I'm happy to use my own personal example." And I think I asked him a question along the lines of, once you're in the bubble of the Australian team, you can understand. It feels like the world's coming at you maybe harder than it is at times, and you feel like you're taking shots from everywhere. And when you get outside the bubble, do you look at some of that differently? And he said, well, I can use my own example. Darren Lehman was the coach at the time when I lost my place in the Australian team, and for years after that, I felt whatever way about him as a result of it, but essentially said, hey, life's too short. He said, you see how we interact now. We get on. He's a good person. Life's too short to worry about any of that. And time's a great healer, and all of a sudden the pair of you are very good.
We do get on well. That was a really nice thing for Ed to say, because
Nisa starts a new over. Brooks looking to pull, didn't quite get it, and the ball trickles away to mid-on.
Because it's never easy dropping someone as a coach, and anyone that thinks it is kidding themselves. So when you have to move on from a player, that's going to hurt them, because they want to be playing for their country. So that was never easy, letting Ed Cowan drop him from the side, but he was always excellent, worked hard, good player, really astute, obviously player of the game and knowing the game, and it's on the board of New South Wales.
He is. Nisa from the Randwick end bowls to Brook on leg stump and clipped away all the way along the ground out towards the square leg boundary for 4. Brook to 37. 3 for 141.
Beautiful shot. Fallen down leg side and whipped away from Harry Brook, batting normally today, and that's what we've been asking for all series. Getting back to Ed Cowan, he's a fine player. So, yeah, it's never easy, those things. It was nice to, hear that on radio. I sent him a message, actually, just to say thanks for those kind words. I mean, it is never easy as a coach or a selector dropping someone.
Yeah.
You never want to do it. It's not about being personal. It's about actually making a decision you think's in the best interests of the team. You might get some right and you might get some wrong. That's just part and parcel of the decisions you have to make sometimes in those roles when you're a selector or a coach. But yeah, I get on really well with Tedro now.
Here comes Nisa, bowls to Brook, who's square driving a thick edge in the end. Runs backward a point, past gully and all the way down to deep backward point, and Weatherald for 1. 3 for 142. Do you think I feel like, anyway, I mean, I've covered the game for 10 years or whatever it turns out to be. It feels like there's almost as big a divide at the moment than just about there ever has been between the locker room and the press. And I don't know, I mean, and that includes former players, by the way. There's obviously there's many past players as part of the press. And I know there was, it was particularly tense after Langer's departure, and it felt like there was this clear rift between the current playing group and the former playing group, which I know in recent times that groups have come together and shared a beer as recently as Adelaide, as Roots in behind the delivery from Nisa and pushes it out on the onside.
Yeah, I think there is. You've seen some comments recently in the media from players, etc. Paddy Cummins invited all us former players in for a beer after the Adelaide Test match when they won the Ashes, which was brilliant. And we loved it. It was a great thing. It's a really humbling experience for a past player to go in and have a beer after a series win like that. We loved every minute of it. I think the height of social media and media itself plays its part in that divide.
Nisa tries again. Roots forward, driving, can't beat mid-off.
And there's so much more media scrutiny, isn't there, on the players nowadays? I mean, no mobile phones. That's how long ago I played.
But the social media...
You put beers on ice, not players. So
I mean, the social media element is rolled into it, and I think a lot of us in the press feel like, well, we can't control that. But if all of a sudden there's a story written or whatever that creates news, then that invites a whole lot of a social media response as a result of it. And so I feel like the players, not to speak for them, but I think they look at it all as one. Whereas we probably look at it very much as, well, that's them and this is us. As Nice is on his way in, bowls to Root, who turns the ball away straight to square leg. Kawaja Fields, end of the over, 3 for 142.
I'll just finish this before I hand it to Clark. I mean, the big thing for me as a media point of view, as a player, I never had a problem with any scrutiny and I've had some bad press in my time. There's no problems there. But that's the job of the media, to promote the truth, tell them what's going on, have an opinion. Whether it's good or bad, you're allowed to play bad shots and get criticised for it. You can't, as a player, you can't read the good stuff and not accept the bad stuff. So when I played, I had no problems with criticism from any journalist, print, TV, whatever it may be, because at the end of the day, if I was going to read the good stuff, I had to accept both ways. So, and I think when you go from, I've gone from one side to the other now, you have to have an opinion. Our listeners deserve an opinion. So my opinion, I hope it's valid from the listeners on the Listen app and ABC throughout the country and the world. I mean, you've got to have an opinion that actually that they value. And my opinion, I hope I know enough about the game to give a valued opinion on a certain player, a certain condition, certain wicket, whatever it may be. And if I happen to criticise it, it's not because it's not personal.
Yeah.
It's actually just a critique of that player at that particular time.
Do you think the players see it that way?
No, I don't.
Yeah, neither do I.
I think they've got to get back that way.
Yep.
But you're right in what you're saying, social media-wise.
Yep.
It gets heightened because everything gets picked up.
Yep.
And then you run with it as a story as well. And sometimes it's not us creating the story.
Yeah.
It's sometimes we're picking up the story from someone else, and that happens throughout all media organisations. And it's just part and parcel of delivering the latest to our listeners. And I'm off.
I'll leave you to it. I'm sure we'll talk more about this at another time. Darren Lehman, former Australian coach and cricketer, of course. 3 for 142. England at the moment, the partnership 85 unbroken between Brooke and Root. And Mitchell Stark's back on. He's got the field spread too. So fine legs back, deep backward square, deep square leg. And then there's also a regulation square leg and a regulation mid-wicket. So there's 5 on the leg side, 4-5 field. Stark on his way in, pushing across Brooke, who works across his pegs and just tucks it away straight to square leg, picked up by Cam Green. And Stuart Clark, a man who was man of the match to complete the Ashes whitewash here back in 06-07 in that famous series. Sits back down on grandstand cricket. Hello, Saf.
G'day, Corby. I completely forgot I was man of the match.
Yeah.
Couldn't find anyone else to give it to. Everyone else would sort of give it to the poor schmuck. He hasn't won anything, give it to him. That's what I reckon. It's interesting listening to Darren Lehman talk then. There's a fine line, and I think the players, they're a little bit more touchy about the media, but there's so much more of it now that you probably can't not miss it.
Stark to Brooke, he backs away, tries to whack it over the offside thick edge, bounces down towards third man, and third man's very fine, almost like a fly slip down there. Bo Webster, Fields on the bounce, Brooke gets 1. And really, they played on his ego there. He hit out, got a thick edge. He's 39, 3 for 143. Brooks survives.
Interesting when this happened. So they've gone to the short ball theory with all the men out in the boundary, third man, deep point, taking away. And there's no drives. There's no one in front of the wicket, to be fair. But players don't seem to be happy just to get out of the way for a period of time. And I don't know if the batters realise, but running and bowling halfway through, it's actually hard work for bowlers. Really, really tough. And it really drains you. And you can't do it for long periods of time unless you're superhuman. But they don't seem to want to just let the ball go for a period of time. It's no, let's get on with it again. And Brooks the prime example.
Stark comes around the wicket here to Root, who defends the ball on off stump back down the pitch.
Do you think they're sitting there thinking, oh, shit, we should pick a spinner? There's a lot of... I know the wicket's still carrying through well, and it looks good for batting and whatnot, but I think there's a part of me, maybe if we had a spinner, it's just something a bit different. Don't be surprised if you see Webster come on and bowl spin in the not too distant future, because it's the variation that it's very one-dimensional for want of a better term. The only variation is Mitchell Stark.
Yeah.
His left arm, and even now he's bowling left arm around the wicket, which is still the same angle as the right arm over the wicket.
Yep. So what's the thinking here? What's the theory of coming around?
Just a different angle to Joe Root. See if you can get one to sort of straighten down the, angle in at the stumps and straighten away towards the slips, and see if he'll open the bat. He plays with that open bat face, and see if he can just edge it through to one of the waiting slip cordon.
3 for 143. Root's on 44. Stark to him now. Root's forward driving. Can't break the infield. Diving forward at cover point. Marnus Labuschagne probably saves 4. Prevents a single in the same diving motion as well.
Joe Root's looked good. Other than the first ball he faced where he flashed it a really wide, it was really a nervous shot more than anything else. He just threw his hands at one and was like, oh, what am I doing out here? He's looked really good. Everything about his innings has been, tempo's been nice. He's let the ball go and he's put away the bad balls, played some sparkling cover drives down towards the Barongal Churchill stand. So he looks like he's set and he's now comfortable at the crease, looking for a big innings.
3 for 143. Stark on his way in again. Delivers to Root, who drives, finds the gap here. That is a superb cover drive. Joe Root at his best. He's on the precipice of another mini milestone here. He's 48 not out.
Yeah, big, long half volley in Root. We just talked about it. His cover driving's been a feature of this innings thus far. He just lent on that. No great flourish, no great power, just all timing, all hands through the ball and great weight transfer. Half a step into the ball, let it come to him right under his eyes and just threw his bat through the line. When he's in full flight, Joe Root, he's just a wonderful looking player to watch.
No doubt about that. 48 not out at the moment, Joe Root. As he's on strike here, he pushes back down the ground and no single. Picked up by Travis Head at mid-off. End of the over, Rick Finlay.
On Joe Root and his driving, there have been 3 fours hit today straight. They might have been on the offside, might have been on the onside of the wicket. But other than that, there've been only 3 boundaries clearly on the leg side. There've now been 11 through covers or behind point. So I'm not sure whether they're staying leg side or whether the attack has been more directed to the outside the off stump.
I think Joe Root's a really good, strong player off his pad, so I don't think they want to get anywhere near the stumps. And if he's had a weakness in Australia, it's that ball outside off stump where he pushes out or just opens the face. And Pat Cummins seems to have his measure because of the angle in and then it goes away, and Root tends to play it at a nicket. So they're working on that theory, but it's also opening up the opportunity for the big cover drive or when they get fractionally wide. Root and Brook are both good enough to cut or back foot drive.
New over starting, a late cut here from Harry Brook as he just runs it down towards third man. Weatherald won't get to it. 4 more. Just back of a length from Nisa, and Harry Brook on the late cut again. Perfectly played, found the gap in the field and moves to 43. 3 for 151 now, England. After being 3 for 57. This pair is on the charge.
Yeah, lovely shot though. Just use the pace, open the face. Nice and look how late he plays this ball, almost back on right on his back foot. Opens the face.
Make that 12 for us on the side.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, it's hard to get it down there because you've got the world's biggest gully and the world's biggest first slip, all standing about, covering about 40 metres.
Anisa in again and defending Brook out on the offside. So yeah, keep a carry up to the stumps as we've seen throughout the series so far. Bo Webster at first slip, second is Steve Smith, and then in the gully is Cam Green. You got Weatherald who's patrolling the boundary at deep backward point. Marnus Labuschagne is at cover. At mid-off is Travis Head. And then Boland at mid-on. The only 3 fielders on the leg side, Khawaja at square leg and Stark down at fine leg.
What do you think about this? Usman's been punted from first slip. Marnus has been punted for second slip, given the 2 catches he took in Adelaide.
Yeah. Nisa in at the stumps and defended away by Brook on the leg side.
Smith's obviously gone back in a second slip. We understand that.
Yeah.
He got 200 plus catches there. But interesting, Usman, he's been at first slip for much of this series.
Is that more of a... I mean, they're big guys, and what does Jason Gillespie say? Can catch pigeons, the Webster and Green. And
I think they've just got really good hands, I think, to be fair. So there's a slight change in the field. Smith's gone to first 1.5 slip and Green's gone to a short cover.
But if Marnus didn't field there, who would be the cover fieldsman? It's not going to be Green or Webster, is it?
Well, no, and it's probably not going to be Usman either. It's probably not. And Boland. Travis is a mid-off specialist these days. He's a ball shiner.
Yep.
Weatherall's not the worst fielder.
He's got the job at point in the absence of Lyon. Nisa on off stump and again defended by Brook. Out on the offside, 3 for 151.
Real goodness.
It's sort of It's an interesting fielding team, isn't it? I mean, like you said, the rare attributes of Webster and Green at such a height and good catches.
It's unusual. Usually you get the big guys, speaking myself, hard to bend over, big tall guys, long legs. You know, it's not so much the ones that came around belly button height, it was the one around your ankles that you really struggled with. But the two big men are first in there.
Brook on 43, he's looking to cut again, doesn't quite get it, goes bouncing away down to Weatherald at deep backward point for one.
The old English here, they've worked out a way. They were 3 for, and you were a bit nervous. They were teetering, weren't they? 3 for 57, lost another. Oh, don't lose another one, 4 or 5, and all of a sudden you're into the middle to the lower order. But these two, full credit. Joe Root, you know, could he bring up his second 100 in Australia? It'd be a big day if that happens. And Harry Brook, other than the woolly woof he played at the short ball stuff, which he's going to get again next over, he's looked really, really good.
Partnership worth 95. Neeser to Root, he's in behind it and defends back down the pitch. So Root's 48, 44 for Brook, 3 for 152 England. We're 40 minutes into the second session on day one. I'll leave you to it, Saf. Jonathan Agnew's coming in to join Stuart Clark.
ABC Sports coverage of the Ashes.
Australia versus England. It's on your radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Tell you what, this is becoming very close, dangerously, to resembling a proper test match.
What do you mean? Guys actually batting for time and ticking the scoreboard over,
and
bowlers having to work for wickets.
Not playing wild slogs, rotating the strike.
Other than the Harry Brook in the last over, and he's going down the short ball theory again. I'd be really disappointed with Harry Brook if he just throws his wicket away.
Yeah, so would I.
Mitchell Starc, he can't do this for the next 2 hours. You basically got to get through another 3 or 4 overs of it at worst, and then they'll have to go back.
They've got to do something else. Exactly, that's correct. Anyway, they're going short. They're bowling to Brook, and Stark's on his way, and there it is, a bouncer down the leg side. Brook could have had a go at that, but he doesn't.
Just let it go.
Yeah,
all good.
Tire him out. They've got 1, 2, 3 on the leg side boundary. There's a square leg. Mid-on's a sort of no man's land there. A sort of a spliced hook position, I think we'd call that. There's a mid-off quite deep. Smith's at slip. There's a very fine third man and a deep backward point.
And if you look at Australia's bowling attack, I'm worried. I don't know whether players of the modern era look at the team right. Other than Stark, no one else in the team can actually do this. Nessa's not his go.
No.
Boland's definitely not his go.
No. Just see him off. Then goes Stark once again. He bowls. It's short and pulled by Brook. Mistimed. Well, he took it on. It was a mistimed hook shot. The ball dribbles away to that position I was describing a moment ago, which is really why he's there. Sort of a spliced miss-hook.
It'd be horrible if he just...
Well, it would be bad. It would be bad.
You might throw your headphones out the
Well, I might
window.
do something silly.
Jump off the sofa, leap out the window. What are you... Just start yelling, what are you doing?
Well, I know. I've done that before. I did it in Melbourne at 3 for 8.
What are you doing?
You know,
there's a lot of ex-players that were doing that.
Yeah. Interesting over there for Root. They're going back to a more conventional field here. The slipper gully, then they've got a couple on the drive there in the covers. So completely different here for Stark. They're looking to bounce Brook out and then get Root caught out driving into the offside. Stark moves in, bowls to him. He does precisely that and drives on the bounce out to the squarer of those two fielders.
Looks very relaxed, Root. Other than that first ball that we were all, oh, what's going on? Everything else has come, to be fair, come right out of the middle of the bat. He hasn't looked like, hitting one badly. He hasn't mistimed one. Bad balls have just been put away to the fence.
Yeah.
One place in Australia where I thought he would be more successful than others is here because of the wicket's a bit slower.
Yeah. But he does get into a lovely rhythm, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
He just flows. When he's playing nicely, he just flows. Front foot, back foot, just eases the ball around so easily. Slip and a fine gully as Stark. Round the wicket, runs in, bowls very wide outside the off stump, and Root chops it away. Finds a more orthodox third man this time, down on the fence.
The easy on the eye thing is actually a really good... Out of all the 3 or 4 greats of this era, Smith, Root, Kohli, Kane Williamson, Rohit Sharma, he's actually the most pleasant to watch bat, in my opinion. And people will go, no, what about Kohli? And, he's wristy and just...
Well, I agree. I think Root actually is the more all-round batsman. I mean, he's as good against pace as he is against spin.
Correct.
There's kind of no obvious areas in which Root is found wanting.
Probably doesn't have the power that maybe Virat did in his pomp, but to watch bat, him and Rohit Sharma, I could watch bat all day, just the way they ease the ball around.
No slips now. Brook on strike. Stark bowls short to him. He's pulled it. He's mistimed it, and the ball lands between three fielders. Oh,
that is dumb batting.
I mean, listen to the crowd, Harry. Listen to the crowd. They're all saying, "What are you doing?"
It's just dumb batting. Like basically the only thing he can do there is get a 1 or get out.
Yeah, that's a terrible shot.
It's just
so frustrating. He's number 2 in the world. They can somehow lure him in.
Do you think he's a bit gun shy of that ball and he doesn't like it?
Well, if you look at Lord's in 2023, you see him having a very awkward time against a short ball.
I think there's a bit of fear, he doesn't feel comfortable against this sort of bowling, which is unusual because he's obviously a very good player.
Yeah. Here's Stark around the wicket, bowls very full. Root drives in to Stark's feet there, I think, of his ankle. Ball ricochets to mid-on. It's the end of the over at 3 for 155. I assumed, having seen that innings against Australia at Lord's, everyone would just bounce him. Bounce him. Short leg, couple out, and then you are quite short of options then.
Yeah.
But he's got to be patient. He's got all this time to act that. That was if he'd hold out to that.
I think you should have gone down to the gate and met him. Give him a piece of your mind.
Well, I'm not sure he'd actually walk off in that direction if he go out to that. If I were him, I'd just head for the groundsman's shed down there on the left to go and sit on a tractor there for a while. Get out to that. Sorry.
The plan was basically everyone told him what was going to happen, and he said, you know what, I'm just going to keep taking him because I can get away with it. Well, you can't, Harry. Harry, you're better than that, mate. Come on.
So lucky, so fortunate. Oh, Bo Webster's coming on. Looking forward to seeing him bowl.
You wouldn't have seen much of Bo Webster?
No, very little. I mean, is he primarily a seamer or primarily a spinner?
Primarily a seamer, but he can bowl some off breaks. Little dibbly dobblies.
Very tall man. Here he comes. The bowl's outside the off stump. His first ball's cut down to third man. Brook takes a single. So, replacing Jai Richardson. Tall man from Tasmania. He's back in the side to play his 8th test match. He's been on the fringe, hasn't he, all series, really. They've been umming and ahhing about whether to play him or not.
Yeah, he's been there. You're not going to see 140s. You see the 115 to 125. But he's a big man. He's going to bowl from a great height. Ball to bounce.
It comes again, towering over the umpire. It's short and wide of the off stump and cut down to third man. And Joe Root reaches his half century. Flags wave and Root waves his bat around in reply. Lovely sunny afternoon at Sydney, and Joe Root halfway to a second century in the series. I see some people reading saying, well, the pink ball doesn't count because it's a pink ball game, so let's get one in both these.
Pretty sure it does, but anyway.
I think so. Right, this is outside the off stump for this time from Webster, and there's no stroke from Brook. He lets that go through. I think Corbin might be worried. I think I had a $10 per 100 bet with Corbin at the start of this series.
Did you? On
Joe Root, hundreds.
Hundreds or 100?
Yeah. Well, $10 a 100.
Oh, really?
Yep.
So Corbin shelled out. He's going to shell out 20 bucks.
Haven't had it yet. I said he did produce it with at Brisbane. I said keep it away, Corbin, and we'll just do a little tally up at the end.
Have you got a counterfeit scanner with you? I'd be getting one of those.
I think I need it. Here's Webster outside the off stump, and there's no stroke from Harry Brook. No, I said, look, there'll be more to come. Corbin, I said.
Just hold your whole fire.
We'll just tally it up at the end, and then you can hand them all over.
What did you have to give him $10 for anything?
No, it was just a straight hundreds, or that was it.
Right. Corbin's the next big thing. He's a bit tight with $10. He could have gone anything, Corbin. Really? Thousands, really.
Well, I was just being.
Yeah, I know. You're a good bloke.
I knew I'd be cashing in.
Yeah.
3 for 157. In comes Webster again, and he bowls outside the off stump. Brook drives him hard on the bounce out to extra cover. And there's no runs. It's getting a bit darker over there. I was just looking. I've got one.
No, have you got the radar? That's where it comes from.
I've got one of these. I've given up on radars. I've got quite a clever app.
Have you? Well, that's the radar that I'm looking at. That there is that.
Okay. That doesn't look very nice.
No, it looks there's a bit of precipitation.
Yeah.
And thunder and lightning.
I've got one that's quite close. It actually gives lightning flashes on it. Look.
Oh, really?
They approach. Look. Oh. See those going off?
That's a bit down the coast.
Yeah. This is slithing a catch. Where's that gone? Third man hasn't seen it, and it's gone for 4. He swung about at a full wide ball outside the off stump. Didn't get hold of it, really. So that has gone into the boundary to bring Harry Brook his half-century as well. So both the Yorkshiremen reaching their half-centuries at the same over. Brook 51, Root has 50, and in similar sorts of time too. Brook 63 balls, and Root has 65. So a good platform here for England after a little bit of an uncertain and, dare we say, familiar start. At 3 for 161 now, and another opportunity there for the Barmies to stand up, stretch their legs, wave their flags and cheer. And now, by the look of it, actually, look at them. The seats are empty. They're heading off to the bars.
Well, they came out 100, and now they're going back to...
They're heading off.
Do you think the Barmy Army, do you think they've had a good time?
Oh, great time.
I think everywhere, you wander around the city, you wander around anywhere.
Oh, Circular Quay is full of England.
I think all the establishments have had a great time. They've been very, very prosperous for the establishments in all the major cities that they've been to.
No, it's good. They've had a very... I mean, how can you fail to have a good time here? Stark's on his way, and he bowls, and Root steers the first ball into gully, and there's no run. You see, yes, those storms, those ones are set. See this app? The lightning flashes you get.
I like that. What app is it? I might have to get that app.
Well, there you are. It's that one there. So if you can play it on to where it's going to be. It's only moving slowly, but there are some out of the way.
I'll have to get that when we come off air. But
yeah, it vibrates as well. Each lightning flash. You get a little, yeah, well, you get a little jiggle.
The whole big kit and caboodle.
Yeah.
Rightio.
Yeah, very clever. So you get flashes all over the place. Quite terrifying. If you don't like thunderstorms, don't get that out. It's lighting up.
Tell you who doesn't like thunderstorms? My dog. Last night she was all over the place.
3 for 161 his start bowling, and it's tucked away into the offside by Root to get a single this time. Third man comes trotting up. Now, are they going to continue with this short pitch, or are they going to give it up?
I don't know. I think they're definitely going.
Yeah, they are.
They're definitely. Smith's hooked Khawaja. He's going out to where the ball's going because he thinks there's a free catch on offer.
I didn't see who the 3 fielders were who were there.
Khawaja, Webster, and I think it was Marnus.
Right. I don't have Marnus. Yes, Khawaja's gone to slip.
Yeah. So you got Marnus, Smith, and Webster. Probably 3 of the better catches.
Yep. Yeah, that's it. So you've got Khawaja now going to sort of nondescript short third man. You've got a fine third man.
What about this for a field?
Deep backward point, no slips. 3 on the leg side boundary, and 2 within the fielding circle, if you like. 1 possibly just outside at wide mid on. A bizarre field indeed. As Stark runs in and bowls to Brook, who charges him, and that's outside the off stump. Maybe Stark saw him coming. He fired it wide.
You get the sense 5-1 hit the stumps. I know we all talk about it, but it's a bit like the Green in dismissal in Brisbane.
Yeah, absolutely.
If that happens, Harry Brook should walk off the other side of the ground. Seriously.
It is extraordinary. So he charged in there, presumably thinking it was going to be short.
Yeah.
And he would then have tried to hit him through the offside, I would say.
Yeah. I think he gets into trouble. So as long as it's outside his body line, he's okay. But as soon as he gets caught, then he has to swing at it.
Yeah.
He's in the wrong spot.
Up into the armpit stuff.
Yeah. And sometimes you can bowl one down leg side, but because he's moved, it's in the right spot.
Stark runs in, bowls to Brook, very full. That was the bluff. Brook was in position to play it, and he picks up a single there, jabbing the bat down on the ball. And Scott Boland strolls in with a quite deep mid-on position to do the fielding.
I was talking to Michael.
That's a no ball as well.
I was talking to Michael Vaughan off here. I said to him, "You're staying in Coogee?" He said, yeah, I went home, obviously father and whatnot. Yeah. So I said, he lives just outside Manchester, he told me. And I said, what's it like at Manchester this time of year? And he said, well, it's dark.
Well, yeah.
That's to start with. He said, I said, what's the temperature? As he was walking around in a singlet and board shorts and thongs, he said, it's about 3 degrees.
Oh, that's higher than it is in my home. Then goes Stark, bowls to Root, as leans onto the front foot and plays the ball out to cover. I've got a very nice picture from Mark, who's the fellow came flying with me around, who's back home now. He sent me a picture outside his window at 7 o'clock yesterday, and all you can see is the moon,
right,
shining brightly.
Yeah.
Tuffers has had his little road closed outside his house because of black ice.
Oh yeah, that's bad. That's dangerous.
Cars can't go down it. And so if I were to have a quick look and see what it is at home at the moment, let's have a look. So, it makes me sort of not want to go home next week.
I was going to say, how long till you go home?
-4.
Yeah, beautiful, lovely. Gorgeous day.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it is 3:15 in the morning.
Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, -4. Dew point -7.
And it's a beautiful 29 here. There's going to be a bit of rain, but it's sunny and...
In goes Stark, bowls short and sways out of the way there. Ball flies through to the wicketkeeper. So the forecast for the afternoon, light showery snow. Broken clouds. At
beautiful, gorgeous.
Sounds nice, doesn't it, Rick? It's a bit like Hobart.
No. Even Rick's thinking that's cold.
Yeah, there you go. Well, so that's what's waiting for us.
Yeah. When do you are you depart straight after the Test match? Are you going
Saturday.
Oh no.
Yeah. So no, I shall have a couple of days just to enjoy myself here for.
Yeah, just enjoy.
Well, but I'll be honest with you, I didn't fly home the day after the Ashes. I thought, well, look, England are going to win the Ashes.
Yeah,
so
right.
I needed to work.
Yeah.
Day after.
Celebrate.
In goes Stark and bowls tucked away out to mid-wicket, single taken. No, I assumed work. Radio. Well, Aggers, how's the mood out there with the Barmy Army? You've won the Ashes. Well, it's terrific. Great atmosphere here. The Barmy's going mad. Oh. So unfortunately, that's not going to happen. SMS from John in Mittagong.
Yeah.
He's just had 5 millimetres of rain.
So that's pretty much where you're looking. Mittagong south of down near Bowral. Bowral, you know.
Oh, we don't worry about Mittagong. They can have their rain, can't they?
Yeah, Bowral, Mittagong is where obviously Bowral's Bradman land.
Yeah.
Bradman Museum, which you would have been to.
It's more orange in that place. We don't really want to get rain from, isn't it, at the moment?
Orange is, west. That's far west.
That's where it's coming from, though, isn't it?
Mittagong south of Sydney. Down towards, if you're going to Canberra, down that way.
Well, I think that's all right, but don't worry about Mittagong.
No, we're not worrying about Mittagong.
As if it's west of here.
Actually, we get a lot of SMSs. There's a post office in the Blue Mountains, which is sort of on your way to Orange.
Yep.
That if it's raining at that post office, and Jim told this story last year, that if it's raining at that post office, it's going to rain here.
Comes in, bowls, and that's driven out towards cover, and they scurry a quick single there, nicely taken. So it's 3 for 166. Oh, is that right?
I think it's the Katoomba post office. When it rains there,
right,
it rains here.
Yeah. Oh.
I don't know what the methodology to that is, but we'll get an SMS. Someone will text us in and say, look, that's exactly right. I might have the place wrong, but I know it's in the Blue Mountains.
Which is a very pretty part of the world. That's for sure. Right, you've got the long off, and Webster's going to bowl in a more orthodox fashion to Harry Brook, and he bowls to him. Brook is on the front foot and says, well, thanks very much. You've got a man back there. I'll just ease a single. And that'll do nicely. So he moves on by 1. It's 3 for 167. Clouds. They're definitely gathering up there, but the flags are fluttering. There's a bit of a breeze still.
You might get a storm and then it might clear up and be... So you might have an hour and a half off and we'll play after again.
So is that possible?
Yeah,
If it storms, that's not just it.
One of the things about the grounds in Australia is they dry really, really quickly. It doesn't matter which ground it is.
Webster bowls, and that's sliced away down towards third man.
Then they'll bring out the rope.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the rope?
Well, they run it round.
Yeah, it does nothing. It's a complete waste of time.
I don't think it does do anything.
It's all for show. It breaks up the droplets off the leaf or something. A load of garbage. Get a big towel and run around the ground. That'd work.
Time lost today can be added on to tomorrow too.
Every half an hour, isn't it? You can add a half an hour. So
you can have an hour on today and half an hour on tomorrow. If that's the rules that we have at home anyway.
Yeah, it'd be similar. Half an hour, and then because they play the extra time.
Webster trudges in and bowls outside the off stump, and Brook chops it away again down to the fielder. 12 right down here at third man. Has been kept quite busy in the course of this. He's got the members behind him strolling around. In fact, a lot of them standing up there in the members enclosure. I suspect it's in the shade. Stand there up against the wall, rather like they do at Adelaide, against the members area there.
Yeah, they stand there and enjoy a cold beverage.
Yeah, it's very pleasant. Webster moves in, bowls to Root on the back foot, just dabs it into the gap again at the gully, says yes immediately. It's good cricket. It's all they have to do is just push runs, strike rotation, which I was talking about next door. I said to Tuffers, Who created that term, strike rotation? He's from this parish, and he was my first professional cricket coach. And I suspect he might well have coached you. Strike rotation, strike rotation.
John Benno.
Incorrect.
Oh.
Well, you might have said it, JB.
JB. You might be here somewhere.
Bobby Simpson.
There you go.
Strike rotation, strike rotation.
Is that when you were playing at Parramatta?
That was when he came to Leicestershire.
Okay.
So it was dabbed away down towards Gully by Brook. And there's no run, it ends the over. Yeah, Bobby was one of our first coaches there. 3 for 170, 36 overs are gone. It looks as if they're going to have a break for a drink. Ground staff running on there with his pink cap, plank of wood, bucket, usual sort of stuff. So drinks on the field at 3 for 170. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
Serious fun for the whole families on ABC iView with Sean Tan's Tales from Outer Suburbia, Gardening Australia Junior, and
Do not watch this show.
Plus the best entertainment for the little ones. All where it's always free, always fun. ABC iView.
The Ashes, live across Australia.
Australia versus England.
Nisa from the Randwick end bowls to Brook on leg stump and clipped away. All the way along the ground out towards the square leg boundary for 4. Stark on his wane again. Delivers to Root, who drives, finds the gap here. That is a superb cover drive. Joe Root at his best.
Comes again, towering over the umpire. It's short and wide of the off stump and cut down to third man. And Joe Root reaches his half century. Slithing a catch. Where's that gone? Third man hasn't seen it. It's gone for 4. He swung about at a full wide ball outside the off stump. Didn't get hold of it really. So that has gone into the boundary to bring Harry Brook his half century as well. So both Yorkshiremen reaching their half centuries at the same over.
ABC Sports coverage of the Ashes. Australia versus England.
It's on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Drinks being taken on the field at the SCG. Alison Mitchell back with you as clouds have been building in the distance here. Let's hope they either stay away, dizzy, or they just swerve around this beautiful old ground. The sun is shining at the moment and the players' whites are gleaming in the sunshine. 3 for 170 then. Root 55 from the 73 balls he's faced, and Harry Brook not quite able to put away the temptation of a pull or a hook to those short balls, and he's got away with it a couple of times. Out for 54 not out at the moment for him. But the partnership for England is building nicely, and the Aussies struggling to find a way through, Diz.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ali, and good afternoon to all our listeners. Yeah, just wonder if Australia, if they need some variety in this attack.
You're not suggesting perhaps a spin option might have been useful?
I might be suggesting that, Ali. It looks a good surface, doesn't it? And I think just some of the shots that that Root and Brook have been able to play, particularly outside off stump, when Australia's have been a bit too short, they've been able to play behind the wicket on the offside, just running the ball down the third man. When they've over-pitched, they've been able to drive confidently on the up through the offside. So it's not really the play. It's not Brisbane and Perth. Clearly, we talked about that earlier in the series. It's not the place to do that, but you can do that here. And just highlights that this surface is very good. And England, this partnership's over 100 now. This keeps developing. They can put a significant score on the board.
Yeah, they came together at the fall of Bethel's wickets, 3 for 57 at that point. Nisa, Stark and Boland, the 3 wicket takers for Australia, and 2 more catches to add to Alex Carey's ledger for this series. He's got 23 catches now, and Stark 27 wickets to his name. But yeah, Carey's had a tremendous...
Oh, he's had a wonderful series, hasn't he?
You might say helped by batters who are going after the ball, but you've got to take them, haven't you?
Still got to catch him. No, he's been absolutely superb, Alex Carey. It's probably look, good wicket keepers don't often get noticed, do they? But he's been that good that it's been noticeable.
Yes. Particularly the standing up.
Yeah, he's been fantastic. It's been a good strategy by the Australians, knowing that the Englishmen are looking to, I suppose, change the lengths of the Australian bowlers, particularly Scotty Boland and Michael Nisa. So it's been an excellent strategy, and it takes a bit of courage for a wicketkeeper to come and stand up to the stumps, to the fast bowlers as well.
Boland is back then, so Stark is taking a breather. Boland in outside the off stump. A big shouldering of arms and a cry. Is that Marnus Labuschagne who went up? It was miles away from Root. 3 for 170. Root down 55. Some very enthusiastic calling.
He's a very enthusiastic Marnus Labuschagne, that's for sure.
Well, the short ball attack for now is being shelved, and it is Root on strike. It was Brooks' ego that they're very much playing on with that. But, you know, Stark cannot continue to bang it in short for too long. No,
absolutely. It does take it out of you as a fast bowler.
Root awaits, and Boland moves in outside the off stump, and that's cut away late by Root. Not far away from Green in the gully, down to deep third where it's fielded, and the ball comes back into Carey, single taken.
Yeah, I found it fascinating, this series, Ali, about when both teams have employed a short ball plan. It's almost as if the batters have just all of a sudden something's flicked a switch in their mind and they just have to go after it and take it on.
T20 instincts?
Yeah, maybe, but I just wonder, because I know as a bowler, it actually tires you out. It's demanding to bowl short balls all the time. Just duck a few, just leave a few go. Like the Australians did it really well, the lower order did it fantastically well in Brisbane that afternoon. And tired out the English bowlers. They couldn't keep doing it for extended periods of time.
Well, deep square leg and a fine leg is in place here for Brook. 2 slips down and Gurley. Boland is in, he's charging him, then adjusts his shot and angles him away down to deep third. You just feel nervous when he's batting. I think every England supporter is, what are you doing?
Just wonder if that charging when he next gets back on strike, does Alex Carey grab the helmet and move himself up to the stumps?
He might do it again. Well, Brook's down the non-striker's end for now. The helmet is there ready. And Boland's talked a lot, hasn't he, about how he's had to put his ego away when the keeper's coming up. It's not something that you fast bowlers are used to. Boland moves in. The breeze are rippling the umpire's shirt as Boland is in and getting in behind it. Roots blocks it back up the pitch.
I remember late in my career, Ali, we were playing in South Australia. We were playing a Shield game at Adelaide Oval, and Graham Manu, our wicket keeper, it took him a while to the guts to come up and ask me, but he wanted to come up to the stumps. And I said yes, but my initial thought was, how dare you? So what I did, the first ball I bowled to him, I bowled a bouncer. So I just wanted to make a point, but he took it clean as a whistle and just threw it to slip, and I thought, yeah, I'm slowing down now.
Amazing. Boland moves in now to Root outside the off stump, and he shapes the play, swivels, really watches it go through to Carey, and then feigns a slashing drive way through the covers. He's played some gorgeous cover drives today as Joe Root. Classical shot. Of course, he has scored a lot behind square on the offside, as is his wont, but he's also unfurled the Root cover drive, which is a thing of beauty. When he times really it and unfurls it. Yeah,
his bat path, absolutely superb. He times it so well. It's a classical textbook cover drive, isn't it? It's a sight to see, that's for sure, except if you're a bowler.
Always. Boland moves in across the lush-looking green grass into bowl, angles that into Root, and he flicks it away with the angle down towards fine leg along the ground and takes one. Yeah, and all the crowd in today, and England fans and Australian fans, a chance to watch Joe Root batting at the SCG, possibly the last time in his career in this match. If he's not here in 4 more years' time, he certainly says he'd like to be back for the 150th anniversary. I think when he was asked about his future and, would this be your last Ashes tour of Australia, well then he certainly flagged the 150th anniversary at the MCG, but whether he would be back in another 4 years to play a full Ashes series, well,
time will tell.
Yeah, and Harry Brook could well be England captain by then.
I'm not entirely convinced that would be the right call. But do you think England should just allow him to play and just be that fantastic dynamic batsman without the extra burden of the captaincy?
The question is always then who would be the captain, which I suppose, interesting that Jacob Bethel, who's only 22, was already asked to captain England's T20 side. The tour of Ireland in September.
Yeah, which is crazy.
And I think that caused a fair amount of, I would guess, behind-scenes consternation amongst some of his fellow professionals, more widely, not necessarily those immediately with him in the England team. Cameron Green in here. Root, a bit of an inside edge, the ball dribbles out towards backward square, and it's this intriguing field again where you have Usman Khawaja as a pretty wide gully, and we've got deep backward points moving around the boundary, then a deep third, fine leg, deep backward square, deep mid wicket, Steve Smith at square leg, and then a very, very, very wide mid-on. Extra cover. Root awaits. Green moves in, bouncer, so Root is pulling and pulling well. Has he bisected the fielders? No, it's a sprawling stop inside the rope. And I think about another, that could have been a run-out chance if that throw was better directed onto the stumps, because Brook wanted to go back. And Root was saying no. But Labuschagne's throw was nowhere near the stumps, and it allowed Brook enough time.
No, he threw off balance, Marnus Labuschagne there, but it was a good piece of work down on the rope. And it looks like that's the only way that the Australians will get these two out at the moment, potentially run out, because they're looking extremely comfortable.
Well, Root managed to just get on top of the bouncer, didn't he? Rolled the wrist, kept the ball down into the ground.
Played it beautifully.
Now how will Brook play it? Green is in, and he plays from the crease. Again, rolls the wrist, keep the ball down for a single, past square leg. Green's left with his hands on his head. You have to say, well, I induced him into the shot, but that one didn't really get up enough. Perhaps not either the pace on it to hurry Brook either.
Harry Brook looks like he's just got so much time, hasn't he, Ali? Like, just such an elegant player. I mean, he's got 10...
He's got his crazy shots as well.
He does. He's got 10 test hundreds in 36 test matches, which is a really good strike rate.
Green moves in. The sun is starting to disappear here behind clouds. Full leg delivery, and Root angles it into the ground away towards Khawaja in the gully, and there's no run. A lot of his hundreds came in Pakistan and New Zealand, very much at the...
Well, I remember a triple hundred he got.
You did? Was that Pakistan?
Yeah, I might have been coach.
Oh, yeah, of course. Of course, you saw it up close.
I saw it up close. It was I mean, the surface was very good for batting, it must be said. Him and Joe put on a ridiculous amount of runs, 500 or something. It was crazy, but take nothing away from Harry Brook. It was a masterful knock.
Root's on 58, settles over his back. Green moves in, bottom edge into the ground that time. He did shake to pull, and the ball's gone through to Carey. So a false shot from Root, who examines the bottom edge of his bats and rehearses that cross-batted shot once more.
I think the difference between the really good players and the great players is it looks like, as I referenced, it looks like they've got a lot of time. And I suppose what I mean by that for our listeners is, if you've got time, it means you're judging length early. You're picking up the length of the ball from the bowler. So what that allows you is to get into good positions early, and that way you have time.
Root awaits here, ball that kicks up, but again rolls the wrist, gets on top of the bounce. Another sprawling stop, but Labuschagne can't stop it this time. Got one hand to it, but too much pace on the ball from Root, a better connection. And the boundary found off the last ball of Cam Green's over. So Root's moved on to 62 now, 3 for 179 are England after winning the toss and opting to have a bat. Brook with him on 56. And these two, when the partnership keeps growing, coming together with just 57 on the board after 3 down. So fine work from the two of them.
Just another really good example of the hook shot you were talking about, rolling the wrists over the ball. That what that does is it allows you to keep the ball down on the ground. What have you got there, Ali?
Well, I'm wondering where Hawkesbury is, Dizzy, because Andy reports on the SMS that it's thunder and it's very dark.
I think my geography's right in saying Hawkesbury has got a northwest of Sydney.
Okay.
Any of our listeners might be able to correct me if I'm wrong.
Bowling in past the umpire and looking to charge again, coming down the track with the keeper standing back. Brook doesn't get anything onto it, strikes him on the body and up to Khawaja at mid-on. Boland lost the towel at the back of his trousers then. He's handed it to the umpire to safely tuck away.
So it's noticeable that the flags above the members' pavilion are just waving a little bit more, which would suggest potentially that some weather might be coming in, Ali.
I'm guessing that the SMS has come our way because there is significance to the fact that it's dark in Hawkesbury. Angled in this time. Brook clipping it towards mid-wicket along the ground, takes one. Labuschagne again exceedingly excited from cover about I'm not sure what.
He gets excited about the opening of an envelope, I reckon. It'd be a great teammate to have, wouldn't he? As he's up and about, he'd always be there supporting you. The bowler in me would love that from a teammate. Just Don't know about the change rooms though. It might drive you nuts.
Well, it's interesting when we're talking about Brook as a captain and, you know, vice captain of this Test side, and potentially then, like, you're on the path to being the future captain.
Yeah.
He does not like a meeting. He does not like a team meeting whatsoever. Boland goes in, clipping away down towards fine leg. Root jogs through to move on to 63.
And that's all well and good. That might be okay for Harry Brook. But what about other players who actually really like getting that information, having meetings? I think, you know, if he wants to be a leader, just because he doesn't like meetings, it shouldn't mean that you don't have meetings.
How did you manage that as a coach? Because people absorb information in different ways, don't they? I mean, I even know, just as being a commentator, I need to have things written down. Someone gives me an instruction verbally, I have to scribble it down as it's kind of out and gone.
Yeah.
But you'd have to manage all sorts of different players as coach. It's Boland moves in again here to Brook, and he's defending from the crease. Boland in his follow-through picks up no run.
Sorry, Rick,
Sorry, I was just going to say England have reached a little milestone now. This is the highest total that they've achieved this series, with this score being only 3 wickets down.
Well, that's something.
That is.
I was going to also comment on the number of overs. What we now to the 39th over, which is longer than they batted in Melbourne. I think both innings. They didn't get to the, was it 32.2 in their second innings in Melbourne and 29.5 in their first innings.
See, Carey's moved up to the stumps there, Ali.
Yep.
He's got the helmet on.
They got to 3 for 177 in Adelaide before losing their 4th wicket.
So this is Boland to Brook, with Carey standing up, mid-off, mid-on have both come up, and Boland is in, and he's from the crease, just stroking it away into the offside. No run.
Just your question about meetings and how you manage that as a coach. I mean, it's different environments call for. You know, I've been in environments where teams have actually enjoyed sitting down, debating, discussing strategies, plans. Others, the shorter, sharper meetings, the better. Like when I was with Pakistan, I'd try to keep our reviews to... I actually did a couple of times, put the timer on 3 minutes. I promised them we'll keep it to 3 minutes. And
Boland up to the stumps now to Brook. Looks to flick it away. It's gone in the air. Carey wasn't sure where, and also what it came off. The ball's dropped harmlessly in the end, about 4 pitches away from Harry Brook. Ends the over from Boland, 3 for 181, but that was not without a potential little bit of peril. To see what it... I'm sure they clipped that on the way to thigh pad.
But what I did over the last few years, I suppose, Ali, was we'd have, before the team meeting, where we'd have batters and bowlers meeting, and then so you'd have batters meeting, bowlers meeting at the same time, and then they come together and share information. So we do that. But maybe the day or two before that, I'd call it like a strategy planning meeting, and have the coaches, the analysts, and maybe the captain and vice captain, and then we'd go a bit of a deep dive into strategies, you know, and talking about everything for what's our DRS process, what is our night watchman strategy, what if we find ourselves in this situation.
Cameron Green in again, bowls a full length delivery to Root, who steers it to Khawaja in the gully, no run.
So just to have a bit of an idea, so the captain, vice captain and the coaches know, okay, well, if this situation arises, how are we going to approach it? And then what about this situation? Just so everyone was really clear, and then share that in the team meeting, the batters and bowlers chats. But yeah, I think your processes of your meetings and reviews and previews evolve and are slightly tweaked depending on the environment you've got, the players you have.
Green in again with a field set for a short ball, but it's full again to Root. It's in the air over Khawaja at gully, down towards deep third. A sprawling stop. They think about a second, but it's not there, and the throw comes in. And Green hands on his head because it was a flashing shot from Joe Root, finding the thick outside edge and flying away.
So the example I mentioned about, you know, working with the Pakistan boys, they'd have maybe like the 3 minute rule I had we brought in, because I just want to keep it short and sharp. At the end of a long day, players don't really sit there for half an hour reviewing every little thing, so we just have maybe 3 or 4 points that we wanted to achieve or go through, and then reflect on those points, and then keep it as simple as that. Then you can have a deep dive with a captain at some point.
Green moves in again. Brookie has hooked this away. It's gone in the air, and it drops safely, comfortably in front of Inglis at fine leg. But again, peril in the shot.
So we've got a couple off the field at the moment, because Brendan Doggett's out there as well as Josh Inglis. So looks like...
Is Webster gone off? Is he there? Stark? No, Stark's on the field.
Yeah.
It's 3 for 183, by the way. Root onto 64, Brook 58. Took a single after that was a real shot from low to high. Helped it up in the air down towards fine leg. It's Boland off.
Possibly.
I think Boland is missing. Green moves in again to Root outside the off stump, and he chops it behind square. Weatherald moves in off the boundary, waits for the ball to come to him, and another single added. What we were saying just about that 3-minute meeting, and that's the onus on you as the coach to prepare that, isn't it? And to distill down everything, all these details. It could be flowering, gone for ages, to then be concise.
And that was exactly the whole point, because the players had been out there for a long day. We just thought, right, let's keep it short and sharp. We had maybe 4 points that we want to talk about, reflect on A, B, C, D, have a bit of a consent, bit of a discussion, and then done. Short and sharp, specific.
There's Brook again. He's got underneath this one once more, but he's really got hold of this. That is sailing away towards the big screen for a massive 6. That's what he tried to do the ball before. This time it came off.
He did. That is huge from Harry Brook. It was probably a fraction fuller from Cameron Green. Just helped it on its way. Almost a T20 shot. You know, when you see the ball a bit straighter and batters look to just help it on its way in T20 cricket. That's definitely a T20 shot, but then a long way back, as you said, Ali. It's a big 6.
A lot of England fans over that side of the ground. It's gone in the end into members. People straining their necks as the ball's sailed up and over and behind them. So he's on to 64 now off 77 balls. It's his first 6 of the innings to go with the 6 boundaries. Green in again here to Brook, who backs away a touch, gets a fuller delivery though and clips it away, smears it along the ground to backward square where Labuschagne is fielding on the boundary, jogs through for 1. Well, he likes to entertain, and not every time that the shot will come off.
The whole thing about entertaining, I mean, he's been entertaining today by playing regulation cricket shots.
Yep. I'm going to make way here. Dizzy Jim's about to come in. 3 for 191 then, with Root on 65. Brook also now on 65. Jim's coming in.
The Ashes Test Series, Australia versus England.
It's on your radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Good afternoon, Dizzy. How are you?
Good afternoon, Jim. I'm really well. Was I right when I talked about where Hawkesbury was? Is that the northwest of Sydney?
Yes. Here's Boland. Bowling a ball that's nudged away by Root for a single down towards third man. Yes, it's northwest. The Hawkesbury flows in up north, heading towards the Central Coast, and is a beautiful place to be on a boat or finding an oyster, whatever. And there's a bit of weather coming in from the southwest. So at some point I think we will get wet, but we might get 100 or 2 out of these fellas before then, the way they're going.
They're playing very well.
Now Root waits for Boland, and he's forward to drive it and sends it to mid-on, and there's no run down there. Anyway, great spectacle for most of the crowd today. Again, big group of English supporters, as we've seen throughout the summer. Done great things for Australian tourism by being here, and they've been forced to go and spend their money in other places than the cricket grounds.
Well, they have, because the games have been finishing early, Jim.
Too early.
Too early, agreed.
This is looked a bit more like a respected performance from England as he's forward and punches straight past the bowler. A good stroke from Root. They'll come back for a second run as it's chased back by Khawaja below us. 3 for 194, and Joe Root seamlessly moving along is 67, and Brook on 66. He just occasionally leaps into Vesuvius, a bit of volatility. He wants to play a big shot, as he did in the previous over. The lights are coming on, so that tells you that the sky's a wee bit greyer. Now Boland again from this Paddington end draws him forward in defence. just sending it quietly away on the offside. So they're luxing up those big lights around the ground because it's getting a little cooler and a little darker. So that was the forecast. So no surprise that something will happen. And it often does in Sydney when it comes to a break through the weather. A bit of lightning and thunder, some rain. And we do it pretty well in the summertime. We don't like to go dry for too long in this town, this state. 2 men deep on the onside as Boland has him forward, pushing back down the pitch. Root just checking himself as he moved forward to play that ball. So what do you make of this bowling, this tactic, given that they didn't go in with a spinner? It's a bit of a lottery, but a couple of times it could have come off today.
Yeah, it could have, but it hasn't. And
is it the best tactic?
Playing with it, not playing a spinner? No, it's not the best tactic.
No, playing with 3 men on the boundary to Harry Brook and banging it in.
Yeah, not sure.
Boland comes in and Root leans forward and pats it out to mid-wicket to complete the over. So we've just gone beyond 2:30 local time here, and this partnership is now worth 137. Root 67 and Brook 66.
The reason I'm saying it's not the right tactic to have all the men on the fence at the moment is we've had 41 overs, so the ball still should be reasonably hard. Yes, it's a little bit scuffed up now, not swinging, but it's day one. It's not even tee on day one. So for me, just hang in there just a little bit longer. Just be patient, be disciplined. Batters will make a mistake. They'll look to get on with it and be aggressive. The balls that they'll defend or leave with scoreboard pressure, they'll start to look to play positive shots off those, and that's where you get your opportunities to impact and take wickets, through the batter's impatience. Just think the Australians are just pivoting too much and trying a few too many things at the moment. So we see 4 on the fence, Jim.
Green continues. He bowls to Brook, who pushes away on the offside. Green's bowled 6 overs for 45 runs. You would ask the question, would Murphy have done equal or better job bowling his off spin? We'll never know. He's not playing.
That's right. We won't know, Jim.
Yeah. But if either of these fellas get out on the short ball, it's serious drowning in honey.
Absolutely.
Just milk it. That's what they got to do. A slip and a gully watch as Green bowls the ball. It's pushed back defensively by Brook. Brook's sort of getting the tempo right for a long innings, but every now and then he does succumb to an aberration or whatever it is, an instinct, and he wants to heave the ball into space.
He does, doesn't he? Sometimes he'll just randomly run down the wicket.
Yeah.
At the bowler. That's why the tactic, the strategy of having Alex Carey up to the stumps has been a good one from Australia.
2 men out on the onside at the moment. Mid-wicket and a mid-on. Slip in the gully. And Green bowls, and he slid away here. A neat shot in front of a square out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Will be a couple of runs gleaned very cleverly there by Brook, who's 68, 3 for 196. So they're not far from 5 and over, which is the sort of rate that the Baz ballers have been scoring in their prime. And
they show they can score at a good rate, Jim, without necessarily playing all the big shots. They just play good cricket shots. Australia probably have been a bit below par with the ball.
Green bowls, and a push to the offside is another run or 2 for Brook. He sent it square of the wicket, and they're coming back for a second as Weatherall's throws a little wayward towards the bowler's end, and they get 2 more runs. 3 for 198. Brook 70. He's overtaken Root, who's on 67. Yeah, good collective batting here from these two. And they're in the groove. Just every now and then there's an inkling of a miscue, a mistake, but not too often. Green bowls again, and yes, he wants to single down towards wide mid on, and Boland, by the time he gets to it, they've made it easily. Brook along to 71. 3 for 199, and Mr. Rick.
That's Green's 50 or 41 balls.
Well done. We're looking forward to that when he bats. But there's no certainty on his recent form. 3 for 199. Yeah.
He's just missed.
I feel betrayed. I'm sitting here and I'm watching an SCG test, and I've not seen one over of spin from Australia, and I won't unless it's Travis Head or Webster or something. It's all out of whack, folks. Here comes Green. Forward he goes and hits the stumps and gets a run from the ricochet at the non-striker's end. One more. Roots along to 68. 3 for 200. Another milestone along the way. Something else for the Barmy Army to cheer here. And they haven't had a lot to cheer throughout this series. Okay. It's the end of the over. Toughest, where have you been? I haven't seen you today.
I know.
You've been hiding.
I've missed you, mate. You all right?
You must be enjoying this.
Well, it's just a nice piece of batting on a nice pitch, isn't it?
Nice pitch.
It's allowed. It's allowed. Still going. What are we going at? Well, sorry. What are England going at? They're going at 4.
Almost 5 and over.
Almost 5 and over, but without the yahoos thrown in.
That's right.
Nothing wrong with that.
It's just, you know, that he betrays himself every now and then.
Yeah.
Young Brook, and when he has a mare, as I call it.
Yeah.
Just goes whoosh. But
he's a young shaver, isn't he? He's still a young shaver, isn't he? You know.
I talked to Michael Vaughan about that. He thought he might always be a young shaver.
Well, he might be.
Yeah. So here we go.
Just under 4.8 runs per over.
4.8. We're getting there. We've got a bit of cloud cover. The lights are on. Boland runs into Root, who defends a length delivery back down the pitch.
And what I did like about it, Jim, as well, is, as you say, 57, what was it, for 3 or something like that, wasn't it? That was the time when you just needed to realise that situation, wasn't it? And the situation that we haven't realised in the previous Test matches. You know, and played the rash shot, and all of a sudden it's 60 for 4, and that builds the pressure. They realise that situation. You don't have to go through all the gears. You can idle along sometimes, can't you, in third?
Boland is on his way, and Root is back, and he fends the ball down off his body. Yeah, Root's been pretty dependable today, just playing his own rhythmic, grooved way. But Brook, in between defence and attack, there's been the odd
whoosh.
Exotic whoosh. Yes. Whoosh. One big one for 6, of course.
Yeah.
They've taken a fair few off Cameron Green. He's gone for over 50 from 7 overs. So Boland with 2 men out on the onside. He runs in again, and Root turning, missing, stumping of sorts down the leg side. You could hear that click of bails going off as Kerry took it, but Root hadn't gone anywhere. Another neat bit of work from Alex Carey.
Don't overbalance with Alex standing up, or he'll have your bells off in a flash. Nearly did Root there.
How many times did Jack Russell do that for you?
Oh, loads of times.
Yeah?
Did one here all those years ago. Off Gladstone Small, I think.
Yeah, he got Dean Jones.
That's it. Yeah.
Stumped down the line. I do remember that.
Yeah.
As Boland is in, and he's back and getting a single, just knocking it around the corner for 1 to deep square. Gladys. Is Gladys here?
Gladys here, yeah.
Yeah.
The Stone Man, yeah. I think he's been here for the duration. Weaving around. Enjoying himself as he usually
Is that his thing, doing tour groups?
Yeah. Yeah, so seen a few of the old boys, Alan Lamb and everyone. Taking a few of the boys out and girls out to see the cricket.
Yeah, I think a lot of them here today. Over 40,000 fans enjoying the spectacle. Well, some of a test match that's being properly fought. There's no easy wickets this afternoon. Boland comes in, forward goes Brook, and just quietly pats it out to cover. So Brook 71 and Root 69 on the scoreboard there. After England won the toss, they lost 3 earliest wickets with Crawley, LBW Nice at 16. Duckett caught Carey bowled Stark 27. and Bethel a leg before to Boland for 10. That was 3 for 57. And they've consolidated and moved on and just trying to temper this innings along. You want 350 minimum here as Boland goes in again and he's forward and nursing it away. Nicely nurdled Sir to third man for a single. He moves to 72 at 3 for 202, and that is the end of the over. So we're about 25 minutes away from tea and maybe half an hour to an hour away from potentially a bit of rain.
Yeah, there's a little bit lurking up there, I think.
Around
Yeah, the wind's just dropped off a bit as well, that sort of cooler wind. Been out the back. It's a lovely vibe here. It's a lovely vibe. I've been having a wander around. I think something to do with the, the McGrath pink.
That's part of it.
Yeah, there's a lovely
But it's
vibe.
also, well, in this members area, there's a lot of room at the back to move around. They don't quite have it on the other side of the ground. If they could open this ground up into the show ground at the back, that would help. But it hasn't happened yet.
No.
So really, you're in your seat, you're in the bar, you're in the loo, or you're going home.
Yeah, I know that feeling. But no, real nice little buzz. Everyone catching up and chatting cricket.
Yeah.
It's been great.
So we're going to have another over from Green. 7 overs for 51. Hasn't quite done the trick as yet today. At 3 for 202. England just accumulating, building here towards a strong first innings position. Smith's just manoeuvring the traffic, left and right slip, gully backward point, third man cover, long off, mid on, deep on the onside, and forward goes Brook to steer the ball down to Webster, who's just behind point.
Well, they've found a good tempo, haven't they, these two? They're just picking up singles, putting the bad ball away, and as we said, still going at roughly 5 and over. It's just a good bit of test match batting, which we've all been asking for, really, isn't it? We've been asking for it all summer, Jim.
Maybe get them to start the next Ashes series in Australia in Sydney in late November. Doesn't rain as much.
Well, not bad idea.
Sometimes, yes. Here comes Green, charging he goes. Where's he put that? Up and over and out to the boundary for 4. Premeditated. It hit the pitch, bounced, and he carted it over cover pretty decisively, really. There wasn't anything sketchy about that stroke, and he clobbered it for 4. Brook to 76.
Yeah, good use of the feet, deep, long off back. So there's an element of risk there, but he's decided to just come down the pitch a couple of things and slot it over extra. I mean, he sort of placed it there, to be fair, but that could go awry very easy.
Green tries again. Brook goes back and just knocks it around the corner down to fine leg. Boland's fielding. They pick up a single. So he's 77 from 89 against Root, 69 from 97, and that's the 150 partnership.
Lovely. That's what England have been looking for. Just some good steady batting and hitting the gaps, making the bowlers, get into their second spells and make the captain start scratching his head, trying to come up with some funky fields. Played it nicely after lunch here, England.
Now it's Green again. Driven by Root, wide of mid-on. Stark is down there, and they get a single. Another single. So what was the score at lunch? Rick, it's 3 for 208. I think they've had a resurgent session.
3 for 114.
Okay, 94 runs scored, and we're about 20 minutes away from tea. So they're going along at a nice clip and looking pretty much in control at the moment. More of Green from that Randwick end. He goes, and there's a bit of a shot played at miss. An appeal for a catch belatedly.
Oh, Green fancies it.
What are they going to do here? He tried to make a shot up, went away to the onside. The ball was short, followed him, and there was just a thought perhaps he gloved it and nicked it. But I don't think Smith's convinced about going upstairs after a chat with his men. No, that's not going to happen. But again, premeditated. He gave the charge and then very nearly gloved it or nicked it to the keeper.
He's throwing his head back there. Brooke thinking to himself, oh, I've missed out on that. I mean,
it's when you get out like that.
Well, absolutely.
You look a bit of a mug because there's so many runs to be had out there.
Absolutely.
Here we go. Last ball of the over. What's he going to do? Green runs into Brooke and Brooke back, flashing and missing outside the off stump. And that's the over. 3 for 208. Toughest is here. And Corbin Middlemaster is going to come in and join him.
The summer of cricket on ABC Sport.
The Ashes Test Series. Head to the ABC Listen app and look for the Cricket Podcast for everything Ashes.
Thank you, Jim. Afternoon, toughest.
Afternoon.
It's getting dark, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit on the way maybe. Or it might skirt round. You never know.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. England certainly won't want it to rain.
No. 3 for 208 is the scoreline. 3 for 208. We're 20 minutes away from the scheduled tea time on the opening day of the 5th test, the pink test, the Sydney test. And the floodlights are on at the moment, and you can start to see a few of the shadows start to open up. When we see those 4 shadows which are caused by the floodlights, generally that's a good tell for the officials and the umpires that maybe the artificial light's taken over. The keeper's up. 2 bats well set. Michael Neser back on from the Paddington end rather, and a miscued drive from Root ends up out at mid-on. Root 70, Brooks 77. All the action that happened in terms of the wicket stuff has obviously occurred in about a half an hour period, didn't it? In the space of 6 overs in the morning. Since then, England have been able to rebuild things on the back of this talented pair from Yorkshire. Harry Brook and Joe Root, both in the 70s. Neser on his lane again, and kept out, blocked away by Root, back past the non-striker.
He's just looking a little bit edgy, isn't he, Brooke, as well? Those last couple there to Cameron Green, sort of no need to play that. They've got themselves back into a good position from being in a bit of a tricky one, really.
Yeah.
3 for 50 odd. Don't then give it back. Get selfish, Harry Brook. Don't sit in that pavilion watching someone else score your runs. I think some of the English batters need sort of like nets in selfishness.
Root works a ball off middle and leg along the ground out through square leg for a single, so he moves to 71. 3 for 209.
And I say that in the nicest possible way, folks. Do you know what I mean? But you don't. If I had a 3 for, I didn't want the fast bowlers coming back and getting me 5. And I'd be going, oh, hold on a minute, I've done the work here, And if you get to 70 or 80, it's the same. Go in. You don't want to be sat in there thinking, oh, I've just missed out again.
Yeah.
And watch someone else be whacking it around on a pretty decent pitch. In some respects, you've got to be a little bit selfish.
One of my junior coaches used to always tell me, bat for yourself and the team will benefit.
There you go. Perfect.
Same kind of sentiment, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Harry Brooks on 77. Waits Neser. And again, he just defends the ball very late. Bounces wide of Green in the gully, and they take off for a sharp single. So 1 more for Brook. Moves to 78, and the score 3 for 210. The wickets to fall, so Ben Duckett went for 27. He nicked through to the keeper off the bowling of Stark after putting on 35 for the first wicket with Zach Crawley. Crawley soon joined Duckett back in the pavilion. LBW Neser for 16. And then Jacob Bethel, the last man out some time ago now in the 13th over, he went for 10. Caught by Carey as well, the keeper, off the bowling of Scott Boland.
Good 10 though, wasn't it? Good 10.
The hype machine that he is, Jacob Bethel, as Root works the ball away on the onside and picked up by Kawaja at mid-wicket.
Funny, isn't it?
He's got a whole lot of supporters, doesn't he? He's built up like the second coming, and we've hardly seen him. I mean, the sample size is so small.
Yeah.
Well, he played 3 red ball games this year before coming in the Melbourne Test.
Yeah. The one thing that you do sort of like pick up, we've watched a lot of cricket over the years, that there was that sort of feeling of composure in that 10. It wasn't fidgety.
Nisa passes Brook, bowls to Root, who drives just wide of Boland, picks up at mid-on and zips it into the keeper. They get through for a sharp single. So 3 for 211. Root 72, Brooks 78.
My dad always used to say to me, if you can't fight, wear a big hat.
If you can't fight, wear a big hat.
Yeah, because it sort of looks like you can fight.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Jacob Bethel, he batted well in Melbourne, didn't he? In the second innings, he's got this unusual sort of setup at the moment, as I said, where because he plays white ball cricket for England, and often the white ball games clash with the red ball county games. And then he goes and plays the 100, which has its own window. He goes and plays the IPL, which has its own window. And the other thing with the IPL is it overlaps with the county cricket season. So there's not a whole lot of time in which he gets to play red ball cricket, as all of a sudden the umpires have come together between overs, and a quarter hour before the scheduled tea break, they're going to come off due to bad light.
Oh, bad light, is it? I thought there was a little bit of rain starting, but I think you're right, Paul.
So play has been delayed here about 15 minutes before the scheduled tea break due to a light delay, which is what's just flashed up on the screen. So bad light stopped play. 3 for 211, 15 minutes before tea on day one. Root 72, Brooks 78. There are showers on the way. And the umpires are just going to hold for the time being. And they're still walking up and down the pitch, and the fourth umpire comes out to join them. Mitchell Stark's having a chat with the ground staff, and the rest of the players are making their way off the playing arena.
Mitchell Stark saying to the ground staff, I told you to leave those 3 extra mils on it. That's what he's probably saying, even though he's bowled nicely again. Australia have bowled okay, haven't they? They got that bit of movement with the new ball, like you should do early on, and it's going to be tough, and you've got to get stuck in as a batting side, but then it's flattened out nicely, and England have made the most of it. So this looks like a decent pitch.
Partnership's 154 unbroken, so 3 for 211 at the moment, with Root on 72 and Brook on 78. I'll get Rick to find his Guru weather app to see if he's able to give us any further updates on when the rain is expected, but it certainly has got very dark in the eastern suburbs of Sydney, and as a result there is a delay here, with Root and Brook having batted through just about the entire session, all but 15 minutes before the scheduled tea break, and bad light has delayed play here. What did you make of the decision? I mean, we sort of talked about it a little bit earlier. No spinner in the Australian team, and really, for that matter, the frontline spinner isn't playing for England either. Shoaib Bashir ends up coming out as a tourist. He spends the whole 5 tests here, doesn't play at all. As a former test spinner yourself, Tuffers, what did you think when you saw those teams drop?
Well, what was the stat? 1880. So it was the last time he didn't play a spinner here. I mean, it's slightly worrying, you know, because it's such a big part of the game, and I think it's a game that a lot of people really love. Listen, there's nothing better than seeing a big fast bowler coming steaming in and ducking and weaving, and, you know, fours and hooks and pulls. But yeah, you've got, if you're going to keep, I hope it's not the way Test match cricket is going. And I think that the pitches have got a lot to do with that. You know, if you see the grass and what have you, and the way the guys are looking to play, sometimes a spin bowler is a bit of a luxury, isn't it? And then you've got to have, perhaps you want to just pack that batting down at 7 or 8 or something like that. So it is a bit of a worry. Nothing I prefer more than watching a session of spin bowling, or when the pitch starts to disintegrate and men round the bat. You know what I mean? It's one of the real sort of like nuances of the game. You know, it's transfixing. I love it. So yeah, then I think it might need to be addressed. All it is just pitches. You know, you've got to look at the pitches. The pitches have got to be not flat, but then they've then got to break up a little bit, and so that the spinner can come into his own. You know, day 3, end of day 3, day 4, and then they'll start coming back a bit. But missed not seeing. I know Nathan's injured. You know, but I've missed not seeing a spinner this series.
It's been the most spin-deprived Ashes series in history.
There you go.
Amazing. You think this grand old game, and how far back we go, and yet we come to the SCG, the once famed spinning venue in Australia, and neither team play a frontline spinner. Will Jacks is in at 8 for England, and for the Aussies, they're all the pace bowlers. Webster gets the spot at number 8 instead of Richardson.
It's starting to become a specialist of number 8 now, isn't it? I mean,
the batting goes down to 8, and there's 3 bowlers, and I hope that a couple of the batters can roll the arm over.
Yeah, I mean, is it the way that Test cricket is slightly going now? I'm not quite sure. But, specialist batting number 8. It's a bit weird, isn't it? You know, you used to, that's one of the whole beauties of the game, is the balance of the side, the all-rounder, the spinner, and what have you. Perhaps all our spinners are now going to have to look to be batters as well.
Is it an issue in the UK?
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah, there's not too many popping through. We've got Jack Leach, we've got Liam Dawson. There's a few young leggies as well coming up, but perhaps just a little too early for them. But, there is a little bit of that. You know, you're playing in the beginning of the English summer where it's green seamers, and you can just get the English seamer nibbling it around and getting wickets. The spinner don't get much of a light look in. And then by the time the county championship starts again, you know, there's leaves round the ankles and it's all a bit chilly, you know, so there's not sort of that gap where the spinner comes into his own, and you've got to then prepare pitches for him to bowl on a bit. But having said that, if you're a spinner that's worth your salt, you get in the team.
Yeah. Yep. I wonder how much of it's... I mean, it's fascinating. You can never prove the counterfactual, but I wonder if Nathan Lyon was available in Melbourne and Sydney, whether they would have left him out.
Well, well, there you go. Well, Nathan Lyon is the prime example. I mean, okay, the Bashir, you can sort of think to yourself, well, have they got that wrong, or is he not doing so well, and he's inexperienced and everything, but crikey, you've got someone like Nathan Lyon who's not even getting a look in.
He didn't play... Well, he didn't play in Perth. He played in Perth, only bowled 2 overs, didn't play in Brisbane at all. Yeah. And then injured in Adelaide, and obviously not available for the last 2.
That amazed me we didn't play a spinner in Adelaide.
Yep.
Amazed me, I really did. I'm not quite sure. I mean, in a funny sort of way, it nearly worked, didn't it? Because we sort of got close-ish. But, I mean, what did he go for, Jacks, with the ball? You know, I think he went for 200, you know. I think he bowled, 40 overs for 200.
Yep. 2 for 105 and 1 for 107.
So there you go. So even with the batting strength down the back, which might get you 70 or 80, you conceded a hell of a lot of runs there.
Before you go, Tuffers, sorry to hear about Hugh Morris. The England players are wearing black armbands. Gee, it's been a tough time for England cricket, and former players. So Varley to Hugh Morris, who fought bowel cancer really since January 2022. So for the better part of 4 years, he died aged just 62, just after Christmas. He was part of the 1990-91 series, which obviously you played out here. You're on that tour with him.
Yeah, we've had a really poor year for England cricketers. You say Robin Smith, as Sid Lawrence as well, another big mate, mine Wayne Larkins, and Graham Thorpe. We've had a poor year, but Hugh was a wonderful man. Obviously went into administration as well, and one of those guys who, when he looked at you through the helmet, I can remember playing against him, he always had a smile on his face, you know. Even though he was... There's a fantastic photo of that Oval Test match of both feet off the ground, gloves in front of the face to a Curtly Ambrose bouncer, you know, but brave, got stuck in, a magnificent cricketer for Glamorgan, and a lovely bloke, you know. You speak to people, no one had a bad word to say about you.
Yeah. It's a great tribute. I heard Mike Atherton speak about him, said that 1991 tour on Christmas morning, him and Robin Smith wore the Santa hats when they were out at training, and larger-than-life figures, but unfortunately Hugh Morris passing away just after Christmas, age 62, so our thoughts with him and his family. All right, an early tea's been taken. I'll leave you to it, Tough, as I'll chat with you a little later in the day. England 3 for 211. The pair of Joe Root and Harry Brook batting really through that session. It went 1 hour and 45 minutes. Root 72 not out. Brooks 78 not out. The partnership worth 154. So England, after being 3 for 57, are now 3 for 211 at tea. Bad Light's delayed play just before tea, so the early tea was taken. Still as delayed play. We're off for Bad Light. England 3 for 211.
It certainly is the Ashes, but the bad news is we're not playing at the moment. It is leaden skies that hang over the SCG. We've had some rain. We went off for Bad Light about 15 minutes before the scheduled tea interval, and we haven't been back out there now more than an hour on. So the umpires are just out there at the moment under their umbrellas having a look at the surface. Darren Lehman, Jason Gillespie alongside myself, Ben Cameron, as we continue to work through here on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. The story of the day so far, the Aussies lost the toss, England winning the toss and electing to bat first, I should say. The Aussies out there fielding, and England 3 for 211 as we stand at the moment. So Harry Brook unbeaten on 78. Joe Root is 72 not out. Darren Lehman, firstly you, what have you made of the day to date?
All England, barring that little spell of they lost 3 wickets for 10 or 15 runs. Duckett, obviously Crawley and Bethel, and they lost those wickets quickly. It's all been England since then. And as I said to Corbin before, I feel shortchanged, because if Root and Brook had batted like that, this Test series could be totally different. They played proper cricket. That's what they did all day, and they played beautifully. I mean, they should have. The Ashes series should still be alive. What shocks me is it's taken them 5 Test matches to do it, because they're world-class players, those two, and they showed how good they are. Yes, the wickets seems pretty good for batting, but I'll tell you what, some of the shots they played were outstanding and world-class.
Any coincidence that England have got better the longer this series has gone on and the more cricket they've played?
Well, it shocked me. Diz?
Yeah, absolutely. It just wonders, and we talked about it all series, about the preparation that England have had. I think they've been a bit unsure of exactly just a bit unsure how to go about playing cricket over here. And I mean, they had the perfect opportunity before Perth and before Brisbane to get some much-needed practice in. They chose not to do that. They chose to have their own sort of prep. And I think that's come back to bite them somewhat. But I agree with Buff. I thought they batted really well today. I think what also highlights is that this surface is very good. There's no doubt about that. It's a good cricket surface. Good decision to bat first, drive the game forward, and this partnership is well and truly on the way to being a 200-plus partnership.
The big one for me is that they will take the game on now with a bit of rain about. They'll try and score quickly, etc., and get their batting out of the road. What I do see, though, is from an Australian point of view, I see real pressure on the top 6 for Australia. Now, with Webster at 8, the top 6 have to make some runs. And if it's that good a surface, we'll get to see how good our top 6 is.
And that pressure hasn't really been applied to Australia throughout this series, has it? They haven't had to do that at any point, but they will here in this Test, so that will be fascinating.
And we're up here, sitting, looking out on the ground, and we can't believe it either.
They could be playing right now.
I'll tell you what the problem is. They're going to... I can see the umpires going to the change rooms to actually talk to the captains. They'll go, well, you've got to be on at a certain time, because they'll probably say to them, you've got to be on at 5:30. If you're not on at 5:30, you're out.
That's it.
So that's what the extended time is. So even though they extend play by half hour, you have to be on, and the ground has to be fit enough. And I get the feeling, when I'm seeing people starting to walk around the boundary edge, that they might be going the other way. They might be saying, you know what, we're calling it for the day and we're coming back early. That's my gut feel.
You think the umpires are going to tell the players right now?
And if they do that, I mean, they should have been on. That's the problem. There'll be at least we'll get Stuart Clark on, because I tell you what, he knows. He runs this place. He runs this town.
But Test match cricket. Sorry to jump in there, Buff. I'll let you finish the point.
I can't remember what I was saying.
You were just saying we'll get Saf on.
Yeah.
You were stirring up Saf. Test match cricket can't get out of its own way, can it?
Nope. There's just... our game shoots itself in the foot time and time and time again. And today, this is no better example of that, Benny.
We might try and quickly get through Dave on the talkback line. The umpires are getting jeered as they walk back towards their room.
They're definitely calling off.
You reckon?
You think they've called stumps?
I reckon they've called stumps, and if they have, I mean, I'll tell you who's not going to be happy. The skipper. Our
Jim
skipper,
Maxwell.
he will not be happy, our skipper.
No.
He's just reading a book at the moment.
Yeah, but he won't. If you get him on air, because he really should be playing. Should have been playing a half hour ago. And this is, as you said, you shoot yourself in your foot when you've got so many people here. 45,000. We finished with 45,000. Great crowd, Stu. Yep. The board will be happy.
Yeah.
It's just poor.
It is maybe the lightest drizzle you could ever imagine, if that. It's certainly, you couldn't describe it as anywhere close to rain. The MCs are just preparing to address the crowd as well, which I think they're about to tell the crowd that play has been abandoned for the day.